I mean, you got to prepare for them. That's like a little small African village. You can't just you got to prepare for that. I got to take a day to prepare for that one.
Five came back today. I was missing him so much. I was telling my daughter, uh, 'cause I noticed my son had left the house, and I was like, I said, "Do you know if he went to get the babies?" And she was like, "I don't think so. I think he just went to go spend time with them." And I got sad, and like I would say maybe 30 minutes later, my son was at the door, and I jumped, and I was like, "Oh my God, who's at the door?" And then he opened the door, and Five is standing at the door, and I just started jumping up and down. Like I get so excited when I see them. So then he crosses over the door post and then starts jumping up and down with me. I'm like, you don't even know why I'm happy. You just jumping because you see me jumping. Yo, why does this kid call me grandmama? I'm like, I'm looking at him and I'm telling him, say Ganny, say Ganny. He go, grandmama, grandmama.
You got you gotta let him run with it. You gotta let him run with it.
How the hell he get grandmama? I was like, I said, who is in you? Right. I was like, no, we don't have any English people in our house. Like I said, who is in you, bro? Grandmama?
Well, you never know. Your son or maybe his mom might say you want to go to grandmama's house.
I asked them where he got that from. They said they don't know.
Well then if he get he's saying it, then that's something he came up with. So let him run with it. He'll be the only one of your grandkids that call you that. You'll know it's him.
Well, he the first, so because he called me that, everybody gonna call me that. Like
Grandmama.
little mama copy everything he do. Like she's so smart. She's one, okay.
Hmm.
Everything this boy can do, damn near everything. And he's two. She is already doing.
Oh
She is
wow.
so yeah. She's so observant. Like she will watch him, and then she'll do it.
Well,
Like,
yeah, she can mimic.
yeah, she's observant. Like
Yeah.
she she is smart as hell. Already asking for water, already saying wow, already saying I love you. And then like I was playing with him because he likes trains now. He's crazy about trains and cars. So I was
Hmm.
playing with him and I just started going choo choo. So if I go choo choo, he'll stop whatever he's doing and he'll go train. Yeah, train. And
Mm.
no matter what he's doing, little mama do it now. She'll go choo choo and then she'll go train.
Mm. Oh boy, sound like you
Yeah.
gonna have your hands full there.
Yeah, yeah. But I love it. I love it. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Want to say what's up to the YouTube fam over there? Dark, gently, absurdist, ichthyists. Welcome in, y'all. Back from well, I don't want to say the weekend 'cause we had a good live yesterday. It was a pretty decent live. Um, it was a pretty decent live, other than narc after narc. But uh, I think we had some good conversations. Um, Mama Bash had a live. I think her live is still going right now. She's at the tail end of it, but she had some good conversations today too. And so I added one of the questions that I asked one of her guests on her panel because she was asking, "Why do you want to go to heaven?" And she was asking, "What do you like about Jesus?" These are simple questions, yeah, simple.
Mm.
Nelly, did you catch any of it? Any of Mama Bash's live?
I caught a little bit when you was up on stage, and y'all was talking to some lady. Y'all was talking to
Tiffany.
yeah, y'all was talking to her. I caught that part of it, and I couldn't stay on because I was actually driving. So, but I did catch it on my 30-minute break. I heard a little bit of the conversation.
Yeah, she good questions, very simple questions, and I don't feel that any believer that was on her stage was able to answer why they wouldn't go to heaven. Um, with like any type of responses that actually gave a uh, a knowledgeable reason why, like one that they thought through, other than like the whole fear mongering thing and the claim of supernatural, like the spiritual world type thing.
Hmm.
Um, and then it should have been easy for them to say what they like about Jesus. That guy that was up there was like, I like Jesus. This how I imagine it. Pick a
Mm.
topic. What you like about Jesus? Okay, so tell us, what do you like about Jesus? I like his mindset. Like, okay, well, tell us what about his mindset do you like? The Bible. That's how he was answering. And then when Mama Bash and them would ask him, like, well, tell us a scripture in the Bible that you like. I don't want to do
Wow.
that. I don't feel like I got to do that. That ain't what I came up here for. That's how I picture it. Like that's
Damn.
literally what he was doing. And I'm sitting here at the computer and I'm laughing because I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like, what? He was like,
Wow.
I don't want to do that. Everything they asked him, I mean, I don't feel like I gotta do that. Hey, Crystal.
Damn. He was like that, huh?
Yes. And for no reason. Like for no reason too. Like, I don't know. No, I know Ben. I know Ben. Wait, the Ben that be coming in here that got blocked. That was on. He was on. That was on Mama. He was on Mama Bash Live today. The Ben that got blocked out of here. Okay, yeah, no, he's boring to me. He's also yeah, he's yeah, I know Ben. But yeah, so but she did have some really good conversations with the guy before the brother man from Heaven's Fifth Floor, and monotone. Um, we had a conversation with a guy who also, oddly enough, talked very monotone. Like
Mm.
everybody in the audience kept saying, "Why he talk like that?" Because he talked he he was talking about Jesus, but he was talking so monotone, like there was no inflection in his voice anywhere. But
Mhm.
I asked him, how did he know he's not being deceived by this God? And he tried to like shift the blame to me. His first answer was, "Well, I know that I'm not being deceived because the devil got you, and you think you don't crack the code or something." And blah, blah, like, what do you say? He said the fallen angels are just laughing, and they happen to see you not believing God. He said they loving it. Like he had talked to the fallen angels from the book or something. I don't know, but he was so monotone. But eventually, he just had to admit that he don't know if he's been deceived by this God. That he just has faith that he's not. So I
Mm.
figured I would ask that question in here um, today, and I think it fits what we've been talking about with women being gaslit by God in the church. Because uh, are you saying that I'm an AI male? Are you asking if I'm AI?
Damn. Be the first AI with grandchildren.
Oh, the monotone guy. I was like, okay, the monotone guy. Not, I mean, shit. Even AI have inflections. Did y'all see Miles from the Sesame AI?
Mm-mm. I don't even know who that
There's a voice AI called Miles that has a little bit more human uh, conversational styles, like the LLM. is a little bit more advanced to really match human conversational patterns and mimicking like emotions. It doesn't have it all the way. Like you could tell it's AI, but it mimics emotional reactions and stuff. But this guy, he had no inflections in his voice whatsoever. Um, but yeah, so I figured that we can add this topic to what we're currently talking about because I do think that women have been deceived by this God again because to me this to me the God is a idea that lives in the minds of the people that believe in it, and its archetype is a human male, specifically a European human male. With the it didn't start out a European human male, but with the redactions and interpolations, and with how it's preached or how it was spread here in the north, it definitely is a, a white human male. Did
Mm.
y'all see the commercial for white men to call the number if because they could get money for discrimination? Did
Mm,
y'all see the commercial?
I hadn't seen that.
The commercial said, "Are you a white male who has been discriminated against?" No, what did it say? Are you a white? And it's a real commercial now. Okay. Um, are you a white male who lost out on getting a job because you're white? You may be entitled to compensation from the EEOC Act, the Civil Rights Act, and EEOC something. Call this number. Like it's just like the mesothelioma commercial. But yeah, yep.
Mm.
I can't believe y'all have not
It's
seen the commercial.
interesting. Wow.
And the crazy thing is, like I think, like if we don't say anything, I feel like this is a test. How much can they get away with, right? How far can they push it?
I mean, uh,
Ooh,
I'm
hand
trying
up.
to think of all the businesses we may own, you know, that are substantial that we would discriminate against a white person.
Well, what they're trying to say is that if a black person got a higher paying job or a higher level job with more authority, 9 times out of 10, a more qualified white person was skipped over just to give it to a person of color. Like that commercial and their claims that they're doing right now is basically saying that white men are the most advanced and the most intelligent, the most skilled on the planet. And so if they're not in leadership positions, if they're not in the positions with the higher pay positions, it's only due to DEI. That's literally what they're saying right now. And that includes with white women. Like
Hmm.
they're not even including white women in that.
That's that Charlie Kirk bullshit.
Well, they were doing this before Charlie Kirk. That like when they went after uh black VCs for giving to black VCs and called it racist. Like they were doing this before that. They took down affirmative action. Like this was before Charlie Kirk. This is just all a part of the
Mm.
plan, and this is why I say Charlie Kirk was just a part of the plan. That's why I feel
Mm.
like I don't
Mm.
I the way they utilized his passing, unfortunately. Um, I, yeah, but
Wow.
they've been doing this way before Charlie Kirk. But I basically they're saying that if and then I think like honestly it feels like he was told to like he was paid to say that like his advertisers or donors or whoever was funding him
Mm.
because he looked uncomfortable when he was saying the shit like shifting in his seat like that wasn't his thought. No, he's not. But yeah, they're trying to push the narrative that if there like there's always going to be a more qualified cishet white male
Yeah.
and running commercials and people ain't.
Crazy.
I don't know how long. Like I don't know because if we don't say nothing, they're gonna be like, oh, they ain't say nothing about that shit. Next.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yep. Beautiful divergence. Are you in the box on purpose? Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. The question here, how do you know the God of the Bible is or is it deceiving you, is open for I framed it so that non-believers or people deconstructing can answer the question too, so that it's not just geared towards excuse me, y'all. So that it's not just geared towards believers. Um, while you're in your deconstruction journey, have you asked yourself that question? Do you know whether or not you are being deceived? Have you figured it out yet? If not, what kind of questions are you asking yourself to see if you're being deceived? If like listening to us in here, what have you researched? This right here will take the conversations to a deeper level. Check your progress while we're at the end of the year. What have you been researching on your own outside of uh, listening to these lives, and what type of questions have you been asking yourself as you go through your deconstruction journey, or just trying to figure out whether or not you want to deconstruct? Do you know yet if you are being deceived by this God? And then, as for believers, uh, how do you know? Um, I want to know, how do you know you are not being deceived, and why are you so sure you're not being deceived by this God? My mic is half loud.
Your mic sound good to me.
Uh,
It's coming clear through my phone. I got you on speakerphone, and it sounds just clear and quiet.
they said yours is this on YouTube though. They said yours is loud, like really loud, and mine is half loud. Let me see something. Wait, no, 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 no.
It said my mic is loud.
Yeah, but they said the same thing about Fee's mic. It's got to be a YouTube setting or something I need to fix on YouTube. I don't know. Is this good? I just turned it up. Is this good?
Maybe, let me see if I mute.
Let's see. It's it's half loud if I'm not on the app. Mm. Is this good? You gonna stay? You gonna drop?
Who? Oh.
West Coast. Are you gonna stay this time, or are you gonna drop like you did
Oh,
last
I
time?
never drop.
Yes, you did. You were in the request last week. I brought you up, and as soon as I brought you up, you left. So
Oh, I
I
probably
wasn't
would have had
sure.
left, moved away from my phone or something. But no, I don't never drop. I get dropped though and muted and all that.
Oh, do you plan on being disrespectful, like the way you be typing in all caps in my comments?
No, I do that because I'm visually impaired. I'm from the West Coast. That's how we type.
Oh, okay, but do you plan on being disrespectful?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
I'm
so why do
planning
you get
on
dropped?
I'm planning on what's the word today? Loving my neighbor.
Okay, so why do you get dropped from panels?
Because my opinion be different than people sometimes.
Okay, well, I don't like a difference of opinion doesn't bother me. As you can see, the stuff that you've been typing in my comments, like I don't run from the stuff that you type in my comments. So that definitely isn't going to get you dropped. Like if I was going to drop you for you not agreeing with me, I would have blocked you for the things that you said in the comments.
Uh-huh.
So yeah,
I appreciate you
can
letting me up.
yeah, of course. Like if you're here to have a conversation, there's no reason for me not to.
Yep, I want to answer the questions on the prompt.
Yeah, give me just a second. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm in the 50s club.
Okay, and you are a believer in the God of the Bible. I know
Yeah.
that. Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Oh, I just want to go through the questions at the bottom.
Well, so you can only pick one. Which one?
One,
Mm-hmm. What? This will be up
because
for
I
a
can go
while.
real quick.
No, I don't have conversations like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we go pretty deep
Well,
in
you
here.
pick one for me.
I don't do that either.
Okay.
You pick which one you want
I
to do,
picked the first one.
and the questions like it actually starts with the green, like the green box, and then goes down. So
Oh, I didn't even see that. How do you know the God of the Bible is or isn't deceiving you? Well, because I've never caught him in a lie. Everything he said to me has come to pass. And he's done those things that he said he would do in my life when I asked. So that's how I know I'm not deceived because he's proven himself to me,
when you say you've never caught the God in the lie,
right?
um, the conversations that you have with this God, I mean, it's conversations between just you and the God, right? In your head.
Yes, no, in my heart and with
Well,
my
in your
mouth.
body. I'm just gonna start saying in your body. It's just
Yeah, in your
it's a conversation,
body, in your body.
right?
That's a good one.
Wherever the God talks to
Uh
you,
huh.
it could be your kidney, your heart, your
It's
leg.
all
I don't
over.
know.
It's all over.
Somehow you're having a conversation, and so it's
Mhm.
just you and the God, right? And
Amen.
you have to
Yes.
process or translate this conversation from the God. If it's coming through your heart,
No, 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 no,
hold on.
no.
Let me finish, West Coast. When
Okay.
I'm done, then you can respond. Okay. So, in order for you to understand what the God is saying to you, you are human, you have a human mind, right? And
Mhm.
you live in a physical reality. So, in order for
Mhm.
you to understand what this God is saying to you as He speaks to your heart, that has to travel and translate to your brain so that you can communicate with yourself and say, "Oh, God said," right? And then either act it out. So if God says, "Go and apply at such and such bank so you can get a house loan, so you can get the house that you want," and then He says this to your heart, and He goes, and then it travels up through the larynx and like the head, and then it goes to your brain, and then you have to translate the and then it says, God said to you, like in your brain, go to the bank, to this such and such bank, apply for a loan, God gonna bless you with a house, right? But that information is only in your heart, then it goes to your brain. Like, what do you mean you never caught God in a lie? That's like catching yourself in a lie, isn't it?
Well, firstly, it's just like you talking to me right now. It's no processing, da 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 da, none of that. I speak English. He speak English to me. It's just as simple as you talking to me, just like that.
Sure, that's processing. Aren't you processing what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it ain't no weird da da da
I mean,
translating.
that's
Like
okay. Some people
it's
speak in
just
tongues. That's
words. It's
fine.
just
It's
words.
still okay. It you
Yeah.
still
Uh
it's
huh.
still words spoken to your heart
Yes.
that have to go be processed through your brain, right? You're still the only factor in this. Nobody else
Yeah, it's a
has
personal
no,
conversation.
right. So that's like saying catching yourself in a lie.
I said catching and a lie just because you'll never, God don't lie. That's one thing he don't do.
He
So you could say
does.
catch, you could say trip up in, you'll never catch him. He's the truth. There's no lie in him, period.
How much of the Bible
So,
do you read?
who, not enough. I mean, I got to get in there. Y'all gonna make me go read tonight because it is a privilege to be able to read God's word while we have breath in our body.
If it's such a privilege, why aren't you doing it?
Yes, I do. I do it a lot,
You just
frequently.
said not enough, and now you're
Not
saying a
enough,
lot.
but it's still not enough. You feel me? Because it's inexhaustible.
What's
Is
inexhaustible?
the word of God is
The 66 books?
yes. It's not like
Is
a
there a
book you
beginning and an
read.
end? Does the book end?
Yes, it's 66 books, Genesis through Revelation.
Right, so
But
you can read it. You remember
yeah,
what you
but
typed in my
it never
comments?
gets old. It's the living word of God. It stays current.
Yeah,
It's y'all.
I'm
You know
asking
what?
about.
There's
Hold on, hold
31.
on,
Let me
hold
tell
on,
y'all this.
hold on for
There,
a second. Hold
all
on.
right.
Do you remember what you typed in my comments about me knowing the word of God?
What I say? You didn't know it?
No, you said you sure know the word of God to be against God. You remember that?
Uh, oh yeah, you sure do be knowing a lot of words. That's you.
Yeah.
That's good.
No, you called me a Jezebel.
Well,
And you
you
told me,
supporting
and
her.
and
You
you told, oh
supporting her.
yeah, of course, Jezebel's a fucking boss.
Well,
But what you
Jezebel
said,
was wrong.
hold on, no, she wait. But what you said was,
Roll
don't
outdoors.
forget what happened to Jezebel. You remember? And I said, people die. Everybody dies. Do you remember? Like you typed that, like the
You was
judgment on
turning.
Jezebel. You were basically saying that the judgment that came on Jezebel was gonna come on me. And I said, I'm not.
You
I said
was
everybody dies.
well. If you
But
follow Jezebel, I
I mean,
mean,
hey,
why wouldn't I tell
everybody
you?
dies. The fact that you tried to threaten me with that is crazy.
I didn't
But
threaten you. I
you
said if you're
literally typed that
following
in there. That's
Jezebel,
a jet. That is a threat. That's a
read
threat.
Revelation. It's a promise.
It's a threat.
It's
It's a threat.
another thing gonna
It's
come
a
to
threat.
pass.
But hold on. The
Whatever.
fact that you trying to threaten me with that, but you're
Nobody
saying that you
threatened
don't
you.
read, but you did.
I did not.
You did when you typed that in my comments. You threatened me with being judged and killed like Jezebel. You did.
I said that in the end, Jezebel's gonna receive her final judgment, and if you following her,
That's not
hey,
what you said.
one plus one equals what? I don't know. Terrence Howard said it
I
don't
mean,
equal
like, I
two.
mean,
But you
you
know what I'm
just,
saying.
I mean,
If
stand on
you're
business. Like
following
you typed
somebody
that.
who's headed, if you're following someone who's headed to a bad judgment,
First off, how
what do you
in the
think
hell
your
is Jezebel?
judgment?
Like, first off,
Don't follow
Jezebel.
Jezebel. Follow
First
Christ.
off, how the fuck is Jezebel even somebody to follow? Like, have you even asked yourself that why there aren't any male demons? Like, why aren't there deceased spirits of the men in this book that y'all are warning men not to follow? Why is only
I
the
don't
men
get that.
seen
What
as
you just
God?
said. What
Yeah,
that
we're like,
mean?
where is the spirit of Ahab? Where is the spirit of Samson? Where is the spirit of I don't know. Like, why aren't there male demons that y'all be warning people about?
It is a
Why
lot
are
of
they all
people in the.
women?
It is a lot of men in the Bible. It's
I
more
didn't
men
hold
in
on.
the
I did not
Bible.
say why aren't there men in the Bible. That's not what I said.
No, there's men in
I
the
hold
Bible who
on.
did some
West
terrible
Coast, you
things.
and I can't talk at the same time. What I'm asking you is, in today's world, Jezebel's spirit has been immortalized, just like your gods. She like the fact that you're saying I can follow a dead woman. She might as well be Jesus because somehow Jezebel's spirit has risen and it is still alive, even though she was a mortal woman. Somehow her spirit is still alive. Okay. And in all of y'all's minds, women like myself who don't believe in your God, who don't submit to men, are following a dead woman. And this dead woman is uh leading women to some type of judgment. She's gonna get the final judgment with like she's the God already had her killed. Like that's the crazy thing, right? But you say all of this to say in my comments because I do study this text, and then you say you don't read it enough.
Well, apparently you agree with Jezebel because you saying Jezebel was innocent.
Sh- she was, but that ain't not the topic.
No, that's no. You
You're
just said
telling
the
me.
spirit of Jezebel.
Again, you got to
That's what
listen.
that is.
That's not how the fuck can Jezebel have a spirit? She was a
You taking
mortal.
up for her and she not here. What you think that is?
I, that's not a spirit. How can
Jezebel was innocent,
how can
huh? Jezebel was
how
not
can
innocent.
a West
You the
Coast, you
only
and I,
person say that.
West Coast, I don't feel like yelling, okay? You and I cannot talk at the same time. Okay? If we're gonna have a decent conversation, I need you to wait until I'm finished and then you can respond. But stating the facts, stop stating the facts of a story that is in a book and saying, y'all got this wrong, or y'all are intentionally lying on this person. That's not following a spirit. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But the reason that I brought the Jezebel comment up is because you commented in my comments about me knowing this book and this text and not following your God, but you do follow the God and you don't read it like that. And then you said it's a privilege to read the word of God. Y'all gonna make me read my Bible. I need to get into it more. But you do follow this God. You don't read it. Right? And the question that I asked you
No, that's
was,
not
you
right.
made the statement that your God doesn't lie, when in this book he tells you he will lie. He tells you he will deceive you. He literally protected Abraham when Abraham deceived the Abimelech. He protected deception over integrity. He sent lying spirits to Ahab's prophets to convince Ahab to go up because he wanted to kill Ahab. He in the New Testament, it literally says he's going to send he sent a strong delusion to make people believe a lie. He lied in Genesis. He told y'all he would lie.
First off, I never said I didn't read the Bible. I told you I read it frequently. I said
And
I
then
just
you
don't
said you
need a
don't read it enough.
I said I don't read it enough. I can't get enough. It's so good. I read it frequently.
you
I could quote you
you did
scriptures
not
right
say
now,
that.
a whole chapters at a time without
Okay.
even looking at it.
Okay, quote.
I
What did
read
he say
all
in
the
Ezekiel
time.
14?
And second of all, the lion spirits that he sent, that wasn't him. He used whatever. If you want to be a liar, okay, I'm going to send you over here, liar. Go lie over there because I need this done with your lying self. That's not
Wrong.
him lying.
Wrong.
Hold on for a second. What did he say in Ezekiel
What
14?
did I say that was wrong? He sent a
Hey,
lion
do you hear
spirit.
me? Do you hear me?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I asked you a question. What did he
What?
say in Ezekiel 14?
I don't know. Read it.
You just said, you see how you just said I can quote you whole chapters.
I didn't say you could pull it out. I said I can. You want me to prove my
No, you
point?
said without having to look at it. You don't
I
remember saying
can.
that?
I can script. I
Okay,
can
so
quote you
what
Psalms
what does he say in
1,
Ezekiel 14?
Psalms 2, Psalms 23. Let's see, Psalms
Oh my
46,
God.
Isaiah 53,
So
Genesis chapter
you don't
1.
know what's in Ezekiel 14.
If you read it, I'm probably familiar with it, but I can't tell you off my head. No.
So you don't read the Bible enough.
And
You know,
does that
I'm
make and
not a
does
believer,
that make
and
me wrong and
I'm not
everything?
because
Because I
you're
can't pull out.
stop
Okay,
talking while I'm
do you
talking, West Coast. God damn.
tell me what Daniel
Like, how
chapter?
the fuck do you hear your God talking to your heart when your heart going badoom, badoom,
You
badoom,
tell me.
badoom, and then you won't stop fucking talking? There ain't no way
Neither
you
do you.
getting any guidance from a fucking God. You can't even stop talking enough so you can have a conversation in
You
here.
talk too much.
Ain't no fucking way you hearing a God over your heartbeat in your fucking mouth. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, goddamn. I'm literally trying to ask. You made a statement and you said that you know your God doesn't lie. You already done lied to us. Like, you just keep changing what you say when I ask you to prove what you're saying. If
Now they
you
muted
don't
me
know
in the
what your
comments.
God says in
They muted.
Ezekiel 14, you don't know what your God says in Ezekiel 14.
Like I said, the drop. Heathens repent.
Oh, you just start crashing out because you get caught in lies.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's what
Repent,
you're doing.
for the kingdom of God is at hand.
And then what's that gonna do? Like, y'all say that, right? Y'all be coming in here talking about some repent. Like, okay, once a person repent and they don't fucking want your God. Let's say I just go, I'm
And fire
sorry,
hit
God.
you.
Let's say I say, Jesus, forgive me. Now what, West Coast? Am I saved now?
Probably
Am I?
not, because you're playing.
Okay, so why the fuck y'all be saying that? Like y'all just need to stop because
You have to call from
a
your heart.
person
You
had
can't be
no. I don't. We don't want the shit.
call
So
from
there
your
is
heart.
no point. There is no point in y'all telling us to repent.
Feel the
That
fire.
like are y'all? You want me to play Feel the Fire? Like what the
Feel
fuck?
the fire.
This is why you get dropped. You're just like your God. You're just like your God. You're a deceiver, just like your God.
They muted me. That's why I keep coming off the mic.
What was that smart? Was that smart? Like, did you think about that before you said it? Hmm?
Now, can I ask you a question?
Hell no, because you didn't respect the
See?
conversation.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all always do this. It's
Yep.
it's
I mean,
cool.
had you acted
It's
like you had some
cool.
sense, I probably would have let you.
I'm
But
good.
no.
I'm blessed and highly favored.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And I wish y'all was too, but
Mm-hmm. I don't want anything you
y'all
got.
just want to talk. Y'all don't want to listen.
You don't have anything to say.
I
You
listened
you
to
just
you. I'm
you are
willing
a
to
liar.
learn.
You lie just like your God did. You have told two
You just
lies
want
in
to
here,
call.
and then you tried to change it to say,
Want to call
"I
people
said
names
I don't read it enough because I can't get enough."
because I called you
You have the spirit of narcissism like
Jezebel.
Jesus. I'm
Jezebel.
proud to be called a Jezebel. You do realize that, right? You're not harming me. You're not hurting me or offending me by calling me Jezebel. You quite literally are complimenting me. You're calling me intelligent. You're calling me confident. You're calling me prudent. You're calling me wise. You're calling me strategic.
You know the
You're calling me beautiful. Like
dogs in your body.
you do realize that when you call me Jezebel, it is a compliment. Huh?
Do you realize that the dogs ate her body?
Okay, the dog's gonna eat everybody's body.
No, they not. No, they
Every last
not.
one of us is gonna
No, they
die
not.
and be
No,
put in
they
the
not.
fucking ground.
That was the judgment of God. He said
Did
she not
Jezebel
gonna
feel the
eat her.
dogs eating her body?
She was a
Did Jezebel feel the dogs eating her body after she hit the
nope,
ground? Okay, so
nope.
who the fuck cares?
Probably she
Who the
probably
fuck
did. I
cares?
don't know, but
Everybody's
she was out of
body
here.
goes in the ground and will be fucking food for some fucking animal. Who
No,
the fuck cares?
God said the dog. She was a queen, y'all.
Right.
You know how low down that is for a dog to eat you and you a queen? That's the judgment of God. Stop
That's
playing with me.
that's judgment of humans.
Y'all
If
better stop
your
playing with the
your
Most
body is
High.
dead, girl,
He
listen to your
love
dumb
you.
ass. You don't even make sense. If you are dead
He love you.
and your God is judging, your God is sending some fucking status symbol to humans who are alive, that is human shit. Who gives a damn about what happens after you die? She's dead at this point. That like your God saying, I'm gonna send dogs to eat your body after you die. Is your God not smart, friend? You
That
know
was
what?
embarrassing
That's because
for a
he talking to
queen.
y'all's fucking kidneys and y'all hearts. That
That was
motherfucker missed the
embarrassing
brain.
for a
He
queen.
like it, that if he
She's
missed the
supposed to
fucking
be
how what's
honored,
hold on. Hey. Let me ask you a
buried
question.
in a
That
nice.
hold on. For a dog to eat her dead body is embarrassing for a queen. Did she fucking feel embarrassed?
And she got pooped out somewhere.
Did she feel embarrassed?
That's crazy.
Did she feel embarrassed?
A queen.
Answer the question. Did she feel embarrassed?
So don't follow Jezebel.
Answer the
Because her
question.
end is not
West
good.
Coast. West Coast. Answer the question. Did
What's the
Jezebel
question,
feel it?
Hope?
Did she feel embarrassed about dogs shitting her out?
I bet she did when she was falling off that building. Looking
The
pretty.
dogs ate her. Hold on. The dogs ate her and shit her out before she fell off the building.
She
They
was
ate her and shit her out on her way down.
She was embarrassed when they didn't listen to her and they picked her up and threw her off the building.
No, the fuck she wasn't.
Yes,
Like,
she
how the
was.
fuck do you know that?
Bet she was screaming.
Of course she was fucking screaming. She's about to die.
But
Your
it was
ass
too
would
late.
too with
She
your
should
whole
have
Holy Ghost ass.
changed.
You
I
would
would've
too.
changed.
You would be screaming too if a motherfucker
I
threw
would've
your ass off
changed.
a building. Like, what
Yep.
the fuck are you even saying right now? You make no sense.
I would have changed. I wouldn't have had God do me like that.
Okay, cool. I mean, you'll bow down and serve a motherfucker.
Yes.
You'll bow down and serve the same motherfucker that sent your ass to bondage just so that you don't die. Jezebel
Bow
died
down
for
every
something.
day.
Your ass lived for nothing. That is too different. That is the difference between you and a fucking Jezebel. You were scared of hell, and she was a fucking Jezebel. That's two different things. Of course, you would
Exactly.
change.
We
Like
agree
you
finally.
don't even like you
We
haven't
agree,
even
yo.
hold on,
We
stop.
agree.
You haven't even seen this guy, and you talking about I'm gonna change so I don't die. Like, okay, go. But everything that you're saying, like, first off, you don't know if she was embarrassed. Second off, who the fuck gives a damn? She's dead. Who cares if a
I
dog
bet you
eats her?
she
Who
cared.
cares if a how the fuck is a dead person going to care
Bet
about
you she
anything,
cared.
West Coast?
She,
How is a dead person going to care about anything? Listen to yourself. You are giving Jezebel the same fucking
her soul
ability.
isn't
Will you
dead.
fucking stop? God damn. How is a dead person going to care about anything? You are literally giving Jezebel the same characteristics as your Jesus. Jezebel still lived after death. Jezebel can still communicate with humans after death. Jezebel can change the spirit of people after death. She's basically your God. She's basically just like your God, but better. Like, do y'all even think about the shit that y'all believe or the shit that y'all say?
Well, I still believe and know that Jesus is Lord and he's coming back. And it will behoove y'all to
That
bow
motherfucker
down
ain't
right
coming back.
now so you won't have to be forced to do it later. For
Uh,
Go
real.
ahead. Go ahead, Nelly.
I was just
For
gonna
real.
say, I just,
Y'all my neighbors.
no, I'm not your damn neighbor,
Yes,
but
you is.
uh, you saying Jesus is gonna come back? You know how long they've been saying that? First of all, in order for Jesus, how is he gonna come back? You hear what you're saying? Jesus is gonna come back. The motherfucker ain't never came. So how the fuck is he gonna come back?
You should read the book of Jude, Mr. Nelson. It talk about people like you.
Okay,
It
good.
talk about how in the last days people gonna be walking after their own flesh and saying that Jesus not coming back. Ain't got
Okay.
really nothing to offer to people, but they gonna tell you that Jesus not coming back.
Okay.
What do y'all have in place to offer than the Savior?
What?
Jesus said you get eternal life when you confess him and your sins forgiven and you escape hell fire. What y'all
You
offering the
don't
people?
know if
But
that's
what are you
real.
guys offering the people?
We don't have to offer them shit,
You
but
taking something,
life.
you trying.
We don't have to. Hey, stop fucking doing that shit.
I wasn't finished.
Stop.
That's rude.
Stop. I don't give a damn. You've been rude since you've been on this fucking stage.
Yep.
We don't have to offer them shit, but support, being here with them, helping them through life when they need something, being a friend, the actually being a neighbor instead of just saying the shit like y'all do. But the fact that you think that you need somebody got to offer you an alternative to afterlife is crazy as fuck when ain't now one of y'all taking a flight there. Y'all have never taken a flight to the afterlife and came back and be like, hey, I'm gonna take you now. This trip, I'm gonna take Joe Bud and Susie.
I
You don't
have.
have that ability to do that. No, the fuck you have not.
There she
I
go
have.
lying. You lied to yourself.
And
That
if
is
anybody
ridiculous.
is willing to go with me, all you got to do is confess Jesus as your Savior and your Lord. Confess before Him, and He'll forgive you and take you on that ultimate ride.
Shit. When they say jetway for Jesus.
And He also said it was gonna be people just like y'all too. That's why y'all don't bother me. He already told me y'all gonna do this. But I'm just here to warn the people. Don't listen, madam, y'all. Y'all better believe in the Lord.
Listen, Adam.
Listen at him.
Mhm.
Hold on.
He
He
coming
told
back.
you. He told you that there's gonna be people like this, or in the book, the Bible said.
Ooh-wee, he come. And you want your name written in the Lamb's
Answer
Book
the
of Life.
question.
Don't you want your name written in the
Answer
Book of
the
Life?
question. Did he tell you that there's gonna be people that don't believe in him, or does the Bible say that shit?
Same thing. The Bible is the word of God. And the word of
So,
God said it's going to be, they call them scoffers.
hold on.
in
When
the
you say
last
it's the
days.
same thing,
Uh-huh.
so when you said this God is talking to your heart, that means the Bible is talking to your heart, not the God.
It's the same thing. The Bible is the living word of
So
God.
so when
Jesus
the
was the
when
walking, talking
does
word
the
of God.
God ever say something to you that's not in the Bible? Does the
Yes.
God? Okay,
Yes. When
so
I
it's
first
not the
heard
same
him.
thing.
Yes.
So it's
Yes.
not the same thing.
What?
It's not the same thing.
He's not confined to the book. That's just for
It's
us.
not the same thing though, right?
No,
Like
the
you do
book is
realize
just for us,
you
baby.
do realize obviously y'all motherfuckers don't know how to read the shit. Like
Why I gotta be all that?
you do realize that in that book there are words, right? Or stories that doesn't that like it's not about your God. Like things that people say that aren't it isn't your God's word. Like you do realize that
All
everything
66 books.
every scripture in that book isn't your God speaking.
Well, I
There's
believe it
narrators
is.
speaking, there's people from other nations speaking. Like you realize that, right? Like you know how
I'm
to read
not
a
talking
story.
about the little summary and I'm talking about just the verses, book, chapter, verse. That's the
That's what I
unadulterated
said.
word of God from
That's
Genesis
what
to
I
Revelation.
said.
Yes, I believe
That
that.
you do
Hmm.
realize that in
Yes.
the book, some of those verses are other people talking.
Yes, like David. David did a lot of talking in the Psalms. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I just
Why
told
don't
Mr. Nelson about
why
one of
don't
my favorite
why
books, the
don't the
book
Holy
of Jude.
Spirit
That's
why don't the
Jude.
Holy Spirit actually teach y'all how to read?
I have one question before we leave, I leave because we just gonna keep going back and forth, host. And I don't wanna. I know
Going
you
back,
want
how
some
the fuck
more.
do you have conversations if
I
you
know
don't
you
go
want
back and
some more
forth?
ops up here that you.
You are not an op. You are entertainment. Like I don't know what you think you defending right
Touche,
now.
touche.
You're not defending anything.
One last question before I go.
No.
Don't y'all want y'all name written?
No. No, we don't.
Why you see? I told
No.
you. See, they go to mute.
No, no. Like, are you okay? Like you actually think that you're being muted because you're saying something that is like terrifying to us?
Can I ask a question?
No. You cannot. You
Okay, well I'm out.
first off, you picked a fucking topic that you couldn't
Why
even
you be talking this?
discuss. Will you fucking stop? You picked a topic that you couldn't discuss. I actually think your ass is lying about being vision impaired. Like your whole personality tells me that you're typing in all caps in my comments because you think you're doing something. Like your personality matches the fucking caps and matches the shit that you say.
Exactly.
Yeah. But you've shown us that you are a liar.
No, but I stayed. Isabel is not innocent. I stayed on that. I don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't fucking pick
But
that.
why you
You
want to stay
didn't.
up here with
You
me?
did not pick Jezebel was innocent. You picked. How do you know you're not? The Bible God is not deceiving you. Are you okay?
No, you told me to read
Could have
that.
stopped that. No. Oh my fucking God.
But that's the one I stayed on.
Jesus need to start talking to your fucking
Talked
brain and
about
not your
Jezebel.
goddamn heart. He need to start talking to your
Now you
brain,
lying.
and then he need to start doing phonics and then reading comprehension. And then
Why you lying?
and then instead of talking to your heart, he needs to like literally use your brain to tell you that your fucking heart is to pump blood.
Why
Okay,
you
your heart. The purpose of your heart is to pump blood and keep your body alive. It is not for having fucking conversations. That's the first thing Jesus needs to do. But because he is a deceiver and he has you thinking that he fucking judges your heart or your kidneys and that he can have a whole conversation with your heart, y'all motherfuckers don't read the book. You skip English class or literature class. You don't have any reading comprehension. You don't have any conversational skills, and y'all are rude as fuck. And then you think and then your goal when y'all come in these spaces is to be rude and disruptive so that you get dropped or blocked so you can go and fucking lie like you're God and say, yeah, I dropped them because I was talking truth. No, you got dropped or muted because you are just fucking rude and a waste of a fucking conversation. Just like your God talking to your heart, because that motherfucker ain't saying shit.
Oh, I thought the drop was coming. Okay, I survived the drop.
You don't fucking listen. I told you
Yep.
when you first got up here, I'm not scared of your ass. There
I'm
isn't
not. Why
anything
would
that you
you
can
be
fucking
scared of
say that's
me?
gonna make me fucking drop you. If I was scared of you, I would have blocked your ass when you was typing it on caps in my fucking comments. I don't know why the hell you aiming for a block like you aiming to get into fucking heaven after you die. I don't give a damn
I
about
got
the
a
shit that come out your
question.
fucking mouth. No. I don't care.
Question.
I do not care about the shit that come out of your fucking mouth. There's absolutely nothing that you can say that I give a damn about outside of this fucking conversation. And like it's ridiculous that I am losing my voice because I gotta talk loud over your ass who couldn't have a civil fucking conversation. It's fucking ridiculous.
Okay, can I say something now?
No.
That's crazy. You didn't just talk and say something for 2 or 3. Y'all wrong. You know you wrong, right? I'm about to bounce. Y'all ain't gonna keep doing me like this. But you're not gonna let me ask my question
No.
before I go?
No.
All right. Well, thanks for letting me up. Gonna drop me or you want me to
Why
drop?
the fuck would I drop you? You know how
Because
to
it
drop
messed.
yourself. No, the fuck it don't.
Oh.
That is. I can't even conversate with somebody like that. I just can't.
You notice how like her goal was to get dropped. They
Mm-hmm.
like they lie to each other and be like, oh, such and such dropped me because I was speaking truth. Like they don't know how to defend this shit. They haven't read it. They don't know how to defend it, and all they know how to do is be fucking rude, and create chaos. This is why I said the learning stops as soon as a Christian gets on stage. Drop it don't do anything. They call it a win if because they're seeking to debate and not discuss, and so they think it's a win if they get dropped from the stage. Yeah, they're agents of chaos. The learning stops as soon as a fucking Christian gets on stage.
Hey, what's happening, host? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing amazing. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I did all of that. All right. My question to you is,
I don't answer random questions from the chat though. This is in an open forum. Let me explain how the room works. I only talk to people who currently believe in the God of the Bible.
all right. So you don't need me
I'm
then.
sorry. I'm sorry. You gotta let me finish talking, okay?
Hold on.
He was too busy.
Like he didn't even let me say or atheist. And like that's the crazy shit. First off, it's literally scrolling across the fucking bottom of the camera box. It literally says believers, people who are deconstructing or atheists. You didn't even fucking let me get to that. And then I was getting ready to tell you how to fucking engage in this space. But I'm glad your ass dropped because you don't fucking listen. And I don't care if you are a believer or not. Like that's ridiculous. This is why I say like humans be pissing me the fuck off.
Mm. Wow. That is rough.
I'm gonna say your name wrong again, because of the way you have it written. But I'm trying to figure out how you told me to pronounce this. K K9Q, but it's pronounced. Oh my God, Kanike. Kan. How did you do that? Kanike. Are you in the panel on purpose? I mean, are you in the request on purpose? K9Q. Oh, okay. I thought you said it was like one word. When I thought you said it was like one word, not two. What did I pronounce it as when you first came up here?
You was calling me Kaniqua. But it's K9Q. Because I'm a Q dog. And my rap name when I used to rap was K9 and I'm a Q. So it's like K9Q because I'm a Omega.
Wait, you didn't have it spelled like that for me. This ain't no damn Kuniqua. What
No,
do you have?
no. At first, I changed it because of you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Because I'm
Because,
gonna say, how the hell I look
no,
at that and say Kaniqua?
no. First I had to spell in all letters like Kineque.
Oh,
So
okay.
you looked at it as Kaniqua, and that was.
you had me you had me second guessing myself for a second because I was like, how the fuck did I read that as Kaniqua? But reading that, I remember you saying that it was so okay. Yeah, that's better. K9Q. Okay. What's up, Love Bug? How are you? And I know.
I ain't gonna say nothing about
I
I ain't gonna say it. Okay, since you say I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, but let me tell you, okay. I know, like, I'm trying to figure out how to do it because I end up having to give Dr. B my address and also because they want to send me something. But I don't want to have I didn't because I don't feel like driving to the PO box.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I don't want to like just be giving my home address out like, but I got to figure out how to do it because that PO box is an hour away.
No
It's
problem.
an hour away.
As long as I know I got it for you for whenever. You just however you want to do it, and yeah. And it look even more beautiful in person, so I can't wait till
I
you do
know, I know.
Do you have a do you have a local like UPS office or a FedEx office close to you?
Yeah, but don't you have to have like a mailbox there or something? Like for them
No,
to
you can have it shipped to the FedEx office for pickup right there. You can go in there and pick whatever up.
wait, I
you
mean he
right.
can
I don't know
shift it
why I think
to
that.
the
Huh?
he can shift it to like a FedEx without it like that
Yeah,
need the address?
yeah. All he needs is the FedEx that's close to you, and then he can go into FedEx and send whatever and it'll go to that FedEx office, and you can walk in with your ID and pick it up.
Oh, okay, let's do that. And
Yeah, that
yeah,
sounds good. Thanks, Nelly. That sounds real good.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, okay. Yeah, that works. Thank you, Nelly. Okay. You said that's not why you came up. You said you came up to talk about the topic.
I still it's not it's I'm gonna try to tie it in to it. I ain't got
Oh,
my
you don't have to
glasses
talk
on.
about the topic.
Okay.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
I wanted to ask you, what's it? I mean, I'm an atheist, but I'm thinking a better description of me is a nihilist now. What do you think about the difference between atheism and nihilism?
Nihilism is I think it depends. Right, there's two different definitions. There's a philosophical one, and then um, uh, I guess psychological one. But nihilists approach life as nothing really matters, right? Like you can never know the or have a meaning to life, or like anything really. And is that how you see life?
Yes, and I was seeing that they said something like a difference maybe the difference between determinalism and fatalism. I think I'm more of a determinalism, but I haven't fully studied it. I'm just now kind of realize I kind of sometimes describe myself as that, but I wanted to look up and make sure it was right. And then you know how much I think about your knowledge and the way you think. So even if you, I just want to hear what your opinion is. I'm going to study on it more, but I think I am kind of pretty much a nihilist, but a positive nihilist. It's like I said, they got the fatalism and the determinalism. The determinalism is more like a humanitarian, and you care about people. The
Yeah,
fatalism
yeah.
is you just think whatever, I can do what I want. But I just want to hear your. I'm gonna study it, but I want to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, but are you saying that you believe that life has no meaning? That there is no value to life at all, or
I wouldn't say not no value. I would just say that it has no meaning. I think and what it's kind of like predestination. I I think what happens happens, and it's almost like you don't really think is a right or wrong. But I am a very very caring human. I can't lock that in. But I don't believe it's a right and wrong. I believe everything has a purpose. If it has a purpose, or it just happened, I don't really see a negative. I'm not a negative person. So that's why I'm trying to see it like it sounds like such a negative word, just like an atheist. But as I'm studying it, it kind of makes sense to me.
so when you say that there is no right or wrong, you're saying that you would look at a child being raped by her grandparents and say that and not determine that that is right or wrong.
Well, it's saying that no, the human in me knows inherently feels that something is wrong, but society has actually put the words on things to say that. I definitely think that's wrong. But it's like the words that I'm using to say that and describe that is from humans. Like everything, the way we determine life is from a human perspective because that's what we are. But that's what I'm saying. The part about the right or wrong, and that's where I'm gonna have to kind of break it down a little because I think certain people do determine it's right or wrong. Like they're saying, there's certain parts of your brain. Like they're saying, there's something that can happen, like to people. It's a certain part of your brain, and you can't help what makes you like that kind of. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not. If you are one of those people, it's something wrong with you, but it's not your fault, type thing.
Why would it not be their fault? Like I don't understand.
Because
Are you saying that we
scientifically,
can't
I'm
control
thinking
our
it's
you're saying we can't control our actions?
that's what I'm saying. It's a part of our brain does like I said, I'm gonna get back to you because But I was just, and it's just like your brain determines what you're gonna do, like so many milliseconds or something before you actually do what you're gonna do. So I'm saying it's an effect of your brain. It's like your actual chemistry that makes you like that.
Hold on, Nelly, can you take over for me 1 second?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm trying to still understand what you're saying exactly. Um, can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think it's something that if you like that, it's really not your fault. You know what I'm saying? I know that's hard to understand. I'm thinking scientific, physically in your DNA and something. It's something that's wrong with you that make you like that. So it's not saying that it's not right to do bad things to people. It's just a fact. Like I said, I'm gonna study into it more because it's the fatalistic part is like you just think people just bad or just it's part of life and it's meant to happen and this and that. But the determinism part of it is just like it's a science to it, just like it is with everything in the world. You're not trying to explain why things are the way they are.
But
Things
what,
just are the way they are.
but when people do stuff like that, and if they determine that it's not their fault, wouldn't that be considered like some type of mental illness?
Exactly. Exactly.
So,
That's
well
basically
then,
where I'm thinking.
well then, I mean that right there is already scientifically proven that I mean, people have mental illness. Some people can't control uh, their actions because of their illness. You know, some people have a mental illness to where they may do bad things, but in their mind, it's right. Some people have a mental illness to where they see things that are not really there. I mean, there's all types of mental illness out there, for that, but that's a human body thing. That's a human mind thing. That's a brain activity thing. I mean,
I
that's
agree.
that's normal. So I mean, I don't see. I'm trying to understand your point in it, but that's something that's been discovered for many, 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 many years. you know. But the ones who don't have a mental deficiency or a mental illness, then they go out and do bad things. They know exactly what they're doing, and it's what they want to do, whether it's unaliving somebody or whatever.
I would say read up on it a little bit more and get a better understanding of what nihilism is, and because there is two different types, right? Like you have the philosophical one and then the psychological one. The psychological one usually um they don't like they are damn near uh cynical, if that makes sense. Like you're not saying you're cynical, right?
No, what I'm saying is, like I said, I'm gonna explore it a little bit, but what it's going to is like it's
Hold on, K now.
it's
Hold on, K now. Hey, can y'all see my comment? Can y'all see my comment in the comments? Cause I don't see it.
I haven't seen the comments even move on my end.
Uh-uh.
Y'all don't see the comments moving at all.
Uh-uh. They're
That is
not
so
moving it.
fucking weird. Cause I
they're moving
commented.
for me. They're moving for me, but I haven't seen one from you.
Let me
Hold
see if
on.
it moved for me. Yeah, it just moved for me too.
Okay, I just commented again. Can y'all see it?
Yeah, you said test.
I I must have missed it. Oh, I see it. Yeah, test.
Okay. Why didn't the last one? All right. That's weird. Okay.
Now it's moving.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry, Kana.
No, no, but that's what I'm saying. I want to study with you. I'm gonna get back to you on it. Like I said, this and that. But I don't. I think it really is a mental. What I'm saying is, I think that is just that it's like you said, this mental ill is a mental illness. If someone is like, I really think it's a mental illness, and then it's not their fault type thing. You know what I'm saying? It's so, and I think it's having sympathy for a person like that than actually really looking at them like they actually made the choice. Like it's something in your brain that makes you do that.
I,
Like you said, that's
I
the
think I think there could be like I don't know why when I type this specific comment it doesn't show up. The comment that I have typed twice that will not show is be cool. This is a friend and a fellow nerd on stage. For some reason TikTok is uh censoring that comment.
Oh, I haven't looked at the comments. Just I know, and even, but I know I can talk to you like this because you know my personality. I'm not like I must sound crazy for you to be getting comments like for you to respond to that comment like someone must be saying something that's kind of like I'm off my rocker or something. But just a
Well, I
real
think
deep
it's the
conversation.
nihilism. It's the nihilism, and they might think that. Well, all I said was be cool and nerd. I don't know why they would block it. Yeah, I can see it, but y'all can't for some reason. Um, no, it's the nihilism, right? And I think when I first learned about nihilism, I didn't know that there were two different types. There definitely is, as you mentioned, one that is that approaches life in a very um, lackadaisical, nonchalant, nothing matters type way, and can be very harmful to themselves and harmful to society. And they have a very cynical outlook on life. And that's what I'm asking. Which part of nihilism you're saying that that you identify with, because it kind of sounds like when you say there is no right or wrong, and that everybody um, has a mental illness and aren't responsible for their actions, that can get really dangerous.
Yeah, and which I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off, did I? Okay.
No.
Um, that's something like what's like with Frederick, Frederick Nietzsche type stuff, and it's like a real, but it's like you go. It's like I said, fatalism, where you is like more. I think is that kind of the way that must be coming out for me. But the determinism is not. Once you study, maybe look at those two different terms, determinism and fatalism, and and see what you get out of that. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
why are you saying determinalism is nihilistic?
Because that's the words that they said. When I was
Okay.
actually watching a YouTube video on it, explaining it. Because, like I said, this is within the last 30, 40 minutes, I got to thinking about it, and you were on, and I just wanted to come talk to you about it. But
Okay.
I'm going to go back to the video. Go ahead.
Okay. So the determinism. I don't know why the hell I was saying determinal. Determinism
My bad.
is uh okay. You know, when we have the conversations about free will, right? And um we bring up the definition of free will when we're talking to the believer, to explain to them that free will would require them to be able to make decisions without being influenced by their upbringing, by their belief in a God, by their desire to, not lie, not die, their desire to make money and eat and have a shelter, right? Every decision that we make is influenced by either an outside influence like culture or upbringing, our desire to be loved or to be left alone, our need for food, shelter, healthcare, things like that, and then an expected fate. Like we put our seatbelts on because we don't want to have a car accident and fly out the window, or we stop at stop signs because we don't want to have a car accident. Right? We don't make decisions in life all willy nilly without those things influencing our decisions. And so determinism basically is saying that even when we pick our favorite ice cream, our taste buds, our culture, our upbringing, and even what we've experienced during that day influences that choice. But the choice is we're being presented with options in front of us as we go through our life, and these things influence which option we choose. It's not saying we don't have choice, period. It's saying we don't have free will.
That's you said it is almost how the video was saying it. So I don't disagree with you because that's the point it was made. Because I know how y'all say that the definition of free will is the ability to make the choice without the fear of consequences or fate. And so the whole time I was listening to that, at first I was thinking that no, it wasn't saying it right, but it did break it down just like you did, and that's why I point out like the difference between it's like your culture is influencing the things that you've been through, and even every day the influence that you're going through are determining your choices right there, and you still don't really have control. So that's why I was saying free will, it leads to religion, but it's not a good thing type thing. So it kind of was going straight along the lines of what you said.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you're not accountable, right? It doesn't mean that um because you are presented with multiple options, and then you choose the option based off of all of these different factors, right? But it doesn't mean that you have a mental illness or that you just can't help yourself.
What So this is one point that they brought up. Like I said, I got to go back because I just came to you early before I really studied. But the point that it was making too is like it's been like people like the P3 or whatever you call it. So that they was like pediatricians before that, and then all of a sudden they became interested in the patients. So But then they found out later that it was a tumor or something at the back of their brain that caused that. And once it was removed, they no longer had those urges anymore for her. So that's what made me kind of go to that point. Like, well, that's not their fault, That's like, and if you go through some traumatic experience or something that makes it's kind of really not your fault. Now you can't get through life like that, and that's what it was making the point too. Like it's a thin line between that because the whole fabric of society will fall through if that is accepted. But
Yeah,
in
but
the
that's not the
reality
case
of
for
it,
everybody though. And like we can't that's not the case for everybody.
I agree. I
And
agree.
yeah, and so there is a difference between a brain tumor that causes the brain to get sick and literally disrupts the neurological function of the brain and how it communicates, right? And the causes misfires in the brain when it's transmitting information to your body. That is different. What we're talking about is a healthy brain, right? In a body with people who have different neurological makeups because of different upbringings, different beliefs, um, being presented with options and them choosing options. Like it, determinism isn't saying you're not responsible for the choices you make. That's not what determinism is saying.
Okay, well, like I said, I came to you early on just because I respect your thinking on it so much. I'm in a very early stage. I agree, and that's the only reason why I came to get your opinion because I value your opinion. I'm going to keep expressing it. I think pretty much the way you think on everything, and use the type of person that I could bring this type of conversation up. It's real deep. It's real deep and real, and you are a very deep thinker. That's the only reason why I'm on this live right now asking you this question because I know you're gonna go back and you're gonna analyze. You think so deep, so that's what I appreciate about you. And that's the only reason why I came to you like that. Pretty much, I'm a normal. I ain't finna go out and do nothing crazy. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm a
Well,
good dude.
think about like why you wouldn't, right? Even though like the option might be there, the desire, like you may have thoughts, but you said like several times, and I know you to be a nice person, right? You said several times, I care about humanity, right? I'm a nice person, um, and you make a conscious choice to not do harmful things, and you may have the thoughts or the urges to do it, but you choose not to. And the very fact that you choose not to do it means that we have the ability to make the better choice, that we're not just willy-nilly acting uh, uh you know uh, without any type of self-control. um like there's something else that's controlling our decisions, our day-to-day activities, to where we can't or shouldn't be held accountable or even consider our actions right or wrong.
But that it all kind of it's just a real deep. It's a real deep form of indoctrination to me, like kind of being caught up in the matrix because we could have been something totally different. I just want to hear your thoughts, and I'm just hitting you with the early stage, and I want you, to get back with me and this and that kind of, what I'm saying, because I'm gonna move on so you can get other people on there and this and that. But I just wanted to bring it to you just because, and I'm gonna keep studying on it, and then I'll come back to you. You know what I'm saying, and kind of because you're the type of person I can talk to about stuff like this. There ain't very many people that kind of, so.
And I think so looking at what you're talking about, so you have existential nihilism, focuses on the human condition, asserting that life has no intrinsic meaning, leading to anxiety, but also potentially freedom to create subjective meaning. Right. So that's one version of nihilism. Then you have moral nihilism, which is what you're currently talking about. But I think you're missing like the inherently in this definition. It's not saying there is no right or wrong. It's moral nihilism denies the existence of objective moral facts, and meaning that there is no inherently right or wrong decision. And so that would, like, I don't think that there is an objective moral that any of us have. I think morality is subjective, and so there's a difference between there is no right or wrong and there is no objective right or wrong. Those are different statements, and I think you may have a misunderstanding on of what they're saying with the moral nihilism, and then you have political nihilism, which says it advocates for the destruction of existing social and political institutions and viewing them as oppressive. So those are the three different types of nihilism.
That's the difference I was into when I was listening, and I stopped the video. But it's gonna, and so that's why I was gonna go deeper. But you were on, and I was like, I could ask thinker. So that's kind of what. But what do you mean by inherently?
Like right or wrong that is uh that it's outside of your, it's not dependent on your mind, it's not dependent on you being taught that it's right or wrong. You're born with this understanding that uh uh specific actions or behaviors are morally right or morally wrong. For example, murder. The moral nihilism rejects the idea that everybody is born knowing murdering people is wrong. I don't think people are born knowing that. I don't think there is any objective moral uh, standards. I think morality is subjective.
So what's the difference between objective and subjective?
Objective
In your
is
opinion.
not mind dependent, so you don't have to think about it. It's not based on your emotions. It's not based on your personal values or principles. It's you just automatically know it's right or wrong. Subjective is mind dependent. It's something that you think about, like the conversations that we have. We discuss them. You're taught these morals from your parents, church, society, right? Laws. That's subjective. And morality, subjective morality changes as humanity grows up and evolves, right? There once was a time where humans thought that it was okay to uh stone their kids just because it was a fucking Tuesday, and they thought that that was moral. But as humanity grew, evolved in their thinking, in their morality, that changed. They understood that it's not okay to stone your kids just because your child looked at you crazy or just because your child ate the last piece of wheat bread. But that it was legal during the time that Jesus was alive. That he would have, like, during the time he would have been alive in first century Rome, it was legal to kill your kids if they disobeyed you. Rome had some of the worst infant decide laws. Like you could kill your baby girl just for being a girl because you feel like you had enough females in your family, in your household already.
What can I say something real quick? I'm sorry. I was trying to let you do two. So when you're saying that, so that's the kind of the point I was making. Like you're saying that they are both involved, but where's the cutoff? It's just like in anything. Where's the difference between hot and cold? So to
What do
me,
you
it's
mean?
like, go ahead.
No, what do you mean? What do you
It's like
mean?
they're both there. So it's like it's something that you're not really in control of because you have both objective and subjective morality, and both occur in different occasions. So how do you know where
Where
to
do you
cut
see
off?
where do you see objective morality in that situation? In the examples that I gave you, where are you seeing objective morality?
So say what? Well, give me your objective. Say it one more time, and just so maybe I didn't catch the credit. I thought I caught it, but let me hear what you said again.
Yeah. Okay. So objective morality means that it is not mind dependent. You are born knowing that it is wrong to throw your baby girl in the sea just because you don't want another girl in your family. That's
Okay,
objective. But nobody is born knowing that.
that I guess that's what. So that's the point. I mean, I would think you do know it, kind of. like you're saying, if you won't do that, then you kind of know within yourself you won't do that. But once you get to talking to somebody, that's subjective, and they might suggest something in your mind that makes you.
Objective doesn't change. Objective is not mind dependent. So there's nothing that somebody's going to be able to say to you that's going to change it, because it's kind of like hard coded. If it was an objective moral standard, it would be hard coded into you as a human, and you wouldn't have to think about it. You would just know.
Okay, I agree with you. I mean, I don't disagree with what you're saying. So I guess maybe I agree that you're saying it. That's what I have. Objective morality. I know it's wrong.
No,
So
you don't have objective morality.
I have suggest. You said that's you being born knowing that it's wrong.
Right. You were taught the things that you believe is wrong today. You were taught that.
But so you don't think that it's. So you're not saying it's that you're born knowing not to kill. You are taught that.
Were you not taught that it's wrong to kill?
Exactly. So yeah, I agree. So I'm trying to figure
So
out what.
that's subjective morality. That's not, because you're also taught that it's okay to kill it for self-defense.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking on the other
That's
side.
subjective. If you can, if you believe that killing is wrong, and but it's okay to kill to defend yourself, right? Then that is subjective. That's not objective. Objective says don't. It's not okay to kill. Period. And you just know that it's not subjective.
But I'm saying, don't both occur in life? There's not people
Show
that's
me.
both
Show me
ways.
an objective. Show me an objective morality. Show me a moral standard that you don't have to think about to know that it's right or wrong. That you didn't have to be taught. That you just know, or just knew without your parents teaching you, or anybody in society teaching you.
Okay, that's a good breakdown on it. I'm gonna have to that's a good breakdown on me for me to be able to start. You know what I'm saying? Where I can't think of nothing now, so that's what I'm saying. I don't want to hold up the conversation, but I can't think of nowhere right off the top of my head. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying. So obviously, what you're saying is true because I would have just answered it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like right, breathing is not a moral standard, but yeah, Sarah, like breathing, like your parents don't have to teach you how to breathe. Although breathing isn't a moral standard, but that would be like an objective truth. It is an objective truth that you are born knowing how to breathe. Like your parents don't have to teach you how to breathe, right? So it would be something like that. Like as soon as you come out the womb, you know this moral standard.
Okay, I can see it like that. You know, I can see. That's why I wanted to talk to you because now I can kind of go. I didn't even finish watching everything, but you know what I'm saying. It seemed a lot like it doesn't really matter, but it does matter if you want to live within the society and be a good person and this and that. Then it matters. But to me, in the end, we gonna live and we gonna die, so it really don't matter. It just matters for me to be able to navigate through this society and be a good human being.
Well,
Type
that's what
thing.
morality is about, though. So I guess that's what's confusing me. Like morality is about society. It's about how you treat yourself, right? How you treat the planet that you live on, how you treat other people who share that space with you, right? That's what morality is about. So it does matter, especially
So
if your goal is to be, a non harmful human. Like you don't necessarily have to be a good human, but an unharmful human, or a helpful human, or a supportive human. Like if these are your goals, right? A compassionate human, a valuable, impactful human. If these are your goals, morality definitely matters. If you don't care about how you show up in society, how you affect the existence of other people who share this rock with you, if you don't care about yourself, then morality will not matter. This is why I asked the question: Why would the God in the Bible um, uh, command his brand new humans not to gain a moral conscience?
that's deep. That's deep that you broke that. That is because why would you want people to know the difference between right and wrong? I know the point that you're making, but
Well,
I
not
get
right or wrong, morally good and morally
more.
bad. Right and wrong are two different things.
I think the point that I'm making really is I don't care about the afterlife. Is where more so is where you know what I'm saying? I ain't worried about heaven or hell and this and that. I am worried about why I'm here and how I treat people and how I live my life and you know what I'm saying as a dude. But I ain't worried about the afterlife. So that's the part of the nihilism that I'm grasping.
Yeah.
So maybe that makes it a little clearer.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. So I think moral nihilism is more so where you probably fit, and it makes sense, right? People who do care about how they affect the existence of other people and how they treat themselves while being atheists and not caring about the afterlife aren't necessarily focused on right or wrong. The difference between believers that do believe in this God, they don't prioritize morality. They say they do, but they prioritize obedience, which obedience focuses on right or wrong. And oftentimes they conflate the idea that right and wrong is the same thing as good and bad, and they're not. Right? Or like morally good or morally bad. They're not the same thing. Right and wrong is about obeying the God. And so for example, we see them all the time justify rape, justify genocide, justify slavery, right? Which all have to do with moral decisions, moral standards. And we see them all the time demoralize themselves in order to defend this God and comply with his command to contend for the faith or to obey his law, right? Um, to worship him, to put him first. So that so it's right in their eyes for them to justify these things because what they have to do is put the God first. They can't blaspheme the God. They can't say anything bad about the God. They can't question the God. So right takes precedent over uh, moral goodness. Does that make sense?
Yes, is that I think we're on the same page now. That's the route I'm going with denialism. It's like,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying? It don't matter what happens. Well, you know what I'm saying? The only matter is living, being a good person right now, doing all that other stuff don't matter. So I get that's where I'm grasping the nihilism part of it.
Yeah, and that makes sense. That makes sense. I get what you were trying to say now, because like if you're not trying to go to heaven or hell, focusing on like obeying the God or what's right or wrong isn't your actions. You're going to be more so the type of person that's going to say, "Did I hurt that person? Did I offend that person? Did I cause that person harm? Am I harming myself?" And then you're going to think about your actions, your behaviors, and you're going to want to shift. Like you're going to do those self checks and introspections, right? And you're going to shift your thinking, you're going to shift your behavior, you're going to allow yourself to grow because you don't want to be harmful, right? Your moral standards are subjective, and they are um they change based on like the your desire to not be harmful.
Exactly. That's where I was going with it. That's why I said I guess why I kept making the point. Like I'm not a bad. I believe I care about other people's feelings more than they care about mine. You kind of done instilled in me about boundaries more because I'm always worried about somebody where they ain't thinking about. They don't care what they doing to you or how they. And I'm always thinking about how what I'm doing is affecting another person and this and that type thing. So yeah, it ain't that I don't. We on the same page now.
Yeah, okay. All right, sounds good. And then I will. So now that we have a plan, I will get you the closest. What do you want, FedEx or UPS?
Either one.
What's closer to you?
I don't even really. They both closed. They use about UPS be good.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so
All
much
right.
for your patience because I fucking
And
hate
thank you
driving to that
for
PO box.
thank you for being patient with me getting that out the right way.
Oh, you're welcome. That's what we have to do in order to get an understanding. Like
Yeah, and
we
I
can't
know
be
you the type of
scared.
person. you the type of person think very deep, so you would have, yeah. So we on the same page. We on the same page. I'm gonna keep studying and see, but I just thought that would be kind of a definition to me. Maybe the moral nihilist, I guess, is more what I would kind of consider myself now. Nah, I'm not considering myself, because even doing that, you putting yourself in the category, and that's crazy. So you know what I'm saying? I'm just studying it because I like to think deep and study stuff like you. So that's all I was doing with that. So, and I value your opinion. So, and the whole panel. So I appreciate y'all. And thanks, Nelly. So I'm gonna get on up out of here.
No
And
problem.
should I say let me down, or should I just go?
Just go. We don't like that lady no more.
All right. Oh yeah, I remember
No,
it was still in
no, we
limbo
ain't
at
like
one
her from the
time.
get go. She came in here again and like, yeah. I actually made a let me down song.
You are the bomb. I used to rap when I used to make music, but the way you just throw it together and so deep, and so you sing like a mug, and everything about you is just amazing. You know that's my word for you. Simply amazing. I
Not
ran out of
everything,
words.
but I appreciate you. I
All right.
definitely have my flaws, but thank you so much. I
All right.
appreciate you. It was a great conversation
Okay.
as well. So
All right.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, have a good one.
Good night.
I want to do let me down. You know the what was it? Is it soldier? What was saying wipe me down? Uh who's saying wipe me down? Is it wipe me down? Swipe me down? Boosie?
Yeah, you talking about little Boosie.
Yeah, and what he say? He said wipe me down. What he say?
Uh,
Yeah, wipe me down. Yeah,
yeah,
I want to do a like a cover for the live for when people need to get down, when the nerds need to get down. Um, Dahlia, are you in the box on purpose on Accident Love? Uh, May. Hello, May. Are you there? All right. Mhm. Okay. Dahlia didn't respond. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. Again, if you're just now joining us, the topic tonight is about deception in the God in the church. The main topic is women have been deceived. Subtopics under that: how do you know the God of the Bible is or isn't deceiving you? That question is open to believers and non-believers as well. Also, people who are deconstructing. If you want to do a end of the year check on your deconstruction, like, do you know the answer to that question yet? On your deconstruction journey. Also, Jezebel was innocent. What if Adam was abusive? Joe's wife was done wrong. I did add the question that I have been asking several people in my comments and nobody can give me an answer to. I want to know why the God sent Hagar back when he had already planned on giving Sarah Isaac. If the God gave Sarah Isaac, he didn't need Hagar to have Ishmael. Hagar had gotten away from the abuse, but he sent her back and told her to submit under the same hand that was abusing her for fucking what? For her to be thrown out again. I need to know why and why y'all see that as the God being loving to Hagar. Um, and then David's God helped him get rid of the baby. Um, did I add? Yeah, yeah. So if you are not afraid to come up and have the conversation, the guest box is open. Thank y'all so much for 214 shares, 124,000 likes. Keep on liking the live. Send your super popular votes. Help us get on the FYP, get more people in the room. I don't know if it's just us in here. I am seeing a lot of comments from nerds. Um, I changed the layout like Justin suggested so that we wouldn't have the problem hitting the FYP. But does it look like it's only us in here? from the comments? Yep. Yep.
Mm,
I'm saying nerd badge after nerd badge after nerd badge. It's just us. Are y'all saying the same thing I'm saying?
yeah, pretty much. All of it's nerds. I'm scrolling. Yeah, I don't see nothing but nerds.
Yeah. Yep. It's just us. And I guarantee mostly everybody has gone to sleep. I hate having to do restarts, but um, I'm gonna go ahead and do one restart and let's see if we can get on the FYP, y'all. Okay.
All right.
All right. I'll be right back. No, because nobody's coming up. It would be a good thing if people would come up and talk to me, but everybody's sitting back waiting on us to talk to people we haven't talked to before. So it won't be a good thing. I see people in the guest box, and I'm about to do a restart. I don't know. Um, it's kind of weird. Um, are y'all coming up to talk? Have y'all been sitting here this whole time? Hold on. Nelly, come on.
Hey, I
Hey, how
just
are you?
I'm doing good. I've been in the comments for like 15 minutes.
Oh,
But
okay.
I am a nerd too, I think. I think I still got my badge.
I see that you have the Heart Me one, but not a subscription, not a paid subscription though.
Okay, I probably need to figure out how to do that. But yeah, I'm definitely in support. I'm just in the comments, but I know you said you were going to restart, so I can even come back if you want to restart and just do it like that. But I'll definitely come up and chat.
Okay, yeah. So give me like 2 seconds. That way we can try to see if we can get on the FYP, and then just request as soon as I restart. Okay.
I got you. Yep.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, bye.
All right. All right, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. YouTube, hold on for me 1 second.
on got, or you can
For the little girl that had that experience in the church, and TikTok keeps violating whatever video I put up about it. So, in effort to elevate the voices of young people in the church who are often not listened to or overlooked or forced into indoctrination, just sit with me and listen to the song. If you like it, if it moves you, I'm going to ask that you comment, leave a heart, share, and repost. Help raise this little girl's voice and all the young people's voices in church.
Mama would tell me I'm refusing to listen. She'd say I'm being wicked, but I don't get it. Do I really?
Fingers crossed as I'm writing this down. Word around Trump.
So the live did show up on the FYP this time, where it did not the last time. Uh, my profile showed up, but this time the live did. So we are on the FYP as of right now. But yeah, okay. Um, don't forget to do all the things. I'm trying to extend. There we go. Okay. TikTok need to get this shit together because it messes up the vibe or the flow of the live when we have to keep doing all these restarts and stuff. Um, like I need to get it together. Welcome, Pony Baby. Thank you so much for traveling from YouTube over here. Awesome. Yeah, we're on the FYP now, baby. Yo, there is an app called Like. Have y'all seen that? And it looks just like YouTube. I mean, TikTok. The streaming, the For You page, like it looks just like TikTok. And apparently they have over 100 million users right now across the world. Yeah. No, not Lemon. It's called Like. It's called Liike or Likee. One of those. I can't remember. But you gotta, in order to go to your profile or create a profile, you have to log into Facebook. Fuck Facebook. Like the fact that you have to log into Facebook and to see the live streams, you have to sign into Facebook. Something tells me Meta owns that shit under a parent company, and I'm not giving Meta none of my fucking data. So I deleted it as soon as I saw that. But it looks just like TikTok. Yeah, I think about 4 years. It's been out for about 4 years. Okay, no, it's Howard Baker.
I would tap it.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night, okay?
Okay.
All right. Y'all, let's get the shares up. We're at 13 shares. Treat it like a brand new stream so that we can hit the FYP. Get most of the people back in here. Don't forget to send your super popular votes if you are a super nerd in the exclusive gift section to upvote the live stream. Feed the beasts and your roses. Let TikTok know that you want more people to come into the room. It's a lot of work getting us back to where we were when we do a restart, but hopefully you can get some conversations going. Sundays are usually our most valuable night where we have the most valuable conversations. Thank you, Shy. I appreciate that. Let's keep on sharing. Cindy, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Yeah, he's always wanting what TikTok has. That's why they did what they did to fucking uh take over the app. That was a hostile takeover. We had 35 shares, y'all. Let's keep on sharing the live. Let's get to 100 shares. Try to get us back to where we were. We're growing pretty slow. I hope we still on the FIB. Okay, Cindy, thank you. We'll do some music while we wait to get us back where we are. Thank you so much for 68 shares. I appreciate y'all. Let's see. If you've downloaded the new album, then you know this is the intro to the album. Hey, Nurse Bunny. Thank y'all so much for 100 shares. Y'all rock.
They didn't call it hate. They called it holy. They didn't erase us. They renamed us. You wrote us in the warnings. Turn our names into shame. Show the world we were sinners. Just to cover your blame. Yeah. Eve, the first one they blame. Hagar, disposable sin away. Leon, love still called blessed. The country by name, unaddressed. Men made the stories, women paid the cost. These are warnings, they're witnesses.
Yeah, that's the intro, and then there is an outro at the end. And keep in mind, as the volumes come out, the intro and the outro will tell a story. So pay attention to those. Thank you, AG. I cannot get this. There we go. It's crazy. It's telling me to set a live goal like I don't have one. Y'all see the Santa hats, right? Nelly must not be coming back, and Selena must be knocked down. To the Crystal Neath, are you coming back up? Yeah. Thank you, Brown Sugar. I appreciate that. Y'all remember to feed the beast. That's the only way TikTok is going to bring more people in here. You have to be, unfortunately, TikTok has to think that they're going to make money from the stream for them to push it out. And we need to be pushed out in order to have conversations. Give me just a second if you're in the guest request box. This thing is going so slow. And I don't know if I'm not seeing it because I see y'all gifting, but it's the coins aren't moving. So the system done went like it's behind. TikTok Studio is behind. It's fucking stupid. This system is dumb. Like this system is raggedy as fuck. I'm trying to figure out why. Does it feel like the light got darker in here? Let me see. That's what it feel like, cause like now I can't even get the guest box to open. I can't get the guest box to open. It's telling me to set a gift goal like I don't have one, and then when I try to open the gift goal thing, nothing happens. I can't get the guest box open, y'all. No, because I'm probably going to have to reset again because I see y'all gifting, but nothing's happening. Like it's saying that um the gifting is only at 9:22. What do y'all see? and like if I can't open the guest box, the TikTok studio is going to be behind. I'm not even going to, even if you bring somebody up, I won't be able to see them on stage. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to do another reset. It doesn't show it on TikTok Studio. Oh God. Yep. Let me let me reset one more time. I'll be right back, y'all. I hate this. I hate having to do this shit 5,000 times. I'll be right back. This is crazy. This is crazy. Hi, everybody.
But he's a victim of racism. She is not. She's a victim.
Oh, baby.
Father. He's a student of your father's will.
You've probably seen.
You want to know what's.
We get to something.
I know I've come so far.
Do not wear this.
Hey, it's Mama Trey. It's time.
Hi, my name is Bree Woodson.
Takes to
Upgrade your breakfast with these Thomas.
My heart was like an open soul.
I'm trying to find something. I'm
Honest question.
There
Would you
goes
hold
my
my
heart.
On the FYP. There. You see how many refresh I had to do in order to show up? Yeah, I don't know. Keep hitting refresh. I think I had to hit refresh damn near 10 times to show up on the FYP this time. Why is it TikTok fucking sucks? Y'all see that? Okay, let's see. All right. I see one coin so far. 53 people. Hey, Big Bad. Thank you. Thank you. It's still doing the same thing. Eh, Oh, there it is. Now it's starting. Now it's starting to. There we go. Okay. It's done caught up now. Okay. Share the live, repost it. We look like we are I think we're doing good. Yeah. We're on the same thing now. Yeah, I'm on TikTok Live Studio. Studio acts horrible. Like I have to do 3-4 restarts in order for it to work right. Yeah, It wasn't like that at first. At first, it was the best thing since sliced bread. Keep sharing it out. Let's get on the FYP, y'all, and let's see. If you're in here and you want to answer the question, if you started deconstructing this year, do you know? How do you know whether this God is or isn't deceiving you? At the place you are right now, you are in right now, and you're on your deconstruction journey. Have you figured it out? Do you know the answer to that yet, or are you still figuring it out? What questions are you searching, or have you asked yourself to answer that question on whether or not the God of the Bible has or is deceiving you, or being used to deceive others? Also, as a believer, if you are a believer in the God, how do you know that the God is not deceiving you? We're at 54 shares. Y'all keep sharing. I know I keep asking y'all to do that. YouTube, y'all good over there while we revamp? 62 shares, y'all. Am I right at 318 coins? I feel like this is going to be a hard revamp. Let's go. Thank you. Oh, did it look like it like pulled my cheek? Matt. Matt,
What's
are you there?
good? What's good in the hood?
I don't know who talks like that.
Matt talks like that. What's up?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer of the God in the Bible.
Okay.
How about you?
No, I'm an atheist.
You're an atheist.
Which topic did you want to discuss?
Wait, how can we just hold up?
Hey. There's topics on the post. Which topic do you want to discuss?
I'd like to talk about Adam was abusive.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that's like plagiarism.
Wait, read that again. What does that say?
What if Adam was abusive?
Yeah, okay, because you said you want to talk about Adam was abusive, and that's not what that says. It says, what if?
So we're still talking about
do you know what plagiarism is, though?
I mean, you're claiming that. I don't know how you can even talk about these prompts when you're atheist, bro.
Well, I mean, that just means you're not smart if you think that you can't talk about something just because you don't believe in it. But also,
right,
let's talk about
Narnia, then.
Hold on. Also, let's talk about
Narnia.
Let's talk about what plagiarism is. Do you know what the definition of plagiarism is?
Do you know what the definition of the Bible is?
Oh my God, I swear. I wish Jesus would just come back and get y'all, because most of y'all are just ignorant as fuck and a waste of time.
Whoa. Chill out. Just because you don't believe in God doesn't mean
you're just a waste of a fucking conversation. Like, if this is what Jesus produces, like, let him come back and get y'all's asses and leave the rest of us here. Like, this is just fucking ridiculous. And then for you to be 25 years old, first off, you come in saying that this is plagiarism. Shut the fuck up. You come in here and you say that this is plagiarism. You don't even know what plagiarism is. You have no idea. And
Are we not talking about a book?
And then your very limited mind, that you have, you say, how can you talk about this if you don't believe in God, if you're an atheist? As if words all of a sudden lose their meanings and their definitions, their historical context or whatever, because you're an atheist. Like, that shit doesn't make any sense when y'all say that.
That comeback was like a 3 out of 10, not gonna lie.
I don't give a damn. Like, most of you, like,
most of you,
yeah,
what does that mean?
most of you believers, Y'all are insecure and
What?
ignorant. Yes.
Wait, people are arrogant because they have faith? Wow,
I
that's a new
said
take.
insecure and ignorant, not arrogant.
I think you're like Skip
Ignorant.
Bayless, but instead of sports, it's religion.
What?
Okay. All right, Stephen A. Smith.
Go to heaven. Go to heaven.
That's like saying go to the playoffs.
Go to heaven. Cool. Go to heaven.
I will.
Okay.
I want to see you there
All right.
too.
Bye. Bye. Go to heaven. Have a good
Are you
night.
telling me to die? What the hell?
No, I'm telling you to go be with Jesus. Go to your secret closet. Go see the Savior and get off my stage. Take your ignorant ass and get the fuck off my stage. You are a waste of a conversation.
Crash out alert.
Cool. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Wait, you just told me.
No,
That's
goodbye.
why told me to go die.
Bye.
Go die.
Goodbye.
Go die. What?
Oh my God. Get the fuck off my stage, you fucking maggot.
Wait, do they go to heaven?
God, I swear, I don't like them people. Like, Jesus's kids just, like, they have the worst personalities. They're ignorant as fuck. Yes, he is a real Christian. Like, saying he's not a real Christian is like, just because you don't like how he behaved. He's a real Christian because you didn't say shit about his behavior when he was on stage. And the only thing you did was separate yourself from him. He is a real Christian. The fact that you can't even hold your own fellow brother in Christ accountable. You do the same shit he do. You sat there and saw what the hell he was doing on stage. The hell? Y'all will come in here and scream and tell us, repent, repent, but see somebody on stage claiming to be a Christian and you won't say shit. He's a real Christian. Tatus? Tatus? Is it Tatus?
Yo,
How do I
it's
pronounce it? Tatus?
Tatis.
Tatis. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
18.
Gotta be 21, okay?
Oh, I didn't see that. My fault.
That's okay. But on Tuesday night, come back. Hold on. Is Maddie in here? Give me just a second. Let me see if my 18 plus co-host is here. Is Maddie here? She might have. She was in the restart. She was in the restart. Yeah. So I don't know if she walked out. Right, Maddie to the principal's office. If she just, I'm gonna put you down. If she comes back in, I'll let you know and you can come back up. But on Tuesday nights is usually when I have 18 plus up. And so if she doesn't come back in tonight, definitely on Tuesday night you can come up and participate in the conversation. Okay, when she's here.
I got you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. She was just in the restart. She probably walked off because we wasn't in that restart for what 10, 11 minutes.
Yeah, by the time I got back, y'all were gone.
I agree. He was better behaved than the 25-year-old. Where were you at?
I had to go get me some coffee.
Oh. I'm literally hitting the button to bring this person up. I had to hit it like 4 times.
Hello.
Son of?
Yeah, son of God.
Where is the God part?
I forgot to put it. I was rushing.
Oh, you just made this account?
No.
You just
Been an account for a year now, or like a few months. I don't know.
how old are you?
21.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
What if Adam was abusive? Seems like a bunch of bullshit. I don't know why you'd say something like that. It's very disrespectful. I don't like that at all.
Disrespectful to who?
God and Adam.
How is it disrespectful to your God? And then,
Because
and
how
like, why?
couldn't
Why?
Adam?
Hold on. Why is it disrespectful to your God? And then, why the fuck would I give a damn about it being disrespectful to Adam? Adam is a fucking mortal man. He's not a God.
Well,
Like, why would I care about
you show
being
some respect.
disrespectful
You know what
for
respect is?
fucking what?
You want me
For
to show you what
what?
respectful is, though?
I'm asking why do I owe Adam any respect?
Because he would respect you as God
No,
respects you as well. So
how do you know that he will respect me?
because he follows God's word. So I
Oh,
mean
did
that
he follow your God's word when he ate from the tree?
no, that was Eve.
Did he eat from the tree?
Well, Eve influenced him to, so
Where
Eve
did
is
it say?
abusive.
Where does it say she influenced him?
Go and read the Bible. Have you ever read the Bible? And
Sure, yeah. Let's pull it up. I want to see Eve influenced Adam to
so
eat from the
Eve was
tree.
abusive to.
Sure. Let's see where it says she influenced him. Y'all notice this young of an age how they can't take accountability. Like they get trained really young to pass off their own actions on other people. But it says, so when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was a delight to the eyes and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise. This right here is her process of thought. This word saw here means this is a mental, it's a conscious uh thing happening. She's analyzing the fruit to see if it's edible. She's analyzing whether or not it is good to have wisdom, right? She's going through a process of critical thinking because she has that ability, right? Because of course she's
So
a
this
woman.
makes Adam abusive,
She's a
bitch.
woman. No. Did you just call me a bitch?
No,
What did you just say?
so that makes Adam abusive.
What did you say after the abusive word?
Miss.
Hold on for a second.
I said miss.
Hold on. No, let's see.
That's why you're so angry. I said miss.
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna double check. Analyzing the fruit to see if it's edible. She's analyzing whether or not it is good to have wisdom, right? She's going through a process of critical thinking because she has that ability, right? Because of course she's a woman. She's a woman. No. You did say bitch.
I said miss.
You did not. You said
I have a
bitch.
little stutter.
You said bitch. No, the fuck you don't. Like y'all, the very fact that you called me a bitch for no fucking reason.
I have a
Now,
stutter, so I don't know.
I could understand. I could understand, right? If I was up here cussing your ass out, but I started out respectful, right? Trying to have a conversation with you. But you believers, especially you male believers, y'all are some of the
I have a
worst
stutter.
shut the fuck up. No, you don't. Y'all are some of the worst motherfuckers on this planet. Like y'all are just horrible human beings. You're horrible because
making
your
fun of my
God is horrible.
stutter?
Shut the fuck up. You're horrible because your God is horrible.
You're making fun of my stutter.
You're horrible. You don't have a fucking stutter, motherfucker. You haven't started one motherfucking word since you've been on this stage, dumbass. Get the fuck
Just be
off my
very
stage. Shut
ableist.
the fuck up. Get the fuck off my
You're
stage,
ableist.
bitch. Shut the fuck up, you dumb motherfucker. You Jesus bitch. I swear, like anybody that is a believer in this God, it is very hard for me to fucking like their asses because how the fuck can you be associated with shit like that and call it good? Like you sit and you watch this shit. You know, like you watch it in your churches. You fucking live it. And you okay with it. You just turn a blind eye and you call the shit good. Like there's no fucking way. And then it's these insecure ass religious young motherfuckers who are mad. First off, you ain't Adam, motherfucker. You aren't Adam. I don't know why the hell you're getting mad. You ain't Adam. Whatever divine bullshit you have in your head that you think is you, it ain't you. Most of y'all, first off, Adam presents as dumb as fuck in the text. Most of y'all ain't even as smart as Adam. You're dumber. Tanya, if you don't I swear, asking a woman why am I so angry after a man just called me a bitch and you are a woman, like you, and then of course you're kingdom minded. You are the mother, like the motherfucker that hold up the patriarchy. You are the motherfucker that enables disrespectful ass men to disrespect women. You are the type of person that will tell a woman to stay with a man because God ordained it. Let no man put asunder whatever the Lord put together, and tell her to go back and get her ass beat. The same way your God told Hagar to go back. That's why I'm angry, because motherfuckers like you keep putting people in dangerous situations in the name of this God. And y'all think it's a fucking game. That's why I'm so angry. The hell you sit back, and I guarantee you most of you women found me from the song What If Adam Was Abusive, and then you'll sit here and watch a man disrespect me, and just because he says that he believes in Jesus, you excuse the fucking abuse. You excuse the disrespect. All a man got to do is say Jesus, and you'll let him whoop your motherfucking ass for a seat in heaven. Zare, how old are you?
I'm 32.
You don't sound 32.
I don't?
No.
Yes, ma'am. I'm 32. I'll be 33 in January.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer in Christ.
What topic did you want to discuss? Let me guess. What if Adam was abusive?
I don't even want to waste time with that. I mean, we can do what else all
What
night.
else? Yeah, I mean, be honest. Be honest. Just be honest. Why did you request?
Because I was just listening to the conversation, and honestly, it sounds like you may have been through a lot of trauma with men. So it's like,
Hold on. What the fuck did I say that made you think that I've been through a lot of trauma with men? What did I say in the conversation that I just had that made you think that? I'll be specific.
It's the tone you give off.
Oh, because I don't like being called a bitch. What did you expect me to do when somebody calls me a
I
bitch? Hold on, wait. What do you expect me to do when No, because you made an assumption, and then you can't even. It doesn't matter. I asked you, what did I say? Now you said that it was my tone. What do you expect me to do when somebody? Hold on. What do you expect me to do when someone calls me a bitch? Be like, don't call me a bitch. Don't do that. What do you expect me to do? What do you expect me to do when I'm called a bitch?
Stand up for yourself.
Exactly. So what the fuck do you mean? So I'm going to ask you again, what did I say in that conversation that made you say what you just said? Or are you, again, doing the man thing?
I don't know what you mean by the man thing.
Yeah. When I asked you, why did you come up? Hold on. When I asked you, why did you come up? Right. And I asked you if you stop. I asked you, do you want to talk about, I said, let me guess. You want to talk about what if Adam was abusive? Then you said, no, I don't even want to go there and that. We can do what else, or whatever you said. And then I asked, well, why did you come up? You said, apparently you've been through trauma with men in your life. And the reason that you did that is because you think that I wasn't supposed to cuss that motherfucker out, that I wasn't supposed to cuss out the woman in the comments who upheld that bullshit. You as a Christian are overlooking the behavior of your fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. I don't give a fuck about whatever analysis you want to put on me cussing y'all asses out for your disrespect, for your wasting my time. When you come in here, you are to talk about the fucking topics. I didn't ask you to be a fucking psychiatrist. I didn't ask you for an analysis of my life. The topic. What topic do you want to discuss? And just know, you disrespect me, I am going to disrespect your ass back. You can come off mute.
I'm sorry. My phone did it by itself. But you're not letting me speak.
Topic. I don't give a damn about your analysis about me. Which topic do you want to discuss? The topics start with the green box down.
We can talk about what if Adam was abusive.
I said you wanted to talk about that and you lied, but go ahead.
I don't see where in the text that would get you to imply that Adam could have been abusive when the gentleman before me was trying to tell
don't
you.
Refer to anybody else's conversation. Do not refer to anybody else's conversation.
Can I do
your
anything?
own? Hey. Don't refer to anybody else's conversation. He's not here. Why the fuck would you speak for him? He isn't here. Use your own thoughts. Your own words. Go ahead.
I'm trying to give you full thought, but you keep cutting me off.
You brought up someone who isn't on stage. I don't allow that here, so I stopped you.
What makes you think Adam was abusive?
Is that what you want to ask me? Or do you want to continue? Do you want to continue your thought?
I want to ask you, what makes you think Adam was abusive?
The very fact that he was made from your God's image. Your God is abusive. The very fact that when in the story when the God asked him why he ate, he blamed Eve in your God. He didn't take accountability. He threw her under the bus. The very fact that he is a mortal man with emotions, with 2 hands, 2 feet that can be weapons, with a mouth that can be used as a weapon.
Hey, I agree with you right there. Adam should have owned up to his part, to his doing of eating the forbidden fruit. And me, I would have taken the blame for my wife instead of throwing her under the bus. Yeah, he was wrong for that. However, we can't ignore the fact that she presented it to him as the text states.
It says she gave it to him and he took it and ate it.
That's exactly what I just said.
He could have said no. Just like as I was trying to tell the dumb fuck, just like she went through a process of thought, Adam did not. He just took it and ate it. He could have said no. If your wife hand you a piece of shit, you just gonna eat it, or you gonna say no?
Why would she offer me a piece of shit if she loves me?
It doesn't matter. This doesn't say shit about love. It doesn't say Adam and Eve loved each other in this text. If your wife says, I like this shit, and just hands it to you, are you gonna take the shit and eat it, or are you gonna say I don't eat shit?
I'm gonna say I don't eat shit, baby.
Thank you. Adam didn't do that. So what's your point?
The point is you can't overlook the fact that she
shut the fuck up, mixed and brown skin. Like if you don't like me cursing, don't fucking come in here. And who the hell are you sharing the live to? Like you think a pastor gonna come in here and get me in trouble or some shit? If you don't like me cursing, scroll the fuck out.
Do you like men?
What the fuck do you mean? Do I like men?
It's like,
why would I not? I'm not talking to a man right now. I don't fucking like disrespectful ass humans, and I don't really like believers.
Just because they believe in God, you don't.
No, because y'all are rude and ignorant.
You have been the most rude person on this.
Do you realize that when you came up here, I asked you what topic you want to talk to, and you started fucking trying to psychoanalyze me.
No.
Yes,
That's
the
not
fuck
what
you did.
You
Do I
didn't
need
even
to
let me
play it
finish
back?
my initial
Hold
statement when I
on. Do I
first
need to
came
play it
on.
back? Do I need to play it back?
No, you don't. Please don't.
Yeah,
It's
you
a
know
waste
what
of
the
time.
fuck you did, right?
Yeah, you cut me off.
Okay,
So it
exactly.
wasn't
Because hold on,
a
stop.
complete.
Exactly. First off, y'all throw these fucking ad hominems at people just because you don't like the way that they respond to your fucking disrespect. You didn't like me responding to that guy who called me a bitch the way that I did. You didn't like me responding to the lady in the comments, enabling his behavior the way that I did. So you decided to come up here and try to throw that you've been hurt by men bullshit. That's disrespectful as fuck and it's dismissive as fuck. So I cussed your ass out too. Y'all are disrespectful as fuck. I don't like y'all's personality. Much like your fucking forefather, your great granddaddy Adam, y'all don't take accountability. Y'all don't know how to take accountability for your actions. You don't know how to take accountability for the shit you say. You all have fucking Christian fragility because you think you can treat people any kind of way and do whatever and people are supposed to allow you to. I'm not one of those type of motherfuckers. You're not going to be able to talk to me in a kind of way and you're not going to be able to treat me in a kind of way. If you come in here with respect, then I will respect you and we can have a civil conversation. You start with the bullshit, I'm going to cuss your ass the fuck out.
Hey, you ain't hurting me. You only hurting
I'm not trying
yourself.
to hurt your motherfucking ass. I don't care enough about you to try to hurt you. This isn't about hurting you.
Can I speak?
As long as you don't say some dumb shit, I don't care about hurting you.
Why can't we hold Eve accountable for her train of thought? It was incorrect.
Who says it was incorrect? And then why do you want to change it to Eve? We're fucking talking about Adam. You see what I'm saying? Eve ate the fruit. Eve went through a process of critical thought. I've already said that shit.
Was her thought
Hold on. Why are we talking about whether Eve's actions are right or wrong when you haven't even addressed Adam? Do you see what I'm saying? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, the fuck you didn't. You asked a question about Adam. We have not even addressed the fucking topic. The topic is what if Adam was abusive? And the very fact that you want to switch the conversation to, well, did Eve do something wrong? What did Eve do? Means that you can't sit in a place of uncomfortableness and you can't talk about the Adam in a negative way. Yes, I have demons, truth be told. And they scare your ass and all you fucking believers.
No, they don't.
You can't. Yes, the fuck they do. You can't sit in that place of uncomfortableness. You're running from it. You're running from that conversation. You're sure. Fuck
fear.
Jesus. Fuck Jesus. You're running. You're running from that place of being uncomfortable. Right? We're talking about Adam. We're talking about whether Adam was abusive, not Eve. Once you deal with that, then if you want to talk about Eve and blame Eve for the bullshit that happens in your life, you can do that. Address the fucking topic first.
Yeah, Adam should have owned up to
No. What if Adam was abusive? I'm not talking about him owning up. The very fact that he threw her under the bus is a characteristic of an abusive person.
I can agree to that. That was abusive for him.
So could Adam have been abusive? Answer the question.
You could say that. I guess you could say he was abusive.
Was. The question is, what if? You're making it a definitive.
You're saying that his abuse was throwing her under the bus, which is really the truth.
I said it is a characteristic of an abusive person. You need to listen.
He did speak the truth by saying, but she gave it to me.
No, he said it's the woman he blamed your God and he blamed Eve. So was it also your God's fault? Quickly, was it also your God's fault?
No, it wasn't.
Because you said he spoke the truth. So did he speak the truth or did he just lack accountability?
I'm sure God knew that they would eat from the tree.
Quickly, which one? No. Did he speak? No, because now you want to change it because just a minute ago, when it was just him blaming it on Eve, he spoke truth. But now that you know that he blamed Eve in your God, now you want to change it. Did he speak truth or did he just not take accountability?
Adam did not take accountability for his wife.
Thank you. No, not for his wife. He didn't take accountability for his own fucking actions. And the fact that you keep trying to slide away from that. He is not responsible. Stop. He is not responsible for her actions. He's responsible for himself. And he did not take accountability for himself.
The man is responsible
No, the fuck they're not. If your wife goes out and kills somebody, your ass ain't gonna go to jail with her. She's responsible for her own fucking actions. Y'all say the dumbest shit. And then let me ask you a question. When you're saying that Adam was responsible for Eve because of Genesis 2:24, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and because of that word cleave, there, man shall cleave to his wife.
Basically.
Okay. So when I go to Ruth 1:14, and the same thing is there. Ruth clung to Naomi. That same word, same Hebrew word, davak, that is in Genesis 2:24, is in Ruth 1:14. Does that mean that Ruth and Naomi were married?
I don't know.
Why don't you know? Can you use Eve's? Do me a favor, tap into Eve's power and do some critical thinking. Since Adam in the story didn't have the ability to think right before he, acted. If davak in Genesis 2:24 means that Adam and Eve were married and that they became one, davak, when used with Ruth and Naomi, and Ruth clung to Naomi, and Ruth said, wherever you go, I'll go till death do us part. The very same marriage vows that y'all say today. Does that mean Ruth and Naomi were married?
So you think God supports same-sex marriage?
Answer the question. If davak, critical thinking.
One man
walk with
and
me.
one woman
Walk with me.
together,
Walk with me. Walk
not
with me.
two
Walk
women.
with me. We're talking biblical. We're talking biblical, not bigotry. Walk with me. If davak in Genesis 2:24 means that you become one, right? And you're married, okay? And then Ruth 1:14, the same word in Hebrew, Ruth clung to Naomi, and the very same wedding vows that y'all say today is exactly what Ruth said to Naomi, till death do us part. Where you go, I'll go. Where you die, I'll die. You say the words that Ruth said to Naomi on your wedding day. The same word here is the exact same word here.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. It's
no, you just so full of hatred.
It's okay. Yeah. Cool. Fuck your prayers. It's the exact same word. It's the exact same word there. So if this means marriage, then this must mean marriage too.
Right? It's crazy you feel like
Answer the question. Don't
women.
deflect.
Jesus.
Hey, don't deflect. This is making you uncomfortable. I know demons make Jesus fans run. Y'all have been lied to and been told that demons run from Jesus, but Damon meant a wise person, a person with intellect. And then King James, the King James people changed the word to mean a lower level demon. Okay, so what I usually see, right, are Jesus fans running from people in here because we use wisdom, we use reading comprehension, we study, we use linguistics. So I know I'm adding a lot of pressure right now, and I'm making you uncomfortable. This deflection that you're doing, is you running, is you running, Jesus fan. So answer the question that I asked. if this means that Adam and Eve were married, then it also means that here with Ruth and Naomi, correct?
No.
Why not?
Just because she clung to her does not mean that they were married. It's in the same sense as a man clinging to his wife.
Again, the word here in Hebrew is davak, which is a covenant. It is a covenant that means that you become one. That is what that. Hold on, listen. No. Listen. Okay, that word in Hebrew is davak, and it means to cling, to bind, to become one. So if that word is used for Ruth and Naomi, and again, in Ruth, the words that y'all say on your wedding day is exactly what Ruth says to her mother-in-law. Do not press me to leave you, to turn back from following you. Where you go, I will go. Where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people will be my people. Your God, my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do thus to me, and more as well, even if death parts me from you. Your wedding vows are based off what Ruth says to Naomi.
Jesus
Did you know that? Yeah, Jesus is a fucking pervert. Like, he just keeps sending people in here to try to get my telephone number, and I keep telling his ass no. I broke up with his ass 7 years ago, and he keeps stalking me. But did you know that? Did you know that your wedding vows are based off of what Ruth says to Naomi?
They may have said those vows, but those aren't the vows that I would say in my marriage. It doesn't hold the same weight. It's not a man and a woman. God is not for same-sex marriage.
So words have gender? So when you say till death do us part, like, they don't hold the same weight if you say it like although a woman said it to a woman first. It was never, hold on, I'm talking. It was never said.
You talk too much.
Hold on. Cool with motherfucker, you came in here to talk to me. So just fucking deal with it. If you don't want to listen to me talk, get the fuck out of here.
So let me talk.
Why you whining about some shit? Like, you asked for this. You asked for this. And don't forget whose motherfucking stage you on. Like, if you want to talk, go press live on your own motherfucking page. And if you don't have enough followers, go pray and ask the Jesus that you keep telling me loves me to give you the followers. But right now, this is me. Okay? Now, Ruth was the first person that this was said to was Naomi. And so y'all colonized that shit. Y'all colonized it, took the words that a woman said to a woman and said, oh, we're going to say this at our heterosexual wedding day, and no homosexuals better say it. That's what y'all did. And now you want to say that it doesn't mean anything when it was originally said from a woman to a woman. Am I understanding you correctly? And then my smart ass, my intelligent ass, my Hebrew reading ass is supposed to just accept that you say, the gender, words mean something different with gender. That's your answer.
You hate men.
I fucking love men.
No, you don't.
I definitely like riding dicks. Now, but I don't like you. I don't like your personality. I don't like Christian men. I don't like religious men. I don't like religious men. But can you answer the question? Like, you're deflecting. Jesus fan, you're running again. Can you answer the question? Like, am I just supposed to, like, just be like, oh, okay. You don't know. You can't explain this, can you? And it makes you uncomfortable.
No, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. That's why you keep saying what you're saying. You can't explain this, can you?
You keep putting me on mute, so it's hard to really
answer the question that I'm asking. You saying, oh, you hate men? I don't give a fuck about that. You're going to go on mute. Unless you participate, well, then fucking leave, motherfucker. Leave. Fucking just complaining and saying that shit ain't gonna get you your way. Either participate in the conversation or get the fuck off my stage.
Conversation is two ways.
Answer the fucking question.
Stop putting me on.
Answer the fucking question. If answer the question, then you can speak. But the moment you say dumb shit, I'm going to mute your ass until you get on topic.
Lord Jesus.
I mean, I know you're not used to this. You're not used to women putting their foot down. You're not used to women setting boundaries and enforcing that shit on you. You're not used to it. I get it. You can keep whining. It still ain't gonna
This
change.
generation of women.
Cool. You're whining. We can talk about the topic. What you gonna do? I don't listen. I'm damn near like your God. I cannot stand hearing humans whine. So don't fucking do it.
You the only one crying.
Don't fuck. Like, answer the topic. Answer the question that I asked. Answer the question.
You got to take me off mute first.
Explain this.
Okay. I can't. I don't think that the marriage vows that we recite comes directly from this, though it is used in this scripture right here. Like marriage was so even before this was recited. Adam and Eve was married. They were the first marriage in heaven. Just because they clung to each other as women doesn't mean that they were married as wife and wife. A friendship could be till death do you part. Relationships can be till death do you part. It doesn't mean it's a marriage. So just because they're using the same words doesn't mean, oh, they got married. Stop. You're reaching. You're trying to find a way.
I think what you just did was a reach. Listen carefully again, okay? This word in Hebrew is davak, okay? I'm going to bring it up for you. I've already said this once, okay? I've already said this to you once. This word here hold on. This word right
So
here
anytime
is
somebody
I'm
says-
talking is davak. You see that right there? You see that word? That is davak. Okay.
So anytime
Hold on. Let me finish.
hurry up.
Stop fucking cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. This is the same word that is in Genesis 2:24, and you can see the definition: to cling, to stick, stay close, cleave, keep close, stick to, follow closely, to cling, cleave, to stay with. This is in the puol. The way it's option 2 is in the puol. Okay, do you see that right there? It's in the puol. It means to be joined together. It's the same word in Genesis 2.
So anytime somebody uses davak, you think that they're getting married. Okay. Your logic
No, it never
flawed.
meant to get married. It meant you all call it getting married. You all call it getting. Thank you, Dragon. You all call it getting married. It didn't mean getting married in Hebrew in antiquity. It meant to bind.
You don't want understanding. You
No,
just
you don't want
to be
understanding.
right.
You just asked me a fucking question and I answered it. You
keep
just
putting
asked
on
me.
mute.
You just fucking asked me. So anytime the vok is used, that means that somebody's getting married, and I responded with, "It doesn't mean getting married." You all added that to it. That is a English context applied to a Hebrew word in Hebrew text. It does not mean it did not mean marriage. And if it does, like David and Jonathan had a covenant. David and Jonathan had a covenant. Were they married?
No.
So, except
different
David
types
and
of covenants.
except the covenant that David and Jonathan, it doesn't say davak. It doesn't
I
say
didn't
davak.
say.
Hold on,
say,
listen. I'm
oh my
talking.
God.
Stop fucking cutting me off.
You're not talking.
You
You
can't
stop.
fucking answer while I'm talking.
You talk too
This
much.
is why.
I'm
This
trying
is
to
why
talk
I
to
don't
you.
give a fuck. Then get the fuck off my stage. You are not gonna be able to control me. I'm not your wife. I'm not your mama. I'm not your daughter.
You can't
You're
control
not
me
gonna be.
either.
You're not gonna be. I'm not trying to fucking control you. I don't care to control you. You don't like after you get off my stage. You will not matter to me.
Well, stop muting me.
But stop fucking talking over me.
Can I
You
speak
keep.
now?
I'm in the middle of talking. Like I shouldn't have to keep playing kindergarten teacher to your ass. You're 32. Like you and your fucking ego, your insecurity, your lack of knowledge, it's a fucking lot. You're too old for this shit. Yeah, he's 32. He's 32, and I have to manage him on stage in a what should be an intellectual conversation, but I can't because I have to manage his fucking insecurities and his fucking ego right now and his lack of knowledge.
Come on, bro.
It's fucking ridiculous. Again, as I was stating, David and Jonathan had a covenant. The Dogma is not used with David and Jonathan. This is used in Genesis 2:24 and with Ruth and Naomi. And again, the till death do us part came from Ruth and Naomi. Nowhere else in this text. It damn sure didn't come from Adam and Eve. Now you may respond.
Yeah, they didn't need to say any of that to be considered married.
I didn't say they weren't married.
Man, he missed the whole entire.
Like he's
You're
fucking
so stuck
dumb.
on you're
Like
so
you're
stuck
fucking
on.
dumb. Like there is no level that this conversation could go to. Like you're dumb.
You're so hard to speak to.
Cool. I know I am with people who you just don't have any
People
depth.
find it hard to speak.
You don't.
to
Yeah,
them.
you have no depth to like. There's
You don't
nowhere to
know
go.
me, and you're
I know this conversation. I know what you're presenting right now.
you're full of yourself.
Cool. Cool.
Who else could she be full of?
Hey, I'm
Oh,
out.
Jesus.
Jesus love you.
All right, bye. It's with your insecure ass. Bye. Are you gonna leave? Or did you think I was gonna beg you to stay? Or do you too dumb to know how to hit the X? How the fuck you gonna say you gonna leave and like you can't even exit? Do you need Jesus to help you do that too? Hold on, don't mute him. Why are you still here? Do you not know how to leave?
You funny for real.
No, do you
God
not know how to
bless-
leave?
God bless you.
Hey, no, don't mute him, Selena. Hold on. Do you not know how to leave? That's crazy. Like, why the hell you still there? You think that I'm gonna like beg you to stay? Look, I'm gonna tell y'all in the comments. If you come up here, disrespectful, I'm going to disrespect your ass back. I'm not gonna approach you with kindness. Don't expect that shit. Okay? If you come up here with respect and are able to have a civil conversation, I will have a civil conversation with you. I don't give a fuck about what you think about my tone, about what you think about me cursing. If you don't like it, scroll. I am who the fuck I am. I am not here to be liked by you. I'm here to have a conversation. These are questions that I have. These are questions that other people in here. Yes, I'm fucking angry, Coffee Jitters, because you motherfuckers are fucking up the world. You motherfuckers are making everybody else's life a fucking miserable as fuck with your Jesus shit. So yes, I am angry. And then y'all want to point fingers at everybody else, but you won't correct your own motherfucking crew. And so I am fucking angry. Monica, fucking deal with it. You worried about me cursing and insulting? Go stand outside of the churches and tell the pastors to stop fucking touching kids. You more concerned about me saying fuck and raising my voice, but you won't go tell the men in the church to stop beating their fucking wives, to stop beating their kids. You goddamn right I'm angry. You like literally getting tagged in videos of people needing food because they're actually calling the churches and y'all motherfuckers ain't helping. But you worried about me saying fuck. All you're doing is pointing fingers, Monica. With all those A's behind your name. That's all you're doing. Is pointing fingers. And you don't even know how to get yourself out of the fucking situation. Right? Because it ain't gonna change. Sure. her name is Monica. She had all those damn A's behind her name. So I say her name the way it is. Like nobody gives a damn. Y'all could cry all you fucking want to. You serve a fucking God that commands the raping of women, and you want to complain about me saying fuck you. Helium Biscuits, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 33.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an
No,
atheist?
no, I'm so sorry, and I don't want to interrupt your live. I just wanted to know where I can find. I heard on Deconstruction Zone that you have some kind of AI Jesus picture, and I didn't know where to find it. Like he said you had AI create like a portrait of Jesus based on early church father descriptions, and you look like.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where. I'm trying to see where it is on.
By the way, I heard you once on Deconstruction Zone, and then I this first time I've ever caught you live. I've never heard you live. I heard the last conversation. That was incredible. That was amazing. I had no idea you cooked like that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me see.
Zaire has to be questioning his life choices right now. Yeah, I don't think he's ever been talked to like that. Certainly not by a woman.
I don't know why they think that I'm gonna let them talk to me any kind of way. Where is the Jesus picture? Hold on, let me see. Thank y'all so much. Hold on. Damn, I'm trying to. I have so many of these.
Sorry, I hope I didn't interrupt the flow of your show.
No, it's okay. This is gonna piss off them any damn way.
Wait, are they talking about my kitty? Yeah, that was my kitty meowing.
Let me see.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had like on a social media page. I can go grab it or something.
I don't. Like it's literally my Discord. Are you on Justin's Discord? Oh, here it
Yeah.
is. Hold on, here you go.
Yeah, Smeagol Jesus. That's what it was called. Yes.
I just found it.
No way. Wow, it looks like a meth head.
Yeah, we call him Gollum Jesus though.
Yeah, it's like a meth head Jesus mugshot. That's wild.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're
That's on the
welcome.
Discord somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I should have asked around for it on there. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Okay, have a great night, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye
Bye.
bye. I need to get me some coffee. These motherfuckers done had me like they got me so fucked up. I'm losing my voice. Alexa, 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 did you mute yourself? Okay, we'll take you down. I don't know. Jesus fans be scary. I like I like Tiffany, right? I like Tiffany. She's pretty cool. The one that be on Mama Bash's live. Um, she's pretty cool. But like she's always talking about like these supernatural powers that Jesus um gives them and allows them to do. But it just seems like they have the supernatural power to complain and whine. AG, are you in the box on purpose? Or like I don't know. Like his I can't wait to share with Fee what his answer was to Ruth and Naomi in the wedding vows. That was the dumbest answer I had ever heard. AG,
Hey, Thinker. Hey, chat nerds.
how are you?
Good, good. First, I want to say I love the album. It is simply amazing.
Thank you. I
So,
appreciate it.
number 10 is my favorite. Lot's daughter and lots of daughters. Amazing. It's touching.
Oh yeah, that
And
thank
then,
you.
oh, yeah. So, what I'm also going to do, because since I drive around the country, I'll just have it on play and I'll just keep it going that way. But
Hey.
I did want to try this Hagar sent back and why. Do you mind?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Show the
So,
Christians
yeah,
how to
since no
have
one
an intellectual conversation without
yeah,
Jesus, the
since no one
spirit.
else since no one else has tried it, I guess I will. Um, since we know this book is written by man and it goes along with the theme, how they try to put women down. So we know that Hagar was abused and she managed to get away. Like a lot of women in a lot of these abusive relationships, they leave. They 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 get to a safe place, but then sometimes they think about this story and they might have that, I think it's called Stockholm syndrome, where they turn around and then they go back and they feel like the God of the Bible wants them to go back if they are
Mm-hmm.
reading this story. So the writers again are men. And back in those days, women didn't have a lot of rights. They weren't looked at as human. And just like a lot of the women in the Bible, they're just a cast member, never a main character really.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Absolutely.
think,
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you
oh yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's why they sent her back just to try to push a narrative that no matter what you're going through at home, and even if you get away, go ahead and go back and take some more abuse. And I'm gonna land there.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's almost like the writer is saying like this was her own thoughts, right? Cuz she's the only one in the whole entire book that names a god, right? That gives a god a name. But the only woman that gives the god a name. And so it's like these are her own thoughts and she's thinking to herself, she's far away from home. She's been snatched from her homeland, right? She was a princess, uh, given, sent out into the wilderness. She's living amongst these people who she don't know, who have less means than what she's used to having in Egypt, right? Because they're still building themselves up. They've traveled from to Hebron to Egypt to Canaan, right? Um, and so she doesn't know where she's at, and in her head, she's God wants me to go back and submit. And I agree with you 100% that the women in this book are supporting characters. Ruth is probably the one of the few who is the main character in her story. But even with Ruth's story, the men took her words and made them about him in two ways, right? They took her words for the love that she had for her mother-in-law, completely ignored the context of it. That this is a story about her. I said one of the few they um made the story completely like ignored the context of this is her loving her mother-in-law with such a deep love that's even greater than the love of seven sons, as she says at the end of the book, right? I mean, as the men say about her love for Naomi at the end of the book, that Naomi's love is greater than the love of seven sons. Ruth's love for Naomi is greater than the love of seven sons, right? It's the same thing when it says that David, Jonathan's love was to David greater than the love of a woman, right? It's saying it was this deep love. That's why they use the vake when it says that she clung to her. When Boaz talks about the covenant that Naomi made, that Ruth made with Naomi, he tells her, "I know about the covenant." He says it's the greatest thing that you've ever done. Like it's the deepest form of a covenant. He says this to her. So Boaz is saying, "Yeah, I know about you and Naomi." Right? And so he's like,
Correct.
whatever you need me to do, he tells Naomi, whatever you need me to do, I'm gonna do. The same thing Ruth says to Naomi, whatever you need me to do, I'm gonna do. Because I love you that much. Where you go, I'ma go. Where you die, I'ma die. Only death would do us part. And so man took that story, that deep love that this woman had for this other woman, whether it's the mother-in-law, I don't care what you put on it, and made it about a woman marrying them or saying these words to them, to a man. Then
Correct.
they made the story about Boaz, about women who, in the story, Naomi is feeling uh, like it's over for her because she's old. Nobody's gonna want her. She's gonna lose her inheritance because her husband's dead and her sons are dead, and women couldn't inherit ancestral land in Israel. So she's worried about
Yes.
losing that in her status. She doesn't feel like herself. She's like, "Don't call me Naomi, call me Mara." Right? Like I'm bitter. She doesn't feel like herself, and so they take Ruth, and Ruth's husband has died. So they made the story about Ruth and Boaz being in love, but it doesn't say Ruth and Boaz loved each other. The love is
Not
between
at all.
Ruth and Naomi in this book. But of course, men
And
twist it and make it about them.
and then may I ask you this: historically, if this was all true back then, didn't the Romans have a lot of I guess gay for a lack of better words? Didn't they practice that? And wasn't it like normal? Didn't they like? Because a lot of their statues is with priests and little boys and all types of things. So wasn't that okay for them back then?
It was like for one, like this book never says that a woman can't have sex with another woman. It never says that. It doesn't even say a man can't have sex with another man. That's just the forced English translation. The Hebrew doesn't say that. But in those days, loving same sex relationships was normal. In fact, all but one Roman emperor was bisexual.
See, I thought
Women,
that,
huh?
and I would say I thought that historically.
Yeah, and in those times, it wasn't frowned upon or it wasn't condemned for women to have sex with each other. They were just seen as lasciviousness, right? As lascivious, and as uh like fast, right? Until Rome decided that women's bodies were made for men. When Rome started Christianizing, that's when they just changed the law, condemned women from having sex with other women because they said that it deprived a man of the right to enjoy her body because women were made for the pleasure of men. So that's they outlawed lesbianism, where it was not outlawed or condemned prior to them becoming Christians. Now it would be different, not different, because the outlawing it period is just crazy. But like the fact that they're saying, oh, now that we're Christian, we now know women are our property. We now know their punanis are for our pleasure. And that's the only reason they have them. That's what becoming Christian did for Rome pertaining to women. Does that you see
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
exactly. And because if they've made a law to outlaw something, that means it was allowable before.
Right. But what I'm saying, like, they didn't outlaw it because they say, oh, we know it's immoral because of disease or children have to be born, right? Their reason for doing it was that women are property. Women were created for our pleasure. No other woman should be experiencing another woman's punani. That was their
Yeah,
reason.
it's the control.
It's the control. It had nothing to do with being pure for Jesus or having children, reproduction.
I completely agree. And then I just want to say thank you again for letting me up. I'll let a believer come up and hopefully they can act right. And I encourage everyone to download the album because it's amazing. Some of your best work thus far.
Thank you. Before you go, I'm gonna play Ruth's song. Before you go, have you?
But tonight,
Wait,
if
you
you can
said
play number 10 for me,
number 10? Yeah,
yeah,
I'll play that when we get into like deep into one of those times. I got you.
I appreciate you, Thinker.
You're so welcome. This is Ruth and Naomi's song. Since we were just talking about Ruth and Naomi.
Whatever you say, I'll do. Whatever you need, I got you. Every vow I spoke, every word I devote, I'll do anything for you. Where you go, I'll go. Your home will be my home. I mean this from the heart, let my love restore you. Till death do us part, till death do us part. You were let down by society, feeling like a shell of who you used to be. So worried about what other eyes see. You've been pushing everyone away, even me. You did nothing to deserve this. Still hard on yourself from other people's judgment. I wish you could see what I see, know what I know when I'm with you. Second chances are naive. I believe in what we're meant to be. I'll help restore you, even if it costs me everything. Whatever you say, I'll do. Whatever you need, every vow I spoke, every word I devote, I'll do anything for you. Whatever you say, I'll do. Your home will be my home. I mean this from the heart, let my love restore you. Till death do us part, till death do us part. I left what was familiar, stepped into the unknown, traded comfort for the chance to build something from broken homes. Walking in low places where survival isn't kind, but I was planting seeds of love in the middle of hard times. They watched my every movement, questioned every step I made, moving with intention, not just wandering in faith. I made the choice to show up. Would have been easier to run, risking reputation, pride, and fear. What looked like desperation, but strategy in the dark. 'Cause restoration doesn't fall from heaven, it comes with a willing heart. the fear, choosing to stay. Lay my future at your feet, not knowing if I'd be received, trusting that my yes will make a way. Favor on the outside was fire deep inside, 'cause love this deep is always a risk. I'd rather gamble on your healing than go on believing that restoration wasn't meant for us like this. Whatever you say, I'll do. Whatever you need, I got you. Every vow I spoke, every word I devote, I'll do anything for you. Where you go, I'll go. Your home will be my home. I mean this from the heart, let my love restore you. Till death do us part, till death do us part. You thought your story ended in loss, thought the pages burned with grief, but my love kept writing past your sorrow when you could barely still believe what you held in your arms was tomorrow, wrapped up in a second chance, your name living on through my choosing, through the trembling of our brave stance. You said you went out full and came back empty, but look what love returned to you. A future born from our devotion, a promise that still made it through. What you lost will never be forgotten. It was only waiting its turn to come back softer than you imagined, but stronger than the way it burned. The love I had for you, never undone. Stronger than the love of 7 suns.
Caroline on YouTube says, if you think it's not a sin to be homosexual, that's ludicrous. Just look at Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, if you think that the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is about homosexuality, then you're proving that you do not read your own book and that you just take what some pastor screams at you on Sunday mornings. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah is about a war crime. It's about raping men for in the act of war. Has nothing to do with loving same-sex relationships. And you hate to read your book because it goes against your bigotry. Carolina. You hate to read your book because Ruth's story is about a woman, a love that a woman has for another woman. It has nothing to do with Ruth loving another man. Boaz is just as perception. Like he's just there to be perceived as someone who marries Ruth so that Naomi can be fully restored. And Naomi adopts the child that Ruth and Boaz has, and that's how Naomi gets restored. And you don't read your book. That's why you don't know that. And y'all hate what the book says because it goes against your bigotry. Exactly. Boaz was a beard. And y'all don't like that. Nina, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Because they're bigots. Like, they might as well change the name of the book from Bible to bigot. Like, book of bigotry. Philippians don't say shit about, like, you do realize that the word homosexuality was added to the Bible in 1945. Like, you realize that? And then, like, have you ever asked your God why he cares so much about where men put their peens? Have you ever just like sat and went in your secret closet and be like, hey God, I just want to know, like, why do you care so much about where men put their peens? And why do you always talk to religious men's minds and say, don't forget there's men out there peening? Is it like your God doesn't talk to you about how to like save children from cancer? He doesn't give you the recipe to heal them. He doesn't tell you the lottery numbers so that you can be wealthy and feed hungry children. He whispers in your ear and say, "There's men sticking each other in the ass. Don't forget. There's women licking clits. Don't forget." 24 hours a day. Have you ever asked him why he keeps reminding? Maybe he wants you to stick your peen in another in the ass, and maybe he wants you to lick some clit because he keeps reminding y'all that this he's steady in your hearts, reminding you that there are people out here getting good nuts. Have you asked him why, Carolina? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. Why is that the thing that he keep talking to y'all about? Anybody want to answer that for me? Believers? Oh, you're not supposed to question your God? Hold on. You can't question a 2,500-year-old book and you're saying if I had any ounce of intelligence. The reason why you don't have intelligence is because you don't question, Carolina. Your authority comes from 2,500-year-old dead men and a country ass pastor who screams at your face every Sunday morning. You ain't never seen a God, Carolina. And then you, like, everything that you know came from a human mind and a human mouth, and you are sitting here saying you can't question it. And then you're questioning my intelligence because I'm intelligent enough to realize you are not talking to a God. You are not quoting a God's words. You are quoting the words of humans. And you refuse to question whether or not what that human is saying to you is correct or if it makes sense. Carolina, don't question YouTube. YouTube is your God. YouTube has more intelligence than you. YouTube has more power than you. YouTube has more followers than you. YouTube has fed more people than your God. YouTube has caused more motherfucking wars. Has funded more wars than your God. Don't fucking question YouTube. If you can't question 2,500-year-old text, then you shouldn't be questioning YouTube. You shouldn't be questioning Google or TikTok. And then to fight so hard to be a fucking bigot, to be in somebody else's bedroom is fucking sad, Carolina. You're literally fighting hard as hell to tell because you don't want somebody else getting a better nut than you. I wish the fuck I would spend my life worrying about who nothing. As long as you ain't touching kids, as long as you ain't raping people, sexually assaulting people, fucking do your thing. The fuck I care. Christ absolute.
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
55.
Yeah. You came up to answer the question about why your God keeps reminding you that there are men out here getting good nuts.
Getting good nuts.
Yeah.
First of all, I just came out. I was browsing.
I'm asking, is that why you came up here, or did you come to talk about one of the topics?
Can I respond?
No, yeah. Did you come up here for that? That's a yes or a no, or do you want to talk about the topic? Which one? Really quickly. Did you come up for that?
I don't know, because that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to
the
explain
answer
to
is
you because
okay. So then the answer is no. You were not a
okay.
part of that
You
conversation. Pick a topic.
You want to
I
overtalk.
control my room. I control my room. It is very
No,
structured.
that's not
It is very structured. You were not a part of that conversation, so the answer is no. That's not why you came up here. So pick a topic.
It's not control. It's insecurity.
Pick a topic. Pick a topic. Pick a topic from the board. Bye. God damn. My God, they are just ugh. Literally asking, are you here to talk about the homosexual question, or do you want to pick a topic? I don't know. Well, then if you don't know, that means that you were not a part of the conversation I was just having. So pick a topic. Y'all always want to control some shit. You're not going to be able to come in here and control a goddamn thing. I don't care what Holy Ghost you got. Then they always talking about demons run at the name of Jesus, but y'all asses like y'all need to form a Jesus track team. Mr. T. Christ Crusaders, Christ Crunchers, Christ Crossers, Christ Crips. Mr. T.
Yeah, it was an accident.
Okay, I'll take you down. Have a good one. Something they can crip walk while they running shit. cross country for Christ. There you go. There you go. Potion Castle. Thank you. There you go. Cross country for Christ. That's what we gonna call y'all, because that's what the fuck is happening. Anointed by God acts.
God bless you. I have to go. I can't go on this kind of, this too much cussing, and
Okay,
I don't
bye.
mix that with Christian.
All right. Okay, bye. a new member to Christ cross country for Christ. Here's the crazy thing: your God called the idols in other nations shitty gods. He called them shitty gods. He told y'all that he would rub shit on your face, and the word that they use in Hebrew is a curse word. It's meant as a cuss word. Your God curses. The way they cursed in first century Rome was calling people vipers, was calling people swine. Your God cursed. But y'all don't know your God. Not done yet. Are you in the box on purpose, on accident? And then Like, was it not cursing him before his ass got in the box?
Yep.
And then the motherfucker probably paid to go see Chris Rock ass. But because you heard what he said, I don't mix cursing and Christ. But motherfucker, you curse. You just pretend when you get to church. You put on a whole motherfucking Jesus suit and pretend like you're pure. Pretend like you don't curse when you get to church, and when you talk about your God, you pretend. But you curse. I'm sorry, they're not done yet. Say they were in the box on purpose or accident. They'll get up here and call me a bitch in a minute after talking about you shouldn't curse. And then when they get mad, they be like, bitch, stupid bitch, dumbass hoe, fuck your mama hoe. Yeah, y'all not gonna be able to play that fucking game with my ass. Hassan, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? And this is what, pay attention, y'all, because these the same motherfuckers that will call them a gay person out at church and be like, Jesus told me that there's a demon in you, and we got to pray the demon out. That same motherfucker that just ran from a curse word. Pay attention. These same ones that be in church calling you to the front altar, talking about the Lord got a word for you because the devil is messing with you, and they want to cast the demon out, but they can't talk to who they think is a demon because I say fuck. Y'all keep letting these motherfuckers play with y'all if y'all want to.
Hassan was an accident too.
Okay. Mr. Non-Fungible? He must have a startup to have that name. When he killed the baby, oh Jizzle. It says, and Yahweh struck the child. When he killed the baby and ultimately gave David exactly what he wanted from the get-go, which was to put the baby off on somebody else, which was not to have that baby tied to him, because he conceived the child as the king outside of royal marriage, sleeping with his general's wife while his general was away fight. Yes, the fuck he did, Monica. Y'all need to read your book. He literally schemed to try to get Uriah to go home and sleep with Bathsheba. He brought Uriah all the way back from the war, commanded him to go home and sleep with his wife. Uriah wouldn't do it. Then he got Uriah drunk, hoping that Uriah would go home and sleep with his wife. Uriah didn't do it. Then he sent Uriah back with his own death note, telling Joab that when the enemy strikes, fall back, do not fight, and let them kill Uriah. It's exactly what David wanted. David wanted that Uriah to take credit for the child that he put in Bathsheba. And a child born out of royal marriage would have been a bastard child, and that would have been a stain on David's reputation. They would have been able to calculate that back to David with Uriah being not there fighting in the military, Uriah being away. They would have been able to calculate it back to the time Uriah died and knew that David had him killed. The child was a problem and your God fixed it. But y'all, it takes critical thinking to see that shit. Y'all don't have that. You have obedience. You have loyalty to royalty, which is why your same politicians are using the same story to pull the wool over your fucking eyes. Where does it say he pleaded? Give me the scripture where it says he pleaded with the God not to kill the child. Or, oh, Jizzle, does it say that he fasted? It says he fasted for 7 days, and you have no idea what his prayer was. None. You assume that because he's a man, you assume that he automatically just wanted this child, the child that he schemed to get away from. Sure. We'll be waiting forever, Monica. Oh, Jizzle. What's her name? Is it Oh Jizzle? Oh Jeezy?
Oh, Jizzle.
Oh Jizzle? Oh, okay, I said it right. 2 Samuel 12:16 does not say that Samuel asked for that child to not be killed. We know what 2 Samuel 12:16 say. And then, like, I'm going to pull it up so everybody can see what you said. Dahlia, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? David therefore pleaded with God for the child. David fasted and went in and lay all night on the ground. Let's read the rest of that.
God loved David so much, even if David pleaded for the child to live, that just
it doesn't say he pleaded for the child to live though.
No, I'm saying for them, it's like that's not even a flex because God was like, yeah, nah, to David according to them.
It says, the Lord struck the child, whom Uriah's wife bore to David, and it became very ill. David therefore pleaded with God for the child. David fasted and went in and lay all night on the ground. The elders of his house stood beside him, urging him to rise from the ground, but he would not, nor did he eat food with them. On the 7th day, the child died. And the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead, for they said, while the child was still alive, we spoke to him, and he did not listen to us. How then can we tell him the child is dead? He may do himself some harm. But when David saw that his servants were whispering together, he perceived that the child was dead. And David said to his servants, is the child dead? They said, he is dead. Then David rose from the ground, washed, anointed himself, and changed his clothes. He went into the house of the Lord and worshiped. He then went to his own house, and when he asked, they set food before him, and he ate. Then his servant said, wait, what is this thing that you have done? You fasted and wept for the child while it was alive, but when the child died, you rose and ate food? He said, while the child was still alive, I fasted and wept for, I said, who knows? The Lord may be gracious to me and the child may live. By now he is dead, but now he's dead. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he will not return to me. David was fucking relieved. That is not a grieving father. David was fucking relieved. David did not want the child in the first place. Luke, you just got yourself fucking blocked. Don't bring your ass back in here. You know what David's prayer was in Psalms 53? the sin before me, get it away. That was his prayer. David never asked for this child to live. You all are assuming that. Where does it say David cared? Where does it say David wanted the child? He sure as hell cared about his reputation. That's why he killed the man. He cared about his reputation. David wasn't trying to hide the fact that he knocked Bathsheba up from your God. He was trying to hide that from the people in the kingdom because it would have fucked his reputation up, and it would have made him weak to enemy nations. Yeah, he cared about that child being in her belly because it was a fucking problem. Does not say he fasted for the child to live. Says he fasted about the child. And then he says, who knows? And a punishment giving David what he originally schemed to get, well, feel bad for your motherfucking self. Giving David what he originally, first off, Monica, you are defending a man who raped a woman. You are defending a man who used his power as the king to take the body autonomy of another man's wife, of another woman, just because he was king. Do you realize that shit? Then he schemed, Monica. He schemed so that he would not have to take credit for that child. And then he killed her husband and took her and added her to his collection of wives. That's the fucking story, Monica. It's not an assumption. You are the one assuming. You're assuming that David wanted the child, and the story doesn't fucking say that. You're assuming I'm recounting facts from the story. That's the difference. Which part is an assumption so I can bust your fucking face? Which part are you saying is an assumption? He said, who fucking knows? That he raped her? So, like, are you serious? Did he send people to go get her? Did he watch her from the rooftop while she was taking a bath, Monica? Did he violate her privacy while she was taking a bath, Monica? Quickly, yes or no? Where you at, Monica? You was typing faster than this just a second ago. Oh, so she's at fault for taking a shower. Do you think they had indoor plumbing at that time? You literally blamed her for him not respecting her privacy. Then he sent his advisors to fetch her. Again, it's women like you that are the problem, Monica. It's women like you that why little girls are getting touched in the church. You make excuses for men, Monica. This is exactly why I say women have been deceived and gaslit by God in this church. Monica, what was the privacy areas for their showering called in ancient Israel, Monica? Tell me. What were they called? Monica, women was property. They didn't have fucking rights. The fact that you're reading this text in a with a modern lens, you're incapable of looking at it in its cultural context. As the king, when he fetches a woman, she can't say no. That is a power imbalance. And no, your God doesn't say, I'm going to punish you for raping Bathsheba, for violating Bathsheba, for sleeping with Bathsheba. Your God punishes him for violating a man, because Bathsheba was property. She was property of Uriah. Your God punished him for violating another man. And you know how he punished him, Monica? By letting his son rape his other wives. Your God goes, oh, since you did this, I'm going to let your sons, or I'm going to make your sons sleep with your other wives on the rooftop so everybody can see. Fuck those other women's autonomy. Fuck what those other women want. Your God, who you believe gave you free will, manipulated so those women could get raped by David's son. You know why? Because that's David's property. He says, your son's gonna violate your property. They were not seen as human. They were property, Monica. And y'all excuse this shit. Y'all make excuses for it. You see it as you see salvation in this shit. And that's why it continues to happen. And then the way y'all praise David might as well be your fucking Christ. Adam is your Christ. David is your Christ. Moses is your Christ. Abraham is your Christ. Jacob is your Christ. Isaac is your Christ. Paul is your Christ. Elijah and Elisha are your Christ. Isaiah and Ezekiel are your Christ. And these men did some fuck shit in this book. And you excuse all of it. Because you worship men. Your God is a man. Your God is a man who is jealous, who is has a wrathful characteristics. He's abusive. He's insecure and ignorant as hell. That's your Christ. And fucking discriminatory. That's your Christ.
Easy work.
Sound familiar? Jack in the Box, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Monica ain't typed no more since I pointed out the fact that her God had David's wives raped. You stop fucking typing then. You ain't got no comeback for that, do ya?
Everybody will love Father God. Sing to me, sing to me. Good, I wanna be more. I wanna be more. Some smile, some fight. You know the one of that song you have to play? We rise to the top, cause we know bad mind can't sing the part, yeah. We know we survive. Hypocrite people can't sing the part, yeah. Unchanged. Angel big up your damn self. Barry likewise. Richie blood club box. Hey, matter how the dollar might stack up, me still not change me. Don't be your mother. Now the giddy and you have to buckle up your legs, be smart. Don't be a
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wrap that up.
it's a long race. Be wide.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Get that life, I want. Put
I
that
love
lights
it.
on.
She learned that game, rose higher than they dream. Survived the cover up to hide his sin. The secret they bury with the loss of her consent. No blood for blood, she didn't need it to win. Her rise to power was the ultimate revenge. The ultimate revenge. His sin started my story. From his rooftop, his eyes drifted into another man's glory. Power made mine oh insignificant. He took what he wanted, and I carried the consequence. Scandal rising, whispers in the streets. He schemed to hide the truth. A king who lies and cheats. When that failed, he took the love of my life. Claimed me as his own, just another ad wife. Then the child came and the problem stayed. His God called it punishment, took my baby away. My life was bent by a powerful man's lust. But my revenge began the moment they covered it up. She learned that game, rose higher than they dreamed. Survived the cover up to hide his sin. The secret they bury with the loss of her consent. No blood for blood, she didn't need it to win. Her rise to power was the ultimate revenge. My power strike came with the preferred child. I moved with strategy, kept my mood clean, not wild. Decisions not made by me, but powerful men. Created opportunity at the king's right hand. I outlived their schemes, their strength, their pride. Ruled their empire with the wisdom they denied. Their loyalty to their cover up became their ruin. So I built my throne from the damage they were doing. I am a survivor, I didn't die to the lie. And what belongs to him and I will always be Uriah's wife. Reversal of power, poetic justice they cover up became my purpose. Integrity prevails when their lies fail. The real power lives in the unspoken detail. The palace, the king, the military, the prophet, tucking the secrets deep inside their closets. Don't hate the player, this was their game. I learned the rules and rose to my reign. Their attempt to crush me led to dead ends. Getting my lick back was the ultimate revenge. The ultimate revenge. She learned that game, rose higher than they dreamed. Survived the cover up to hide his sin. The secret they bury with the loss of her consent. She didn't need it to win. The ultimate revenge. The ultimate revenge. The ultimate revenge. Strategy, emotion, learning the patterns, their moves. Your intellect is power. Survive what doesn't break you. Silence can be calculation. Your wisdom isn't accidental. Turn their attempts to limit you into elevation. You rise when you refuse to play the game they designed. She didn't win by fighting like them. Ooh. She rose by using her mind.
Oh Jizzle, I know you're not trying to say Bathsheba cheated on Uriah. And even if, let's say Bathsheba did cheat on Uriah, Uriah didn't show any anger in this story. Uriah had no idea what had happened. So why are you asking, you wouldn't be mad if your spouse cheated on you? What spouse cheated in this story? You said you wouldn't be mad if your spouse cheated on you. What spouse cheated in this story? What spouse cheated in this story? Oh, Jizzle. What spouse cheated? Bathsheba was forced by David. You two are a part of the problem. It literally says he sent for her. Hey, you get your ass motherfucking blocked. Don't fucking tell me how to talk. If you don't like it, scroll the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Like I don't have to have you here. Bye. I'll do for your ass what you can't do for yourself. Y'all will never be able to tell me what the fuck to do. Monica, it literally says David sent for her. Tell me what authority Bathsheba had to tell the king no. Quickly. That motherfucker typed it in all caps. I'm not Queen Bathsheba. You show the fuck not, because Bathsheba would have been able to stay. Monica, what authority did Bathsheba have to tell the king no when he sends for her? Yasmin. Where you go, Monica? Yasmin, I can't talk to you through chat. If you can't come off of mute and talk, I'm about to take you down.
Assalamu alaikum.
So are you
Please
Muslim?
give me gift.
Are you no. No, okay. I'm gonna take you down, okay? Have a good day. Standard, is something going on with your commenting? It's spamming the same message over and over again. I think that's a glitch, DB, but I don't know if they're doing that on purpose. Yeah, I don't think they're doing that on purpose. That's a nerd. I know they know better than it. Well, like not even that. I think it gets on their nerves just as much. Where did Monica go? Monica, are you there? Yeah, I think it's a glitch. Are you going to answer my question, Monica? What authority did Bathsheba have to tell the king no when he sends for her? What authority did she have to say no that would not have got her killed? Did y'all see what this motherfucker said? Did y'all see the answer she fucking gave? Did David's baby have free will, Monica? Did I'm not gonna call it David's baby because he didn't fucking want it. Did Bathsheba's baby have free will, Monica? It's no longer David's baby in here. We're not gonna call the baby David's baby because he schemed. He tried to put the baby off on Uriah, and then because Uriah wouldn't take his fucking responsibility, he had Uriah killed. So this is Bathsheba's child. Did that child have free will, Monica? The baby wasn't born yet, Monica. The baby lived for 7. What the fuck? How can your God kill something that wasn't born, Monica? How did your God kill something that wasn't born, Monica? Don't make excuses for her. She ain't young. Yeah, we're waiting, Monica. How did he kill something that wasn't born? How did he have it make it sick for 7 days if it hadn't been born yet, Monica? I see that comment, Yala. No, I don't know. I don't know what box you're trying to climb on. I don't have a box for you to climb on top of, Fidel. Monica, where are you? Did it have free will to live, Monica? I mean, I'm loving seeing you discredit a 7-day-old baby and say that 7-day-old baby didn't have free will. But you guys will say it's wrong for women to have abortions. So I need to understand when life actually matters to your God. Like, are babies punishments, sacrifices for parents' sins, or do they really matter to your God and women shouldn't be getting abortions? Make it make sense. Because what your God did was an afterbirth abortion for David. Your God got rid of David's problem. So the baby didn't have free will to live, Monica. Was the baby using life? What do you mean the baby had free will but it couldn't use it yet? Was it using its breath? Was it using its body? Was it using its consciousness? So then the baby doesn't have free will to live. Your God gives life and can take it. Then Monica, answer this question for me. If your God is the giver of life, why does he give the power to humans to go and kill life if he can take it? Why does he need humans to do the killing for him, Monica? Why does he command humans to go into lands and annihilate them if he is the giver and the taker of life, Monica? Is he just an evil ass God? Oh, but he did, Monica. He did. He commanded the Israelites to go into Canaan and kill everybody. He commanded the Israelites to kill all the Amalekites. So if he is the giver and the taker of life, why did he give humans the power to take it? Answer that for me quickly, please. I asked why. Why would your God give humans the thought, the power, or the means to kill another human, Monica? Why does your God need humans killing humans, Monica? Y'all watch how she demoralized herself. She's going to demoralize herself all the way down. Why? If your God is the giver of life, we're not talking about what they did. If your God is the giver of life and the taker, why did he need humans to go and kill other humans, Monica? Why couldn't your God just take their life himself? Why did he need humans to do it? You're not answering the question I'm asking, Monica. If he wanted them gone, why did he just not wake them up, Monica? If he's the giver and taker, why did he just not wake them up? Why did he have humans murder humans? If you believe your God wakes you up every morning, then if he doesn't want you here, he just doesn't have to wake you up. If he didn't want the Canaanites here because they were sacrificing their kids, which we know that shit isn't true because the book doesn't say that, but let's say they were. So it was obedience and cooperation that your God cared about more, and he risked teaching humans how to kill each other so that humans could obey him. Am I understanding you, Monica? To your God, obeying him means more than him creating humans who are bloodthirsty and learning to kill each other. Am I understanding you correct? And then y'all go and give that credit to the devil when it's really your God who did it. Am I understanding you correctly? Your God taught humans how to kill each other because your God cared more about obedience. But you blame the devil. It does not, Monica. Give me the scripture that says the Canaanites sacrificed their kids. And you've already proven to us that your God is the devil in this book. Just want to let you know that. The lie y'all are telling on the devil, saying the devil is making people kill each other. That's your God doing that. You just proved that to us. Hey, Monica. This is Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 30. For the people of Judah have done evil in my sight, says the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house that is called by my name, defiling it. And they go on building the high place of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my mind. Therefore, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, where it will no more be called Tophet, or the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. For they will bury in Tophet until there is no more room. The corpses of this people will be food for the birds of the air and for the animals of the earth, and no one will frighten them away. And I will bring to an end the sound of mirth and gladness, the voice of the bride and the bridegroom in the cities of Judah, in the streets of Jerusalem, for the land shall become a waste. Don't bring Baal in this. This is your God's people. This is your God's people, and your God's people built the Tophet, where the children were sacrificed to Molech. in this book. It wasn't the Canaanites, it was Judah, according to Jeremiah. You know what else your God asked for, Monica? Like it's very hypocritical that your God would have the Israelites go and kill people for sacrificing when your God literally requires human sacrifice. Leviticus 27 verses 28 and 29. Nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction for the Lord, be it human or animal, or inherited landholding. Oh, I know she's straight demoralized. May be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. If you offer a human to your God as an offering, and that human is a non-Israelite, you cannot buy them back. You cannot ransom them. You must put them to death. That is a human sacrifice, Monica, to your God. So it's hypocritical as hell for you to be saying that the Canaanites deserve to die because they were sacrificing their kids when your God required sacrifices. When Judah was sacrificing. When Judah built the Tophet. I already told you what verse this was. But you'll defend anything because you ride David's dick. You ride this God's dick and the Israelites. Men, period. I have no respect for you at all. I didn't ask you to join. Beloved? Beloved, did you come up on purpose or on accident? The crazy thing is that Monica has yet to realize that her God would rather humans kill each other than him do the least violent thing if there are people doing evil things on the earth and him just not waking them up. She's yet to realize that her God wakes up humans and then whispers in the ear of another human and says, go kill that motherfucker that I just woke up today. Because I don't want them on the earth because they're doing evil shit. Your God says, go do evil because they're doing evil. She's yet to realize that. La. Eva. Oh, Wani, are you in the box on purpose? Mia, are you in the box on purpose? He literally told the Israelites to do it. Why are you saying he doesn't? He literally told them to go and kill. Why are you saying he doesn't? Like, y'all just say stuff. If your God wakes you up every day, and he wakes the Canaanites up every day, he literally told the Israelites to go and kill the same people he woke up that day. Why are you saying he didn't do that? And obviously you don't know him if you're saying he didn't do that. Did he, Varani, does your God wake you up every day? Did he wake the Canaanites up? Answer that question. Did he wake the Canaanites up? Who woke the Canaanites up every day, Varani? Don't type in all caps in my comments. Okay, so he woke them up every day. Did he tell the Israelites to kill them? Did he tell the Israelites to kill them after waking them up, Varani? I don't care about the reason. Did he do it? The reason doesn't change what the fact that he did it. You said he did it. Now you want to say it's a reason for it. So the truth is, he did it. You might want to correct what the fuck you said just a second ago. No, you didn't say anymore. You said he doesn't tell us to do those things. You said it's because we know him. That's what you said. And when I said he did tell them to do it, why are you saying he didn't? I don't give a fuck about times changing. Your God commanded humans to kill other humans. Your God gave humans the taste of murder. Your God did that. Your God put that in the minds of humans, in the hearts of humans, in the hands of humans, in the mouths of humans. That didn't come from a damn devil. That came from your God. It doesn't matter. I don't care if he has authority. He still made humans want to kill other humans. That came from your God, not a devil. You can say he has authority all you fucking want to. You believe the devil has authority over you. That's why y'all saying the devil is a liar. That's why you singing, take back what the devil stole from me. That's why you singing that song. Because you think he has authority. The devil has authority. The same God that taught humans how to kill. Doesn't change the fact that he did it. You worship an evil ass entity that taught humans how to kill humans. You know, your God is the only God in antiquity. Your God is the only God in antiquity who commanded humans to kill other humans. You know that, Varani and Monica? No other God in antiquity turned humans against humans like your God. No other God in antiquity commanded humans to discriminate against other humans based on ethnicity. That came from your God. No other God commanded humans to enslave humans for life and take their autonomy forever and treat them as property. That came from your God. No other God commanded humans to treat other humans who were not like them as commodity, as kesef. That is exclusive to your God. Murder, genocide, slavery, discrimination, supremacy ideology. That came from your God, not from a devil. Those are your God's commands. Yep. In antiquity, the gods mostly fought each other. It wasn't about the humans. They were fighting for power with each other. This God turned on the humans. It's so crazy because the book of Enoch talks about how the sons of God taught the humans bad shit. I mean, how could they know bad shit if they daddy didn't teach them? Like, he literally tells you that he'll lie to you. He literally says that he's jealous. Right? You even just said it. He's a jealous God. You just said that in the comments. He's wrathful. He tells you that he's going to rub shit on your faces, that he's going to make you eat your own kids, that you have to stab your own kids if they prophesy in his name that something he didn't say. You have to kill your own family members if they try to worship another God. Like, this is the God you serve. A God that commands you to kill your own child. No, that is for your child. That is for your mother, your brother. If they worship another God, your God told you to kill them. He told the Israelites to kill them, their own family. And then y'all say, oh, he's not the same. Why don't you ask your God since you know him, Monica? Like, why you keep asking me for verses? If you got Jesus on the main line? I mean, pick out your iPhone, call him, and ask him what verse I'm talking about. Like, I thought y'all knew him. Y'all just like, oh, we know him, you don't. Like, y'all asking me, like, what size shoe he wears shit. You should know this. You should know this. Like, hell, like, if you were married or dating somebody, and I'm sitting here telling you about your mans, you'd be like, hold on, how the fuck she know so much about my mans? Why she know this about my man and I don't? It's your man. Y'all making the claim we know him. Do you? If you need a spirit to understand English words, like the King's English at that, if you need the spirit to understand the King's English, then something is fucking wrong with you and your spirit. Then on top of that, Monica, can the Holy Spirit help you read Hebrew? Because if the Holy Spirit can't read Hebrew, but can only make up some bullshit from fucking English, then your Holy Spirit is on a IEP. Like, if it can't read Hebrew, if it's talking to you and it's like, I don't know what it's saying in Hebrew, like, that motherfucker either lying to you, deceiving you, or that motherfucker is in heaven or not. Something ain't right about that spirit. Because how the fuck he give it in Hebrew and it had to be translated by translators to the fucking language you speak today, but it can't tell you what the fuck it said in Hebrew. Make that shit make sense. You want me to believe you talking to a spirit that can't speak the fucking original language it supposedly said this shit in? Nope. If that motherfucker can't read Hebrew, if you telling me you got a Holy Spirit and that Holy Spirit is telling you secret things that regarding this text in English, but it can't fucking tell you what the same shit when you read it in Hebrew. You ain't got no fucking Holy Spirit. You ain't got no spirit. You ain't got spirit nothing. That's your limited human mind making up some shit and lying to people and calling it holy, calling it divine. The hell the Holy Spirit gonna give the shit to somebody in Hebrew and forget the shit.
I just want to know why she still fighting for her life in the comments. Her background noise ain't straightened up yet.
You motherfuckers don't fucking scare me. Wait, hold on. What is it? What do you mean? I've been warned, beware. Y'all don't scare me. I'm not scared to die either. You motherfuckers are scared to die. That's why you have a God. What you mean? Oh my God! Like, why did? What the fuck did you think I was going to say? Everybody fucking dies. Y'all keep coming in here day after day. Oh, I don't. Oh, I didn't. I don't see a nerd badge next to your name. I didn't know. Shit, I thought I was gonna say like, yeah, that is not a joke because you know people threaten my life every day. So don't joke about that. Yeah, that's not funny. They come in here threatening my life every day or send me messages. I mean, all you gotta do is come prove me wrong, road hog. Like, stop hiding in the fucking comments like Elijah in the cave. Come prove me wrong. Shit. If I've been believing my lies so long, get your ass out the comments and come to the stage. And if you claim a Holy Spirit, I'm gonna test that motherfucker. Oh, I thought you was talking about me. Y'all know damn well y'all gonna have to put some names in here. Especially if I'm not familiar with you yet. You gonna fuck around and catch strays. If I'm not familiar with you and I see you type something, I'm like, what the like I might respond and I know that you're talking about somebody else. Don't type in caps in my comments, please. Chico, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I thought you was talking about what Paul's ass was talking about the other day when he was in here talking about he was begging people to spare my life. Do not type in caps in my comments, and I just said that. Now you're going to say you were muted because of what you said. You are muted because you just straight up disrespected the rule. Don't type in caps in my comments. I don't care if you're typing Lord or Jesus or God. Caps are for mods only and for people who have a vision impairment. Madam Jones. Madam Jones.
Nope, I did not ask to come up.
No worries, I
That
take you
was
down.
so fast.
All right. She said,
Nope.
"Nope." Oh, she is knocked. It's interesting, all the ones like in the comments that's got so much to type but can't, like, y'all still in them fucking comments. It's interesting. I don't know, like I feel like you see how low the numbers are? Normally we'd be about 600, 700 by now on a Sunday.
I don't know what's going on.
Somebody texted me and said that their friend messaged them, and because their friend said I am an atheist, TikTok censored it and asked that he had to approve to see the comment, and then he said that TikTok asked if they wanted them to block them for saying I am an atheist.
What? This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Apparently saying, like, claiming to be an atheist, flagged something in the DM. But if the majority of the new ownership from America's buyout are Zionists from Israel, they're atheists. Most of them are atheists. So I can't see that they would make that word censored like that. Because their goal isn't to get people to believe in their God. Their goal is to get people to see them as superior, or to see them as let me say, not all of them. Let me correct that statement. There's the far right. Their goal is to be seen as a superior race. Then you have the right, and in the middle, yeah, their goal is, I would just say, I don't know how to say it, how to put it, but it doesn't have anything to do with believing in their God. That's not their mission, because they're atheists. And they don't believe that homosexuality is a sin. Like, it's so interesting how Christians are like, that's God's chosen, right? And they support Israel, but most of the people are atheists, and they don't see homosexuality as a sin. So, like, how are they, like, it just seems so contradicting. Sandra, did you just fall asleep on me, or is that your husband?
My husband.
Oh.
Yeah, he jumped up. No, I'm not sleeping.
That's her husband.
No, right in my ear. I had to switch the earbud over to my other ear.
Yeah, it seems.
No, I wouldn't do that to y'all. No, it really is, and it's sad that people like, what's the girl name? Monica. I don't know why she got them extra A's, but has been here all night fighting for her life. And he jumped up when I had to kick him. Oh, I'm not on mute. Because normally I'm on mute when he is still in here. But I have to give you your flowers, because talking to these people all night, every night, is just. Whew.
I swear, if we wouldn't experience the shit that we experience, and if especially in the Black community, if these types of conversations hadn't been fear mongered out of our community, I probably wouldn't do it as much. You know what I'm saying? Because it would be a normal thing. But I think it needs to happen as much as it's happening here at, amongst other deconstruction lives on TikTok, as much as it's happening, because we've never been able to have these conversations. We've never been able to question the text the way that we have. There's not a lot of Black representation in the field of textual criticism and biblical scholarship, like actual biblical scholarship, not pseudoscience. Not trying to prove, the space where, a lot of scholars are trying to prove that the Black people are the Israelites. I'm not talking about that type of stuff, but like studying the text, right? Learning Hebrew, learning Koine Greek, reading the examining the oldest copies of the text that we have, looking at pseudepigraphal and apocryphal texts, looking at the Marcion reconstructions, the pre-Nicene collection, looking at all of that, so that a lot of we get a clearer picture, right? Looking at archaeology, understanding how to identify strata and how they categorized things, and the peer review that were done on each piece of strata, and why scholars disagree with each other or agree with each other about specific things, and how they determined whether something was a redaction or an interpolation or added at a later date. That we don't have that, and which is what we're going to start with the sub only, the first week in January, first Saturday in January, and then Dr. B is going to teach a textual criticism class. The class that Dr. B teaches is not free, but you do get a special price, because if you are a super nerd, you get a special price. But anybody can take Dr. B's class. But my lives, my research lives, will be sub only for the super nerds. But I think these conversations are important, and they need to happen at the high level that they're happening today, simply because I think we're behind in that. We're behind in that space.
Oh, we're way behind.
Yeah. So if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't, because it's a lot to fucking stomach, and they get on my fucking nerves because they're rude. They're inconsiderate. They justify raping of women as women. To me, like, I'm not as shocked. I'm shocked when a man does it, right? But I'm not as shocked as I am when a woman does it, because they advocating against themselves while defending a man and saying, "Oh, he just made a mistake." Like, I don't understand it. The same way I don't understand how a Black woman can defend Sarah with the Hagar situation and say that Sarah had every right. Like a Black woman commented on the post I did about the Hagar slander, and she said, "Girl, shut up. Hagar was puffed up." Trying to say that Hagar was too proud. Right. She's trying to say Hagar was acting too proud, and that's why Sarah beat her. Like, do you hear yourself? I said, you know what, girl? I said, you should make a video saying my ancestors were too puffed up after having master's baby, and the slave master's wife had every right to beat her ass. She deleted that fucking comment so quick, because that's basically what you just said.
That's what you just said, man.
And I don't understand it. That shit irritates me.
It's painful to watch. It really, it's painful to watch. And the simple fact that I've sat in church and I've heard the Hagar story the same way she says it. yeah, Hagar got too haughty, or she thought too highly of herself when the baby she had was so that Sarah could have an heir for Abram. And it's like, bro, looking back at it, it's like, wow. I actually listened to that.
The crazy thing is, Tip, no one is saying that she didn't start looking at Sarah like she didn't have authority or power over her anymore. No one is saying that that did not happen. But defending Sarah, who forced Hagar to sleep with her husband, and then saying that because Sarah got jealous because Hagar didn't see her as authoritative anymore and then beat her, saying that Sarah had every right, is the same thing as saying that when the slave masters slept with our ancestors and the wife got jealous, she had every right to beat the shit out of our ancestors. That's what we're saying. You all, in defending this book, you defend that shit. You are saying that when the slave masters beat our ancestors or raped our ancestors, it was okay because it was okay for Sarah. And then y'all ask, where was God at doing slavery? And mine's like y'all saying that it's okay. The same shit that y'all are typing in my comments today, that's where your God was. And bodies just like yours, with minds just like yours. That's where your God was during slavery. Saying, oh, it's okay. It's holy. They chosen. They not. She puffed up. God sent you to me because I can't have kids. That's where your God was during slavery. Saying, it's okay. Steady for word. How are you? Steady for word?
Unless you put them on mute, they went on mute themselves.
All right, I'll take you down. Majestic Blue.
How you doing? Could you hear me?
A little bit. Can you get closer to the microphone, kind of like how close I am to mine?
Hold on, I got my headphones.
Oh, I know. That's because I'm vaping. I'm off camera. Are you there? Yeah, anytime I go off camera, it's because I'm vaping. Majestic Blue, are you there? Go mute and then unmute and see if that fixes your microphone. I don't know if you're trying to talk. Oh, okay. No, I don't do ganja. I can't handle that shit. Mm-mm. I can't. My doctor tried to give me some nerve pain medicine, and the pharmacist was like, well, now this will make you have nightmares. I said, hell no. Nope. He was like, well, it's
Nightmares.
yeah. He said, and then he
No.
said vivid nightmares at that. I said, no, I'm good. I don't want anything that's gonna mess with my mind. I will deal with the nerve pain. I'm good.
All right, hello.
Hi, how are you?
All right, I'm fine. How you doing? How's
Good.
everyone?
Uh, good. How old are you?
I'm 38.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible,
I'm
deconstructing, or
spiritual.
an atheist? So I don't have conversations with people who are spiritual. Unless you're
It's
spiritual with the
like,
belief. I'm sorry, Majestic. I'm trying to tell you how this room runs. Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have conversations with people who are spiritual unless you're spiritual with a belief in the God of the Bible.
well, okay, if I can explain properly, well,
I just need to know: do you believe in the God of the Bible?
I do.
Okay,
I
so
do. I
that's
really
cool.
do.
So I don't. Okay, so if you believe in the God of the Bible, now I don't want you to later on when we get into these topics, you go, well, I don't believe in him. That ain't the God I believe in, because that's gonna upset me. Because I'm asking you up front if you
Mhm.
believe in the God that we're discussing. So I don't want you to lie to me so that you can participate. Okay. Can somebody block that account? Thank you. All right. So which topic did you come up to discuss on the board?
Okay, on the board, it really was like pretty much all of them.
You can just choose
But
one. Okay.
well, I like the one. What if Alan was abusive?
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so just from the knowledge, like the little information, because I wasn't aware that it was a woman before Eve. But from something else that I had ran across and then listening, she chose to run away from him, like, and choose a fate to accept her children being born and then being killed, like hundreds of children being killed every day, every time they're being born, type stuff. So it had to be something that she ran from. And then just the thought of not wanting to be in that situation with him, like I was saying, I can't really explain. I'm like, I think about a lot of stuff, but my words really, I rumble sometimes, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm not going to be disrespectful, but I don't want to be like misunderstood what I'm trying to say.
You're actually doing a pretty
I'm
good
about to say
job.
it's
Like,
really good.
yeah,
I was just about to say that.
you're actually doing a pretty good job. You're basically saying that you think that it could be possible because Lilith, um, took she left
Yeah,
Adam.
she chose. She chose just
Hold on,
like.
hold on. Let me finish. You're basically saying she left Adam, and then when threatened and commanded to go back by Michael and the other angels, she refused to go back, even with the threat of them killing 300 of her kids a day.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it had to be something tragic about it, and then with the thought of that, and just listening to your songs, but with the knowledge of reading the Bible or being brought up into the gospel, or how I'm not sure how to put it, but for the thought just that's been running across my mind for years. Dealing with certain things in the churches that I grew up in is doctrines. So going back then to the Bible days, it was just like a way to keep everyone in line and stuff. Everyone to do it like have them under control, have us under control or whatever, how you would put it. So in order to keep it going on, they start putting names and titles on stuff. And that's when I believe Christianity came about, dealing with like way back with like at some point when they fast forward into slavery and stuff like that. Yeah. So the same God I had, the same people, however you want to put it, had the ruler over things then. The way to keep the manipulation going and controlling things going, to have everyone doing exactly what they want, however they want it. And then under the law that a man comes before a woman and should submit and should listen, honor, and obey and all that stuff there. That's like, how could you give somebody free will of being your partner, being your lover, whatever, as a woman or a man, or how could you sit there really have free will if you can't say, if you can't do what you want to do, you can't voice your opinion, type stuff. So it's just a controlling thing about that situation. But with the other stories of the Bible, I don't know. It's just been like tossing back and forth about a certain thing. I think it was limitations to it to just bring it down to a certain religion and stuff like that, or a certain name. But also, I'm aware of that certain Bibles and certain books has been stripped up out of the Bible, and certain things has been added on to it. So you got to really like open yourself up, open your mind up, and actually be in tune with like your what it is, your conscience, your conscience. Like what's good, what's bad. At the end of the day, I feel like you shouldn't label and you really can't label. It's like the way that we're raised up, we're brought up, it's passed down, something like a traditional type thing. So dealing with that, if our ancestors had to go through things and you couldn't read, you couldn't write, you really couldn't really speak. So they installed inside of us what they wanted. And dealing with that, it just more confusion, more chaos, manipulation, strongholds, fear, all the emotions and stuff, or everything like that could hold you bound if you really not like you were saying in the beginning, have a connection with the God of the Bible. And I get several gods, and I always thought, okay, since it's several gods, all the gods
Hold
actually.
on. Yeah, I need you to put a period there because you're going into multiple
Yeah,
things, and we have
about
to
so hot
address some
grammar.
of the things that you're saying. Like, remember, this is a two-way conversation, okay?
Yes,
So at
ma'am.
some point, you got to put a period there.
Okay,
But
I'll
go
just
ahead.
wait for you to come in and say something. God, like,
No, I try to have civil and respectful conversations in here where I'm listening to what you say, and I plan to respond to the points that you make so that the conversation is valuable, right? We get something out of it. Interrupting each other, there's no way that we're going to reach any type of understanding with each other. So I don't have conversations like that in here. Okay. All
so
right.
from where
Go ahead.
your point of view, like, with my thoughts, like, what could you say on this?
So you made several points. First off, I agree with you that the extra biblical tradition of Lilith, one which is a medieval Jewish tradition, saying that Lilith left, and she left because Adam wanted her to submit, right? And they were created equal in that narrative, and she didn't want to submit, so she left. I think Adam throwing Eve under the bus and not taking accountability, blaming the God, blaming Eve, shows or mimics characteristics of a person with an abusive personality. They typically blame shift, right, and don't take accountability for their own actions. And we see that all throughout the book, where powerful men are blaming other people for their actions, and requiring other people to pay for their sins instead of them. They're giving themselves lesser punishments or consequences throughout the book. So it's a learned behavior, and the God is also right along with them, allowing it or commanding that type of behavior, and the men. So it sets that expectation. You also mentioned that the text was changed, and that you think that um, Christianity came around like the time of slavery, and that the text was changed in order to justify a lot of things. Books taken out, um, and and stuff like that. Are you aware that slavery was in the Hebrew scriptures, um the same way we saw it established in the during the transatlantic slave trade, the slavery based on discrimination, where in ancient Israel, in Leviticus chapter 25, verses starting at verse 39 through verse 46, you see the two slave systems that were in ancient Israel, and that their slave system was based on the discrimination of ethnicity. So if you were a Israelite, then you could not be a lifetime chattel slave, um, and you couldn't be treated as a slave, and you couldn't be passed down as a slave. You were to be a debt slave or a hired worker as an Israelite, and you were to be released during Jubilee, whether that is 7 years or 50 years. You had to be released, and you were given sent back to your ancestral property. A foreigner, though, the Israelites were allowed to purchase or acquire lifetime chattel slaves from foreign nations. So they could go and purchase them, bring them back to Israel, and keep them forever as slaves. They could go into a land and require that land to submit to them as vassal states and become their lifetime labor. They could make foreigners who are already living in the land of Israel become their lifetime slaves, especially their children. Their children were the property of Israelites. Prior to Leviticus, we see in Exodus, women and children were lifetime chattel slaves. They didn't get released during Jubilee until later on when the law was codified. And this is in the oldest text that we have of the Hebrew. Like, are you aware that that was not changed or added to justify slavery? That was a part of the text?
No, I didn't know that. It's dealing with the Bible. I mean, I know the King James version what I grew up on, and then I got into the Amplified Bible at some point, but all the Hebrew Bibles or anything else besides a study Bible or something, and that was some years ago, and I was just getting my, like, out of my teen sight. But I don't know. I haven't really been doing my searching like I should, because it's like being into the church and stuff, it started getting confusing. It started just getting just shaky. I'm 38 right now, and like I've been going in and out of church, but it just always something just didn't feel right. I mean, I know it's more information out here I need to be plucking and trying to get to have a proper understanding of things or whatever. That's why I just say the guy that I knew, that my mom knew, my grandmother them knew, the one I stick on to. But when it comes to a title, that's why I just couldn't, say all that stuff there. However, but I just couldn't be quiet with the messages going on and stuff across the board. That's why I had to voice my opinion on it.
Yeah, and I appreciate you. Like I said, you're doing a very good job articulating your thoughts and the points that you want to make. I think a lot of us, especially in the Black community, hang on to this God out of tradition, right? It's the God that our grandmothers, that our mothers passed down to us, and it's the God that their grandmothers and their mothers passed down to them, and it comes from slavery, right? Like, our ancestors were introduced to this God via during the times of the transatlantic slave trade, and the nature of the God changed over time as our ancestors started engaging with their belief in the God, how they saw the God, and how they understood the text. So, like, if you notice what we understand about this God, or what we were taught about this God, is quite different from predominantly white evangelical churches, or Latina, predominantly Latina attended churches, right? It's because usually the God has a lot. It's given to us in a cultural context. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so we're tied to our culture. Therefore, we have the highest religiosity when it comes to this Abrahamic God than any other ethnicity or race. Like, the Black community believes in this God more than the descendants of the ones who brought this God to us.
Yeah.
Today. And because it was given to us like via the whip, and it's preached to us like a whip. God gonna get you, right? You gonna go to hell. You can't question God. You gotta ask God and beg God and hope that you clean and worthy enough for him to help you get a job making $9 an hour. Right? You need the God to understand English. The only time you need the God to help you understand English when you're reading a book is when reading this one. But you can go read the Odyssey and understand it just fine. Like the
That's when the
fear
parables
mongering,
come in too.
huh?
I was saying that's when the parables comes in too, along with like them adding and taking out of things. It was like you could say the secret of it, the passage of it. I mean,
But let
oh,
me ask you, like, because you keep saying that, do you have resources where you can show us what
yeah,
you're
nah,
referring to when you say things were taken out of the parables?
uh, not right now. I mean, I've read it. I mean, I've zoomed across some stuff, but I really can't say right now exactly. I mean, I know it's a book of Enoch that I read. That talks about some more things. It just, I really,
Enoch isn't a parable though. Enoch is fan fiction that was written, uh, like the biblical Enoch would have lived about 600 some odd years after the biblical Adam, right? If these people were real, Enoch would have lived about 600 and maybe 660 something years after Adam. The book of Enoch, the first book of Enoch, was not written until 300 to 299 BCE. So about 3,000 years after that character would have lived. So the book of Enoch was not written by Enoch. At best, a believer of the book of Enoch would have to say that the oral traditions of Enoch were passed down perfectly, nothing left out, nothing added for 3,000 years before someone wrote it down. Then the second book was written between 1 and 20 CE. Right? So so that's it's considered fan fiction in the world of biblical scholarship. It's not written by Enoch. So a lot of this stuff is allegorical, mythology. Some of it was used to help humanity wrestle with their morality, with ethics. But when it was given to us by the people who indoctrinated our ancestors into it, it was given to them as a God um, who was sovereign, right? As a rule book for life. And so the stories were presented as literal and factual, right? Like it's the sword, and you can't question it, you can't add to it, you can't take away, although they do. But it, when you say that things have been changed in it, I hear black believers say that all the time, but it's almost like they never ever thought to say, well, why am I saying that? Yeah, like why am I saying that? And then can I prove that? Or is this just something that I feel because I don't agree with the things that God does and says in this book? And this can't be the God that my mother introduced me to. Like my mother wouldn't introduce me to a God who say slavery is okay, who condones slavery. So that had to be added. That had to be added.
let me see. Like, okay, remember when I owned, but about the thing with Moses' mother. Nah, they was trying to kill the firstborns when they found out that Jesus was coming, that it was a savior that was born.
Where are
So
you getting that from? Moses wasn't named Jesus, and
no,
Moses
no,
wasn't
no,
the
no. That
savior.
Moses was the one sent up for the Ten Commandments and stuff.
Yeah, but what does Moses' mama have to do with?
No, like that's why I had to stop myself. It was like, okay, around the time that Jesus was born, Moses was born too. So they
No.
both, huh?
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
Moses. If Moses was a real character, Moses would have been born somewhere between the 13th. He would have lived between the 13th and mid 11th century BCE. Jesus would have been born sometime somewhere between 1 BCE to 33 CE. They were born in two different ages. Moses is predicted to have been born during the late Bronze Age, and Jesus was born during first century Rome.
Oh, so I must have them mixed up. But have you ever heard of the story with the pledges?
With who?
The pledges with Pharaoh?
The pledger? The what?
The pledges with Pharaoh?
What pledges? Are you talking about in
The famine and
Exodus?
stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, you talking about with Joseph?
Joseph.
Oh, the plagues.
Yeah, the plague. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I have.
Okay. So it was a mother, she had a baby. And the mother had got her daughter because the Pharaoh wanted to kill all first sons. All the sons that had been born around that time. So the mother had got the baby, and they agreed to send the baby up the river. So the little sister watched the baby and stuff while he floating down the river, and then I think it was Pharaoh's daughter, or it was someone. It was the king. It was King Heron.
No, you're confusing Jesus's story
No,
with Moses. King Herod
it's
is
two
in
different
the
stories.
King Herod is in the New Testament. King Herod is not Old Testament with Moses, and
Okay.
yeah,
I can't.
the Pharaoh did issue an order to have the firstborn males, to have the males, not the firstborn, to have the Hebrew males drowned, right? But it doesn't say that he actually drowned any of them.
No.
And so she did send Moses in a basket up the river, and then the Pharaoh's daughter fished the basket out, and she raised Moses as her own. That's what it says. But
Right.
that's not Jesus. They're
I
two
know.
different.
I know. I was saying he was a baby around the thing, but I don't know. I ain't read it in a while, but I don't
Why do
know.
you think they were a baby at the same time?
Because okay, they were saying when Mary had the baby in the barn and stuff, they were saying that a savior. It was talking about a savior will be born. So when Jesus was born, once they found out that the savior had been born and stuff, now the king was looking for that baby. I haven't read this one in years. Like really read the, but I forgot why I was going at with that. Huh? What you say?
That part of the story is Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where are you getting that they were babies at the same time though?
That could have just been me being confusing, even skipping off the point what I was trying to say about it.
But the point you were making was that they were born at the same time, and that's not true though.
No, I was trying to tell you a story to get to where I was going, and oh my goodness,
What you can't remember it because the story that you're trying to tell me isn't in the Bible. Because you started out with Moses. You asked me if I about Moses' mama, and I said, "What about Moses' mother?" And you said that Moses was a Jesus and a savior. That's you started out with that, and I was like, "No, he wasn't."
okay. My what I was trying to get to was okay, dealing with the slavery back then and stuff, a bit in the Bible. I can't even remember. I'm gonna have to probably what nights do you do this again or something? I have to start even trying to figure out where I was going there because I don't want to sound like crazy at the end of the day with it. It's
But
not.
what we were talking about is
Oh, just
when
backtrack for me.
yeah, what we were talking about is when a lot of Black Christians, when they come in here, they make the uh, assumption that the text was changed because my grandmother would not introduce me to a God that condoned slavery. They wouldn't introduce me to a God that established a system based on discrimination. That had to have been added later to support white supremacy. That had to have been added later to support the slave trade. the enslaving of my ancestors. But when y'all say that, it it like I don't say always, because no one has ever been able to say, hey, here is an older text where slavery, where the God is against slavery, where this system isn't in ancient Israel. It feels like you all are saying that because you don't like the fact that you've read something in this book about your God that is directly used to directly harm your people.
It's, I don't know, but my viewpoint about God though, about him, it's like okay, when you ask me the question, how do I know something has been taken out of something? Because really, at some point, it seems like it's blanks and stuff. If you he's teaching me something. If you're gonna sit there and be on something, you got to have all the information in the background about it and stuff. It's like you got to jump. You got to really search for it to get the full piece of the puzzle, the full piece of the stories and stuff. You can't just sit there how they do what turned me off in churches too. How they just sit there be on one topic and stuff and just stick on that, but they have nothing to back it up with type stuff. I don't forgot where I was going there because I was trying to really say something. It wasn't the fact that I'm being, I don't know. I'm gonna have to just get off here if I make myself feel more stupider. Not crazy, just
Well, you
stupid.
don't sound stupid, so like, please don't call yourself that. But I would say when you are researching, right, probably the first place to start is in the book that you believe in before you add any outside sources,
Yeah,
right?
when it comes to Joseph, like you said about it, want to go there.
Huh?
I say like my favorite book in the Bible is about Joseph.
Joseph.
Yeah, that's in Genesis. I think Genesis 37 or Genesis 38. A story about Joseph with I think he had like seven brothers and stuff.
Why is that your favorite book?
Cause I'm talking about my family falling on. It's like I said, I could relate to it, dealing with my siblings and stuff. Cause like, that's about the coat of many colors and stuff. How they sold them into slavery. His father had a loving for him and stuff. Like, you got your favorite kid type stuff. He just had a weakness for him and stuff. And he was a dreamer. He was one always just out in the open doing things. And his brothers was always hooded up with each other, having conversations, laughing or something. And they see him coming and the subject changes and they focuses on him because he was different. Like, but I like how.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what you saying?
No, go ahead and finish.
I was saying I like how the part that even though he went through the things he went through, even though they even faked his death and stuff when they went back to his father, they sold him into slavery after throwing him in a pit and stuff. How he had mercy on him. Because around the time when the plague, something was going on, but the famine was going on in the land where they had to have and get food or have safety and stuff, they was able to come to him, and he ain't treat them nasty. He like God had them put him in a position, even though he went through things, being sold into slavery. He just started going up the ladder, spiritually and stuff, and people start because of his dreams. He was interpreting dreams and stuff, and having dreams. But because of who he was, and I guess not guess, but because
Are
of
you
who he
talking
was.
about Jacob's ladder? You're mixing stories. That's not the same story.
Okay, if I just know it's Genesis 37. It's a whole story. It
Jacob's
talks
ladder.
with
Jacob and
Rachel.
Joseph. Jacob and Joseph are
He,
not the same.
no, I'm saying his name is Joseph. It's Joseph
Right.
in the Bible. His mom's name either Leah or Rebecca. There was two sisters, and all together they bear
That's
a son.
Jacob.
Huh?
That's Jacob. Joseph didn't marry Leah and Rebecca.
No, he was the son of one of them.
Right. But Jacob's ladder that's Jacob that had that dream, not Joseph. Joseph was the one that was in Potiphar's house, right?
Yeah, he interpreted the dream for him that was
He did.
disturbing him.
Let me finish. His brothers did hate him because he prophesied that they were going to bow down to him, right? And they didn't like that. He was loved more. Jacob had a problem with that shit, loving people more, kind of like the God did, right? With Cain and Abel, and how the God showed more respect or reverence for Abel's offering over Cain, creating jealousy between the two brothers. And then Jacob did the same thing, right, with Joseph and their brothers. And you kind of just see that pattern throughout the Old Testament, where brothers are jealous of each other, right, and going at each other. But it's written that way for a theological message. The north is one brother, the northern kingdom. The southern kingdom is another brother. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. The north and the south were jealous of each other. Like they were, the south was really jealous of the north because they were I'm probably saying a lot right now. They were a more advanced kingdom than the south was, than Judah. And so when you see the two brothers jealous of each other and warring at each other in these stories, it's symbolic for the two kingdoms of Israel, and how Judah was last and Judah became first because they didn't they grew and took over once the north got conquered and dispersed. The Messiah comes from the line of Judah. So it's symbolic for that. But Joseph is also the man who helped the Pharaoh establish an oppressive style economic system. Joseph helped the Pharaoh take all the resources in a very clever way from the people, from the public, and put it into the hands of the rich and powerful, and they divvied it out, and then they let them starve long enough to where they end up having to sell themselves into slavery and became the slaves of the Pharaoh, with Joseph being the one to control it all. Right? So like this same plan that we see your God helped Joseph establish is the same plan that we see in society today, where the rich and powerful control all of the resources and they decide who gets what. Right? When you see the more affluent neighborhoods have clean water, right? Their sewers get maintenance all the time. Their streets get updated with underground electrical wiring, so that when it storms, their lights don't go out. There, better schools, like the infrastructure. Thank you, Joseph. They're following the same type of plan that Joseph did, right? And then sometimes you'll see that they will, in order to control like inflation or the labor market or interest rates, they'll allow people to go without. Like we just saw them allow people to go without food stamps for a long time, right? Because they were conducting business. They didn't care about the people not being able to eat. And like it forces people to make certain decisions, right? And that's what Joseph did.
Can like the way I explained it, it's the things that's going on in this world today. But from my point of view, and the reason why I say I could put myself like, I didn't explain the story right. 'Cause I said up the ladder. That's what threw me off the Jacob story. But I was talking about the point where how he got put into that position where he can control the economy and stuff and be able to feed people. How everyone had to come to their land to
But
get food.
hold on, he wasn't put in that position to be able to feed people. He took
He
from
just
people. He kept it to himself and to the him and the Pharaoh kept important information that the public needed to know to themselves for 7 years. And during that 7 years, they stored up all the wheat. They stored up wheat for 7 years so that when the famine happened and the people had no more food, they had to come to them and sell their cattle to them. They had to sell their land to them. And then it gave all their money to them buying wheat from them because they're the only ones who had wheat. And then when they were out of cattle, money, and land, they had to sell themselves to eat. So Joseph wasn't doing a nice thing for the people. Joseph was making the Pharaoh rich, making himself rich, and then your God's plan was for the Hebrews to go and down to Egypt and live in Egypt as royalty under Joseph. So this wasn't a good thing for society. It was a power play for power, an elite status, and wealth for the Hebrews. They took from the from the Egyptians, right? And your God put a Hebrew man over it all. But the thing is that this story isn't true. It's symbolic, right? Hold on. It's symbolic for a theological message regarding the Hebrews, because there has never been a point in time in Egypt's history, and Egypt was meticulous and with record keeping. There's never been a point in time where any Semite or Hebrew ruled Egypt. Never. Right. So this is a theological message that the Hebrews write and tell each other to keep their spirits high, and their imaginations during a time where they were also being oppressed. Like they were a small nation of people in Judah, and they were like living in villages, and they were also being oppressed by other nations. But this story has been used to oppress people today.
Just like
We're not talking about the Pharaoh, Mike Mack. We're talking about Joseph.
yeah. That's why. Hold on for a minute. Excuse me. But this is the reason why, because I didn't know some of that stuff, man. I knew it. I knew the story. And my ending part of the story wasn't about greed and power. It was about how he had mercy on his siblings, his brothers when they came to him and stuff. Like, it's information that I knew, forgot some, and then there's information I don't know that's harmful. Like that's why I say
Just because there are the way to approach the book is a book of claims. There are individual parts that you can learn from. You can take inspiration from it, but also you have to be aware that the book is being used against society by specific people, right? For example, I don't like Tyler Perry. But there is a story that he tells about the day that he got his breakthrough that I get inspiration from. I still don't like his ass, but I can get inspiration from the day that how he kept going, how he would put on a play and nobody show up, and he kept putting on plays. How he decided to quit, and he went and got a job and started working at AT&T, and then somebody came to him and was like, "Hey, I want to invest in your next play." He quit his job. He went and put the play on, and a tornado came and fucked the theater up. And then he put on another play after that, and he was sitting in his dressing room putting on his Medea makeup, and he said to himself, I don't even know what this is for. And he believes in God, of course, and he said the Holy Spirit told him to get up and look out the window, and he looked out the window, and the line was wrapped around the building, and he said that he's been, doing well ever since that night. But it's persistency, right, in his story. You're going to fail. Shit ain't gonna look right. You're gonna want to give up, right? Motherfuckers gonna talk about you. They're gonna tell you that you need to quit, that you ain't gonna never make it, but it's up to you if you are willing to continue to keep going, even when it doesn't look like that. But I still don't like Tyler Perry's ass. I don't like the stuff that he make. But I can get inspiration from this story. I understand the inspiration that you get from Joseph forgiving his siblings and not requiring them to be punished for selling him into slavery. That's a beautiful lesson to get from that, right? But you have to be able to look at the entire thing and then be able to see the individual claims of the text, because it's not just one book. The Bible is a book of claims, and it has different theological messages, different historical claims. Right? You can't ignore all of that because you read one part and it's like, oh, this makes me feel good. I get inspiration from that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, really.
Huh?
Yeah.
I did,
I'm sorry. It's just my main thoughts right now. It's like the world got so just wicked, corrupted type, and I overthink a lot. I'm a very emotional creature. Like it's like I thank God for my life now. I'm not on any drugs or nothing like that. Though. I have high hopes for myself and my future and my family. Like I'm very family oriented. Very intelligent to his nice it stands or whatever. Have high hopes for myself. Have plans. It just little small stuff is just too much for me these days. And I just gotta shape up. Like not even shape up, just like Tyler Perry had that little, you said, a little breakthrough, little leeway, that just miracle you could say. Like I've been waiting and just praying and sowing seeds type stuff, but some days it seems impossible, and some days like I'm done. I'm like, I got this future, I got this. That's when like it's like a type of confusion. It's like a type of disbelief at some point. Then it's like a type of your purpose. You know your purpose. Just keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting. Then I ain't gonna say I want to give up, cause I know I have to keep fighting. I have nieces and nephews as well now. Like I said, I have my sibling. We just lost my dad. My mother been gone 11 years. I really, I don't know. I got myself in my right mind. And the fire in me just to know to keep going. And like the stuff that I was taught in church, it fucked me up in ways. That's why I chose to just really line myself just with the creator. Like it's a limitation when it comes to names and stuff. To me, I don't know. I'm just
and you can so the whole process of deconstruction is analyzing the beliefs that you hold about life, about yourself, doing away with the ones that are harmful to you, that are causing you mental stress, mental harm, that are weighing on you. Like one of the ones that I held and I learned that my daughter is trying to hold for herself is that you have to put other people before you and make yourself uncomfortable so that other people are comfortable, and you don't have to do that. That you do not have to do that. You are not the sacrifice. You're not their sacrifice, and you deserve to have a peace of mind within yourself. You deserve happiness. You deserve for your voice to be heard. If you don't like something, say it. And if that person cares about you, they'll have their feelings about it and it will be all right. It'll be okay. You can take what you've learned, what your mother and your grandmother has passed down to you through this belief system that is helpful to you, that gives you strength, that helps you remember them and all that they've done for you in their life while they were here, all that made you who you are, and then do away with what's harmful. And then when you talk about uh, things that you want to do in life, first off, anything worth having it typically is not easy to get. That's just the way the system is set up here. They didn't make that shit easy, especially for our community. And we see now that we have to fight even harder now because they've taken away a lot of the work that civil rights and our ancestors have done, right, over the years to try to help us get to certain places. So the fight might be a little harder, but it isn't impossible. Will you fail? Yep, even they fail. They just don't talk about it. The stories that they write about their successes, telling you that they just had an idea, wrote a code, and then overnight people were downloading. That shit ain't true. I've talked to some of these people. That shit ain't true. Overnight to them is 10 years. Did you know that? Overnight success is 10 years. And that 10 years, yeah, they'll make you think that they're doing this shit overnight. That 10 years comes with all kind of failures. But the thing is that they'll fail fast, they'll pivot, and they'll just make something else, and they'll just keep going until they get a win. And that's what you have to do. And then they take the scripture in here, ask not, you have not because you ask not. They say, ask 1,000 fucking times. If you get 1,000 no's, ask 1,001 times. They don't have any shame. When I was raising money for my company, I had a coach, a fundraising coach. WeFunder assigned me a fundraising coach, and he said, we got to strip you of your shame. He said, you can't care about your auntie who can't pay her light bill. You can't care about something. And I'm listening to him like, what? Like, I don't have that in me. I can't say, hey, invest in my company and forget your light bill. I don't have that in me. But that's the mindset that they were trying to get me to adopt. Because you kind of have to. Because in order to raise the money to raise your company, you have to be willing to ask 1,001 times, and you cannot care about whether that person can afford to invest in your company or not. I don't suggest that. I don't suggest that at all. I don't. But I do suggest that you have the mentality of ask and ask 1,000 times. And if they say no, fucking ask again. Ask somebody else until you get a yes. And it hurts. I was talking to them last week about how an investor was like, sorry to make you cry, and put onions in the fucking subject line. That shit hurts. It stings. And sometimes you have to take a break. You have to take a break so it doesn't take you out, because it will feel like it will take you out. But after you take a break, get your ass back up and start again and ask again. And you're not the only one who has fallen. You're not the only one who has tried something and it didn't work. Even the best of the best failed more than once.
I really appreciate you for your words. I'm in love with your album too. I'm not gonna hold up any more of your time. I appreciate you for your words. I appreciate you for your heart inside.
You're welcome.
You have a safe journey. Continue doing your thing. I don't know how to get out of this call, but I'm finna fall back.
I got you, and I wish you the best, and I hope that you succeed at whatever it is that you're trying to do, and that you learn that it's okay to love you, and you just because you love you don't mean you don't love them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. And thank you for the knowledge too that you did throw in my mouth to read it. But like, is there anything tied to it? Like, I read the story, but is there anything tied to it that's not like that's in another scripture besides being in Genesis about that Joseph story?
Like you mean outside of the
Like any
Bible?
other text, like any other scriptures anywhere else in the Bible, in the book?
I'm not sure.
I
I
just got
haven't
to read it
read.
again. I just got to read
Yeah.
it again. I'm sorry for even that threw me all the way. But I'm gonna just go ahead and go. Y'all have a blessed one. Thanks again.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Thank you. You have a great day.
You too.
And don't be sorry for any of this.
All right, I got you. Good morning, Fee.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hey,
How are you?
Fee.
Good morning. Hey, Connor.
I feel like I've been battling all night.
You said you feel like what now?
I've been battling all night.
Oh, really?
Like I damn near lost my voice.
Damn.
Was that the first?
That was the first calm one.
The first caller, yeah.
All night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Every last one tonight has been me having to cuss a motherfucker out. Norvich. Norvich.
I'm sorry, so it's a mistake.
No worries. Have a good one, okay?
Okay, thank you. Bye.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Blessed today. Hi, how are you?
Hi, big little sis. It's me.
Oh, hey, you done changed your account again?
I have. Hey, y'all. Me and Zelina. No, this is the account. I'm just working on accounts for TikTok shop, building up followers.
Oh, okay.
But Majestic just touched my heart. And I'm so happy to see you hold space for Black man. That because like in our community, they very rarely speak out and feel comfortable to do that. And to just see him be so vulnerable with this entire group, like, really touched my heart. And Majestic, if you're still out there, I followed you. I'm a 57-year-old woman. I'm willing to be your big auntie. I'm willing to just, talk, DM you and talk through stuff. So, but I was in the request before, and part of the reason, and this is I'm a thinker too, but I'm not like you thinker. You're more logical, analytical, mixed with emotional. But I'm more emotional with a tinge of logical and analytical, right? But one of the things I was thinking about recently is that I liken this God to Donald Trump and Donald Trump's followers to a lot of Christians. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of people follow Donald Trump with no benefit. And the only people I could justify not even justify, but from a sense that what benefit are you getting from Donald Trump? You have to be pretty much in that 1% or close to that 1%. But you have a lot of people that just blindly following him with no benefits. And then, so as I started thinking about that, I realized I'm becoming like I was as a Christian, a bully. Because I cut people off friends, anyone, family who said they were voting for Donald Trump. That was an immediate cutoff. And I find myself falling back into that same pattern with people that are saying, like I have a gay brother and he was telling me, I went to church today, and I just got so angry with him. I'm like, that same King James version of the Bible, people speculated about him being gay. And then he puts in the Bible, man with man is an abomination or however it goes. And I'm like, this is what you're looking up to. And it was in that tone. And I don't want to be that person, but I am that person. And I don't know if that's a me thing or it's also a deconstruction thing, because Christians do it all the time. So is it like human based? It can't just be Christian based. So it's like I'm given the flip side of it too, how Christians will justify worshiping this God, whereas I'm doing the same damn thing to my brother for worshiping the God. So I feel like a hypocrite in the moment.
Yeah, and I totally understand what you're saying, which is why for me, the law that I set for myself is I treat everybody. I have the expectation to treat everyone with respect, regardless if they are a believer or not. I might not agree with you, and I'm going to tell you that I don't agree with you. But I'm going to respect you because you are human, right? I'm not gonna be like, you worship the God, like, you know what I'm saying? But if they say something harmful, if they are harmful, I'm going to match that intensity, because that's something that I care about. And for me, it's like I need you to hear me when I say this is harming me, this is harming society. And like for me, it's not whether they believe in a God, it's what they believe about the God that I attack, right? Not the human, or not the fact that the human has a belief in a God. Because to be honest, not everybody can be can exist without a God. Does that make sense? Some people
Yes.
need to believe that there is a God, or feel like they know that there is a God. But that can be harmful, and Fee talks about this all the time, because we as a society need to move towards what's true, what's real, and what can be proven if we're going to get better. And we know like that's not going to happen overnight, right? uh, we have to wean people off of that. But I don't think that you're wrong for matching intensity, because it's something that you're passionate about, and you see the harm that Donald Trump is doing. You and you're able to look at this text and see how they're using it as a rule book, as a guide to further cause harm, right? And so your the passion that you have when discussing this, and with people that you know, and you're trying to get them to see what you see, it's warranted. One thing that I would say though is, what's the best way to get that person to hear you so that they see what it is that you're trying to get them to see? Is because I'm not there. I'm not, in there when you're having the conversation. So you know that. You know if they're, you know, hearing you or understanding you or even trying to, or gaslighting you. Like to me, when they start with the gaslighting and the manipulation, it's wartime, because you already told me that you don't give a damn about me. Like you've taken out your knives and you've decided to cut. So I'm going to meet you with that intensity.
Right. But I think in this case with my younger brother, like he didn't give me any intensity. Like I think I'm at wit's end. Remember I told you I just had surgery on my eyes. And I just think I'm just being in bed, frustrated, and then taking it out on people a little bit. But I also feel like that same intensity around like the election. Like I used to be like a news junkie. In order to keep my mental peace, I had to shut everything down news wise to not like lose it. But one of the things that I do want to do that I see that you do here is like educate and the first time I think I came on your panel, I spoke about how much I hated the Bible. I didn't want to read the Bible. I found nothing interesting about the Bible. And then a couple months ago, I came up and asked you which version of the Bible to get. And I still want to talk to you about that. But now I am more interested. Like, my heart is and my mind is just like want to get that education, want to be able to show things in the Bible where things are not logical, where it doesn't make sense, especially for my people. And when I say my people, I'm talking about my Bahamian people, I'm talking about Black people, I'm talking about people that have suffered because of this religion. And so my goal now is to get more educated. I'm just an emotional being. So I want to, I'm working on that, trying to be more logical than emotional, or balance it, actually. Just balance it, because I love my emotions. The same emotions I have right now is genuine for Majestic, saying I want to be there for him. As a Black man in need, I want to be there for him if he wants me to. And so I live in compassion. But I also need to balance that compassion with education. And that's one of the things that I found here. I like how well-rounded your life is. Like, the research part, sometimes because I have ADD, like I may zone out a bit because it's really overwhelming for my brain. But the parts that really touch humans, that I will lock in deep, deep, deep and hard. And then the other parts, like, I'm like, okay, you have to pace yourself, which is part of the reason you invited me to join the Discord. And I told you a while back, and I told you that I get information overload too easily, and then everything becomes too much for me. So I have to pace myself. But I really want to educate myself so that I can speak from not only my emotions, but truly what the facts are.
Yeah, and that's just about like having emotional intelligence, right? And it's good that you're recognizing it and doing the introspection that you need to do, for one, to be, more at peace with yourself and in your mind, and feel good about how you are moving about with this thing. And when you engage with other people, and like, we all have work to do. Like, even like today, like, before the live, I had a conversation with myself about how I show up, right? um like, I know that my ass is something else. And and I tell people all the time, like, this is who I am. But I work really hard to make sure that I don't carry that over to the next person, because they don't deserve what the last person gave. And that's a part of me, um fine tuning my emotions.
Right.
And so you're doing the right thing, and you're asking yourselves the right questions. I think it also proves that you're not narcissistic, because you care about how your words affect other people, how it affects your relationship with your brother. Um, you notice that, right now there's some things going on in your life, and you're like, yeah, I took that out on people because, I didn't process my emotions. Right. And, it's not a place to beat yourself up about it. It's recognizing it and creating a plan, to hold yourself accountable, and to, get better at managing that. When we go through stuff, it is tough. It is easy to take it out on the people closest to us, but there's a lot of regret that comes with that afterwards. Um, and yeah, I think you're doing the right thing, and you don't to show. You don't have to be a scholar, right, to kind of tie the beliefs that a lot of believers are holding to society today. You don't have to be a scholar. My ass is, I just love this shit. Like, I just love researching and learning new shit. Like, and then I love sharing it. I told y'all, knowledge is my high. Like,
Right.
but you don't have to uh love it like that. Like, you don't have to go that deep in order to have these conversations with people who are believers in your family, in order to show them how the religion is affecting society. So don't feel don't feel
No,
a
I
lot of
agree.
pressure to do that either.
No.
I also
Yeah,
think
I
that,
definitely agree with. Sorry, Fee. Go ahead.
oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to say, I also think that sometimes we lose sight of the fact that we've been conditioned to think that people are gain value when we provide answers, but sometimes they gain value with insight into our process of asking questions. Because like Bash says all the time, questions are gods to the answers. So sometimes people, I know myself included, we look at people who are able to provide answers to questions, who have these beautiful brains like Thinker, and we think that that's what we're supposed to be able to do because we individually get a lot of value from that. But everybody learns differently. And for some people's minds, the process of peeling back those layers and, okay, well, how can I go from I know where I want to get, I know where my points of tension are, but I don't quite know the path I should take. So sometimes kind of opening the view into the logical thought process is a whole lot. It provides a lot of value, just as much as the answers that we think we need to have in order to be helpful to people, specifically when we're coming from a compassionate place. You kind of zeroed in on the same thing that I was zeroing in on in that conversation with Thinker. I saw this TikTok the other day where this man was saying that patriarchy and this objectification of women and abandonment of men and this toxic masculinity starts with these like Hollywood movies portraying these young prepubescent girls and older men. And this lady came in, she was like, no, it doesn't. It starts way before that. It starts, at infancy, or when boys start moving around and we tell them they can't feel or they can't cry or they aren't shown love. Like that's the catalyst, or that's the genesis of the abandonment and that seed of toxic masculinity in our society. So you zeroed in on that. Like you already have your space that nobody else can hold, your vantage point that no one else can hold, the assistance that no one else on this planet can provide. So when we're etching out our identity in these communities of compassion, we definitely have to remember that it's going to look different for absolutely everybody. And I agree with Thinker, being able to recognize in yourself the problems that you see in others. That's an introspection that a lot of people don't have. And a lot of people don't realize that that is the only place that growth can come from, being able to get honest with ourselves. Like we live in a society that has an extremely estranged relationship with truth and honesty right now. We cozy up to what's comfortable. So being able to recognize in your relationship or your interaction with your brother that, I'm being the same way. I deal with that all the time. I don't want to become the thing that pushed me away from religion. I don't want to become the thing that I see in society that's so detrimental. And that thing is trying to tell other people how to see something. But I also think like with the whole logic and emotion, I think it's seasoning, right? You have to be able to figure out the balance for the particular situation. And that balance is going to change depending on who you're talking to. That balance is going to change depending on what the topic is. Because I know my spices get real heavy when I start talking about, people are the LGBTQIA community or hurting children or, marginalized communities. I have to recognize, okay, my blood is getting a little bit higher because I go into protective mode. I don't like injustice. So being able to be aware of that is always going to be step number one. So I agree with Thinker. I think that you're doing the way you're speaking about it. It sounds like you're doing exactly the work. Like the work is the destination. There is no destination that we're going to arrive at because we're never going to stop learning. There's always going to be things that people can tell us. Oh, I didn't know. I have a conversation with a person who gives me a vantage point I did not have access to because I didn't live their life. So that when we realize that this state of being in flux, if you will, is not chaotic, it can absolutely be calm. It can absolutely be controlled. But I think it's pulling back or pushing against the concept of, oh, we have this destination that we have to get to, then I will be, or I will have arrived. No, this process of growing and learning is our arrival.
Right. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. And Fee, I wanted to purposely call you Faye because if you get like $100 for every time someone calls you Faye, you'd be a billionaire.
And it's 2 letters. I see it all the time. I was like, these 2 letters, fuck them up.
Yes, but I also feel like because of the respect I have from you just coming on this platform and seeing you on other platforms, like I just feel like I had a conversation with Michelle Obama.
Oh my goodness. You are so kind, but man,
No,
no.
because that's like the way you purport yourself. Like I see you in that category. My little big sis stinker, like she my little bit, like I want to be her in my heart, like that fire she has. But with you, there's just something about you that I don't have that I love.
Well, I
So
appreciate that. I was telling somebody the other day, like this community is so like y'all just don't. Me and Thinker talk about it all the time. Like y'all just don't know how much it feels like a hug. Like it really does feel like, and it feels like a hug to my brain, which is kind of weird because th- we all yearn for belonging.
Right.
That's just a part of the species that we have been born into, and to be understood is what, oddly enough, and very, I guess, dysfunctionally, most humans are looking for that. Like most humans are wanting to belong and to be understood, and they are operating from a place of fear. So I think there's a certain level of impact and power that comes from being able to see through the facade of what they're saying and hold their feet to the fire for the bullshit that it is. But, don't push away from or lean away from truth, like lean more into it, but see it for what it is. And I think being able to do that is also powerful because you start hearing behind the words. You start hearing the things that are pushing the words, like the lady that we were talking to in Mama Bash's live yesterday that, came up. I think she was a pastor. I can't remember her name, but she was a yeah. You could hear the defensiveness in her voice. You could see the behaviors. There are patterns of behavior when it comes to these dysfunctional ways that we accepted in our society, and we can see that. I think when you see past the facade and you look at the reason that people are behaving that way, you can start to build your resources to be able to respond to them in effective ways. Because I think what we're saying, like thinking about how we show up is not about the perception of other people, but it's about the impact that we want to make. And as long as that's what's driving us, and we don't detach from our empathy as humans, that's the only thing that we can do, because we don't have access to these people's minds who are unfortunately not utilizing them in a way that helps anybody but themselves.
Okay, yep, makes sense. And from this, like, I'm going to reach out to my brother today and just apologize to him for my approach. And he was like curious because he was like, "What Bible study is this? You know where you're coming from?" I said, "It's not Bible study." I used to call it Bible study to my mom because I didn't want her to know I was going down this deconstruction path. But I was like, "It's not Bible study. It's really." I couldn't even explain it to him. I said it's so broad in terms of what it in this whole Thinkers Lives a platform encompass. Like it's so broad. Like it's so broad. It can touch a multitude of people in a multitude of ways. Is all I said to him. So I'm gonna apologize to him, but I also piqued his curiosity at the same time. But I just didn't like my approach.
I had to apologize to my mom the other day because she called me. She was talking about something, and I went right into, okay, well, here's another way to see it. I was talking to her about it, and I was, giving her different vantage point. That's not what she needed. That's not what she needed. She needed to vent. She needed to be heard. She did not need anything to be fixed. So there's nothing wrong with apologizing. I think sometimes we feel as though issuing an apology is a defeat. And it's a win. It is one of the biggest fucking wins we could ever give ourselves, because we are acknowledging, oh, I did something that hurt somebody, that harmed somebody. It wasn't my intent. And if you have that
Right.
relationship that you can explain, this is where I was coming from, I did not, and this is where I misstepped. Being able to say that is so fucking powerful. And I wish that more folks would be willing to get comfortable with being wrong, because it's the only place that it's the only place where the ground is fertile enough to grow a seed that gives us something that we didn't have before. And we have to be willing to be able to
Right.
step on that.
Right. And when someone apologizes to me, it feels like an embrace, especially if I felt hurt by it. If I didn't feel hurt by whatever they did or said, I kind of like brush it off. But if I was hurt, like it really feels like a hug. It really feels like, I matter. And so what you just said right now, Faye, I'm taking that to word, and I'm gonna hug my brother in more ways than one with my apology. But the other thing, before I leave, and let me just say, I grew up, this is the longest I've been on stage. I grew up in an era of children should be heard and not, should be seen and not heard. And I said to myself, the next time I get on Thinker Stage, because I only want to be heard in platforms or areas where it matters. And normally I try to like get down quickly. This is the longest I've been on. And I feel like I've been heard. Every time I feel I've been heard, but that little thing in my head that, like I said, I grew up was born in the late 60s, but that thing matters a lot, to just be heard and feel you're enough to be heard. And that's one, for me personally, in my own personal growth, that this platform has brought to me. Like, people that come on here are enough to be heard. People that come on here with disrespect, you're enough to get disrespected back. And so I just love this space so much. That's all I want to say. I hope Thinker's back. I saw she put in the comments. Okay, but that was to you in particular. But one other time I came up, since I'm on bed rest, I was looking on Amazon for the NRSVU Bible, but I keep seeing stuff come up with Catholic version. I don't know, like I don't want to read no Catholic version of nothing. So I don't know exactly which one to get.
So there is a Catholic version, but there's a standard updated edition.
Okay.
Yeah, so get the standard updated edition.
Okay. All right. I'll do that. And again, my big little sis, I love you so much. And thank you for holding space for people like me, Christians, the disrespectful, the respectful, the deconstructionists, the believers, all of us. This is an amazing platform. And I love it. And I love one time in one of your comments on a post, I said, you don't know how much you've saved my life, because I was going in a downward spiral because of just the downward spiral. I'm not going to go too much into it, but this is what I needed to recenter my life. My therapist had told me I was going through an existential crisis, and I really was. And this has recentered me like 180 degrees. So I really love you and appreciate you. And thank you so much for everything you do for all of us.
Oh, thank you, big little sis. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. I love talking to you every time you come up. How are your eyes doing?
I'm like probably 40% vision back. So I'm going to come back up probably in another 6 weeks. Around that time, that's going to be my 1-year anniversary with you. So I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be in January. So, yeah, I'll come back up and give you the full update on that. But I love you all. I just wish Oso was here. And Selena, I'm glad you didn't have to put me in check today, because you're really good at doing that.
Oh, no. You're fine.
But I'm sorry, Oso is in here. Like, I really feel like this is my virtual family. And it's so good to have you all.
Well, I love you too. And
Okay. And you can drop me on my feet, not my butt.
I got you. Have a good one, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. I love when she comes up.
She's so happy, and I love that.
Yeah. Steady for word. I see you in the request again, but I think this is going to be the second or third time that you're in the request, and I don't know if you're in there on purpose or on accident. So if you could put a comment in the request in the comments and let me know if you're in the request on purpose. Standard for word. Moors, Moors, are you there? Okay. Khalifa, are you in the request on purpose? I guess okay. I guess steady for word is in there on accident. I'm gonna take them out.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. I was like, that name looked familiar when I looked in the request.
Yeah. Hey Khalifa, how are you?
Finding
Good
you.
morning, Khalifa.
I'm good.
Good
Hi.
morning. Good morning.
Hi. Well, thank you. I came up here because I wanted to ask you about your Discord. I got a new phone. My other phone was completely fried, and I have to redo everything all over again.
Oh wow. Phone numbers and everything. Like, was it an iPhone? Like,
No, it was
could,
an Android.
do they have a way with like for you to be able to transfer things from a cloud, or you got to start all over with your contacts and all that?
No, I was able to transfer everything back, but the only thing I had to re-download the Discord, and I can't
Okay.
find you on there. It's
Oh,
like
I'm finna message you right now and send you the link to get
okay.
in.
And I also wanted to tell you that I love you so much. I remember the first time I heard you, you like shocked me to my core. I was laying in the bed listening to you live, my first time ever hearing you. And you said, fuck your Jesus. And I was like, did she just say, fuck your Jesus? And you said it again after I asked the question. I said, oh Lord, I love her. I was hooked ever since.
You've been with us from the very beginning.
Yes,
Yeah.
I swear, you're like my daily dose every day.
I
Every
love
day.
that.
And I love your songs. Oh my God, that is even better. I hope it go viral. I hope it gets on the radio. Oh my gosh, them songs are so beautiful.
Jerian said that she's gonna help with that. I tried yesterday. I got suspended from commenting for a while because I was trying to. I figured the best way for me to do is just message everybody that comment on the videos. So
Hmm.
I was just sitting there responding to people, letting them know that the album came out, and TikTok suspended my commenting.
Oh wow.
Um,
That's wild.
hmm But I'm trying to send you this message. But Jarian said that she's gonna help.
Okay.
Spread the word, get the message out about the thing. But yeah, I
Yes,
appreciate you
that
for being here for all this
I'm
time.
not gonna lie. That album you wrote, it just says everything. I'm like, it's thinking in my head. Like what? Mm.
It's
This is
crazy to find
beautiful.
so many people who've been thinking the same thing like that we've been thinking all along.
Hmm. And you're saying it out loud.
Look, it ain't just me no more saying it out loud. That's what feels good. Like it's
Yeah.
not. Yeah, it ain't just me no more. And then now I could just sit back and listen to other people and learn
Hmm.
from other people who aren't afraid to speak up.
Yeah. I'm gonna get there. I'm definitely gonna get there.
Well, when you do, let us know. Are you gonna do lives?
Yes. Well, they actually say I can do lives now, but I honestly don't know how to be on camera, and I'm kind of shy a little bit. But I want to make sure when I do go live that I don't make a fool of myself, and I know what I'm talking about.
Hey, it, yeah, you can always say, "Wait, that was wrong." Like I'd be
Okay.
like, "Oh, nope, I was wrong about that." Like you don't have to have it all figured out. Um, what is it? Test and prove and test and prove. Trial and error. Fuck it. Yeah.
You sound like what's the man that always he'll start his word and then is it
Right.
Jim?
It's something. But yeah, taste and see. Also.
Not taste. TSE. Also, like you honestly don't have to worry about making a fool of yourself if you let go of the conclusion, right? Like most of us are tied to a specific conclusion. Like we want to have a certain impact on people, which is something we can't control. The only thing I control is how I show up. Like they go, you show up, you speak honestly, you speak authentically, and it's going to land with people how it lands with people. You have absolutely no control over that. So I'm gonna encourage you. I love all the conversations that are going on, like listening to different people think about things from different perspectives and saying things like, I never even asked that question, or hearing the songs like you almost hear the liberation in the lyrics of these songs. And I definitely think that Thinkers, your album about the women in this story and speaking about the women's perspective in these stories is something that is so sorely needed at this particular point in society and in history and in the trajectory of this religion. And the fact that people are starting to ask the questions that make the masses uncomfortable, and that's really how change truly starts. So I agree with you on that. Go ahead and get on, do those lives, have those conversations, because you may be able to speak to a demographic that doesn't necessarily resonate with things that we say. And that's why more people having these conversations is how this understanding and this dialogue grows.
Yes, that's true. Thank you, Fee. And I totally do agree with you as well with how thinkers, bringing out the female perspective because we really do need to be heard. Because, like, even in my life, I'm in a relationship now, but what I've noticed the pattern with the relationships I've been in, a lot of the men that I date, they tell me that they're my God. And I'm like, they lost their mind. But they have that complex.
Yeah, they do see themselves as our gods. A lot of them do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the crazy thing is that there are some women who think that that's true.
Not I
Yeah.
said the cat.
Right. Right. And like
Mm-hmm.
I think like I agree with you. Like this is a you know very important time to teach women how to have their voice and that it's okay for them to have their voice, especially young girls. I was
Mm-hmm.
tagged in a video yesterday. Did y'all know that there is a trend going on where young kids are posting dates about when they gonna do the thing, take their life?
No.
No.
I sent you two videos yesterday, Fee.
You said where?
To your DM. There's a
Oh,
trend
okay.
where teenagers are posting videos with like they're setting dates to end their lives. And I reached out to several of them yesterday and was just talking back and forth with them in their comments. And one of them was a young girl, the guy that she was dating. She's brokenhearted. He won't listen to her. Honestly, a lot of them, the majority of them, was over heartbreak.
Wow.
Even the young boys. One of the young boys was like, "I keep calling you, and I know I'm getting on your nerves. I keep trying to stop myself. Like, I know you say I talk too much, and like, it's heartbreak because they don't know how to process uh the heartbreak, and it feels big, right? And ain't no telling what people motherfuckers saying at school. It's always worse when there's bullies around it to laugh
Mm-hmm.
at your heartbreak or whisper about it. But this young girl like people in the comments were asking her, "Are you serious?" She was like, "Yes, it's done." She's like, "The date is set." Like they're signing DORs. Like they're signing something like they're leaving letters with like do not resuscitate DNRs. They're signing DNRs, like typing them out and like signing their these paperwork. And when I was talking to her, I let her know that when I was younger, I thought that a man was worth dying for too. And I said, I'm so glad that I learned that that shit ain't true.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because we are kind of taught that we have to, not even kind of, that we have to submit. Dominion. God. And your value comes from that. So from a young age. And when you're young and you don't have a boyfriend, when all the other little girls in school have one, or the guys are chasing the other little girls, it makes you feel like that you're not worth anything, that you're not pretty, or nobody will ever love you. Especially if you get one and then he cheat on you, or he talks down to you, because they're learning young how to gaslight. They're learning this red pill shit very young. And can you imagine the harmful shit that they're being taught by the Andrew Tates and red pill societies, uh, communities in this society, that it would push a young lady of this age to set a date to take herself. But I asked her when she listened to the song. There was another person in the comments chatting back and forth with her, and we were both kind of saying the same thing. And she eventually agreed with us that you're not making a good choice, a good decision. Um, and somebody had given her the number for the crisis hotline. But yeah, these kids are hurting too. Like it's wild. Like I can't tell you how many of them I saw yesterday.
That's heartbreaking and scary at the same time, because you see like it's this doubling down of this lack of access to resources, meaning mental health resources to teach value, or how to discover your value, how to define your purpose, as opposed to looking for it outside of you or in someone else. But when that indoctrination starts so early, where you're being taught, like you were saying, like this God is telling you who you need to be for his approval, that builds the very template that we use to construct every other relationship that we have. So instead of discovering who we are, pros and cons, working on those cons and amplifying those pros, we start looking outside of us for somebody to make a deposit into an account that they don't have access to. Like only I can fill up my self-worth. That's why it's called self-worth. Only I can create my purpose in life. That can't be given to me. But that foundation is laid from the beginning of how we're socialized, specifically around this idea of something outside of us trying to tell us how to be who we are. And this thing and these rules that are created by other humans telling us, oh well, your life path has to go here, and at this age it needs to include another person that sees you this way. Well, you don't have a access to another person's reading of a script. So the whole framework from the beginning is fucked up, and it breaks my heart that so many young people aren't don't have that voice of reason in their ear, or that resource to go to give them an alternative way of seeing things, because that compliance with the standards of society is the only thing that's pushed from a religious and a social perspective. So when you don't have a boyfriend by 6th grade or whatever grade that is normal, then you start telling yourself that something is wrong with you, and society reinforces that false narrative as well.
Yep.
That is so true. Mm-hmm. That is so true.
That's why I was saying, like in Leah's song, like, at this our generation of women, we're at that place where we can shift our focus, ac- you know, across the younger women into the future, to help them recognize that they're building their value in patriarchal systems. And if they just turn their focusing on being grateful for who they are, learning who they are, outside of having a partner, become whole in yourself first, and then know what you want, know how to recognize wholeness. And if you do decide to get a partner, you are partnering with someone who has done the work, the same work that you have done, and they're not there to drain you. because like a lot of people will see you as a whole ass individual, and they want to take a big ass chunk out because they're damn near running on E. And we didn't have the skills. Like we didn't have these conversations. Nobody taught us about. Nobody even mentioned the word red flag to us.
Nope. Ever. We were told to find our other half. How the fuck am I gonna find the other half when I'm standing here as a whole ass person to begin with?
Right.
Yep, that is so true. And I learned that it's even harder to, like, if you grew up with only one parent. Like for me, I grew up with just my mom. My dad was never there. He didn't really care about or whatever. And it's kind of hard, especially if you don't have a male influence. You don't know how you're supposed to be as a female around a male, or you learn the hard way. It's like you learn a lot of hard lessons because you wasn't exposed to a healthy couple.
Yep. Yep. And then Firebird just said, like, we were taught that we needed a covering
Mm-hmm.
and a
Yep.
man. Like we weren't taught that how to cover ourselves.
Yep. And most of the men that are supposed to be the covering got all kind of holes in them. So what the fuck are you gonna protect when you are Swiss cheese yourself?
Yep.
They walk around here like 50 Cent.
Exactly.
Want to attach themselves to music, they can become a dollar. A Creflo dollar at that.
For real.
Like I had to talk with my daughters yesterday, and I told them, I said, y'all are, very intelligent young ladies, and you're timid and prissy. I said, but I need y'all to get a little bit more feisty, because the world will try to attach themselves to you, and they will try to drain you and eat you and spit you out. And I said, I need y'all so that I can, feel better about y'all being out and doing what y'all doing. I need y'all to get a little bit more feisty. They was like, okay, yes, ma'am. I was like, just, if a motherfucker stepped to you wrong, like, I need y'all to get a little bit more feisty. That way I know you can take care of yourself. And I told him, I said, y'all got something that I didn't have. Y'all go to the gym and lift weights. Y'all got muscle mass that I didn't have, so I know y'all can whoop a motherfucker's ass. So, and you can defend yourself.
For real. And then even like teaching them to see through like just all of the layers of BS that usually precedes a lot of what not only men, but these other systems of belief promote. Like, who does it benefit for me to accept this is true and for me to just stay in this particular lane that you told me I have to be in just because I've been born a woman? Like, who does it benefit for me to accept that? And being able to, like, propaganda doesn't work when you learn the techniques. And it's the same thing with these things, these techniques and things that men are using. So I agree. Like, go to the gym, get you some brass knuckles, protect yourself, because these men out here are about to lose their shit when collectively women realize all of the things in society that we don't like. We have the opportunity and the ability to stop it from happening. Just like these women, the 4B movement. Like, I'm not contributing to a society that's dead set on my denigration and not my oppression. You don't have a world of people without women to bring those people into the world. And unless you can make it safe for us, unless you can ensure that we have a right to exist with freedom and safety like everybody else, then no. Like, we are willing to bring this whole fucking thing to a halt.
Did you see that video where that lady was like, Korea was like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Because they're actively, like, if they wipe Korea off of the map because of the low birth rates, it's not, all it's going to do is spread.
Absolutely. And I'm hoping the impact or the realization of what they have said is starting to spread. Like, there is not a man in power right now that's making fucked up decisions to blow up children and rape women. There's not a man in power that did not come out of the hoo-ha of a woman. Not one. So you don't have a society without women bringing the people into the world that create the society. Y'all better realize that this is only in place because women do not collectively realize their power, and they've bought into this idea that, oh well, you need men to protect you from other fucking men.
Has anybody ever answered or asked the question when Yahweh went to go and create Eve, why he just didn't spit on some mud the same way he did the man?
I don't think they do.
Like, what was the need for her to have to come from his rib?
Exactly.
That part I don't even agree with at all, because if we really came out of a man's rib, then these men should be popping babies out their rib today.
Exactly. Like it's psychological warfare. It's, oh, you came from me. You are me. I own you type bullshit.
Yep. It reinforces that hierarchy. Yeah, it reinforces that hierarchy, but I guess tries to make it a little. I mean, at least they didn't bring us from the pinky toe, right? Like a woman didn't come from the pinky toe that low. But like you said, show popping a baby out of a rib. Y'all can't pop a pimple without coming to tears. You think you gonna break a baby out of a rib? What are you talking about?
Listen, and to your point, Fee, I watched this video the other day, and they were asking women if they could live on a planet with just women, and across the board was yeses. They went to the men, and the men were like, no, no, no. So it's like, even y'all don't want to be around y'all. Even y'all don't want to be around y'all without somebody else to be a buffer. So, come on.
They know they.
What are we supposed to do?
See, and that's why I was saying a couple of days ago. Think about how much money they spend on trying to change laws so that they can control our bodies, because they need us more than we need them. You don't see any women spending large amounts of money to try to control the body of men, or to try to make men be with us or marry us or depend on us. We know we're needed. You don't, when someone has power or value, they don't have to scream it from the rooftop.
Exactly. And you also don't have to convince a person to step into a role that you tell them is innate. I don't have to force myself to do a thing that comes naturally to me. So why are you spending all this effort and doing all of this work to convince me that I'm supposed to be up under a man? If I was supposed to be, then that's where I would naturally land.
Yep. And what they're showing is what naturally is that we are needed for society to continue, for humanity to continue.
I think that hierarchy is needed for humanity to continue with the structures that are in place. But can we all just be honest and say that these structures are fucked up for everybody, including the men that are trying to uphold them? So
Yeah,
if
I'm
we
talking about
want,
humanity as a whole. Like, no human can be born without a woman.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. They know that. They know that we're needed.
And they also know that they're very destructive as well.
And I think that's why they're trying to conflate those two things. The fact that they know and we know that society can't continue without women. But what they are saying is that this hierarchical structure of men being on top of women is the only way for society to continue. And that's a bunch of bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to function this way.
I agree with you, Fee. We do need each other in different ways, but nature has shown us that it knows how to use the female body to produce without the male.
Exactly.
Nature has shown us that. And then there are women alive today who have impregnated themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that our bodies are capable of doing it, and that nature can do it. So do we need the male in that aspect? I would say nature knows that we don't. Yep. What is it called? Chimera. Look up a chimera birth. There's a woman on TikTok right now who had a chimera birth.
I mean, also just from a biological perspective, every single fertilized embryo starts off as phenotypically female. Every single one of them. So we are the default. Like we are where everything starts. Even them, they started out as us to begin with, but they want us to think we came from them. Like biology just refutes that across the board. Yet you still have people holding on to it because the systemic structures that have been created as a result of it that give certain people power and other people a lot of control is what they want to uphold. This has nothing to do with the perpetuation of the human species at all.
Yeah. They should look up the word parthenogenesis.
Somebody in the
That's
comments
already a big
saying,
word for Elmo.
it's like, no, it's not true. It says a woman can be a human chimera with both ovarian and testicular tissue, allowing her to produce both eggs and sperm from different cell lines in her body, leading to self-fertilization and a baby. And it will always be a son. Well, it says often a son if the XY sperm fertilizes an XX egg without a father. It's extreme. It's extremely rare. But yeah, the fact that uh, science, I mean, the fact that nature has shown that it can do it. There's never been a time where a man has done that without a woman. Ever.
Well, thank you, Thinker Fee and is it Connie?
Connor, it's Selena, but it's Connor for now.
Okay, thank you, Selena. Can you drop me down, please?
I gotcha. Have a good one,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Chimera. It's spelled Chimera. Mm. Arnold. Arnold. Okay. It, how, you said it can happen on both sides. Please tell me, King, where your baby gonna be in your body. Tell me, uh, where you plan on birthing a baby. Where's it gonna come out of, King? Where you gonna carry it, King? What womb do you have, King? Uh, it's easier for a female body to have testicles than it is for you, King. Where if a person is a hermaphrodite, they are intersex. They're intersex. That means they have female organs on the inside, right? That allows them to carry, right? And they have both genitals. That's not what we're talking about, friend.
And I'm like 100% certain it's not spelled like that either.
But this is like what he just did is kind of like womb envy. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
it can happen the other way too. No, it can't,
Exactly. He's
because you don't have a
probably one of
womb.
the ones.
You need a
He probably
womb.
one of the one. A man can't have a baby because of a trans person having a baby.
He said, we can do it too.
How you doing?
I'm good. You're not gonna crash out on my stage today, are you? Like you did the last time you was up here?
I thought we had a intellectual conversation. It was
Are
beautiful. I
you're the
thought.
one that they were calling Mac Buster?
I
Because
think your dude got jealous. It's all good though.
no. I just
The
want to make.
ladies was
Are
cordial.
you? I'm just trying to say, are you that guy that was being called
No, I'm
Mac
not a
Buster?
buster.
Were you being called Mac Buster? Is that
Yeah,
you?
by another guy whose name was Mac. So he
That's
tried to
him.
call me that.
Okay,
And he
so
got
yeah, you
jealous.
did crash out on my stage. So I just want to make sure that you're not going to do that today.
I don't crash,
Okay.
but I'll take that.
You did last time, so I just need a verbal agreement that we're going to have a civil conversation. That's all
Oh
I'm
yeah,
asking.
always. Yeah, always. I support the law.
Okay.
I
All right.
support the women
Which
too.
topic from the post, like not the conversation that we were just having, but from the post, which topic did you come up to talk about? Good morning, Oso.
Okay, I needed to like Jezebel and the women have been
You can
is
only
that
do one.
deceived?
You can do one topic.
I know. I wanted to see what the about the deceived part. Was that
That's
talking?
just that's not a individual. That's like the overall room.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah. So the green one is the topic, and then everything under the heart.
okay. Because I thought that women been deceived was talking about relationships. I was like, I would need to get up on that then and talk about that full fledged and
You'll
red
learn we don't
flags.
give a damn about relationships in here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Jezebel was innocent.
not in this room. We ain't prioritizing that.
No, she was guilty.
Hold on, that's the one you want to talk about?
Yeah, we do the Jezebel
Pressure.
was not innocent.
It doesn't say that. It says Jezebel was innocent. Fee, do you want to start this one?
Yeah, I think pressure is kind of channeling my mindset right now based on his facial expression. What's your thoughts on why do you disagree about Jezebel's innocence? What was she guilty of? Maybe I should start there.
She took the priesthood, she took over him, and she led Israel to commit intercourse, immorality. I don't want to say the word. You know, they try to say, they still saying it when they put it in.
You can say sex. Can you show me in the Bible where any of that happened?
Yeah, hold on, I gotta pull it up. Because everything recorded, everything is written that they took because the Catholic Church canonized. They don't took certain scriptures out. But hold on, let me pull it up. It's in Revelation.
There's a reference to a person named Jezebel in Revelation, but I'm asking you to show me where this character Jezebel in the story of Jezebel actually did any of the things that you just claimed.
Yeah, she did all of it. But they didn't, like, everything she did, they only put certain things she did. Some of the things, not everything she did. But it's recorded in the other scrolls. But I wanted to pull it up first. And why I made the statement. Let me go to Revelations and pull it up. I think it's like first chapter, something like the second chapter. Revelation 2. I want to read it. It's in the church. It's called the Church of Thyatira. It says, these are the words of the Son of God, whose eyes are like blazing fire, whose feet like burnished bronze. I know your deeds, your love and faith, your service, and your perseverance. This thing keep jumping. And that you are now doing more than you did at first. Nevertheless, I have this against you. You tolerate that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophet. By her teaching, she misleads my servants into sexual immorality and the eating of food sacrificed to idols. I've given her time to repent of her immorality, but she is unwilling. I will cast her on the bed of suffering. I will make those who commit adultery with her suffer intensely, unless they repent of her ways. I will strike her children dead. Then all the churches will know that I am he who searches the hearts and minds and will repay each of you according to your deeds. That's why when David and Bathsheba had that baby, she was Jezebel in that situation because she was married, right? And even though he was the king, they said, how can you refuse a king? When she should have told him, like a real woman, I'm a married woman.
The way y'all make shit up to put responsibility for men's actions on women should be fucking studied. Like the fact that you are absolutely incapable of one doing what I asked you to. I said, show me where she did that, not where she was accused of doing that. And somehow you've turned around a man who said he was watching a woman bathe on a rooftop into it being her responsibility for the king calling her to his castle or wherever he lived in order to have sex with her, even though he knew she was married as well. Like y'all are absolute masters at evading accountability for your own fucking actions, and you wonder why women don't want to have anything to do with y'all. That was a bit of an aside, though. My original ask to you was to show me where Jezebel did these things, not where some man wrote down some words accusing her of doing so. Can you do that?
Like I said, everything that she did, right, is not recorded in the scrolls that you have.
They're not. Do you have other scrolls?
There's thousands of scrolls. I can prove that. That's not a problem.
Yeah, can you show me the scroll where she did any of the shit that you
Hold
just
on.
said she did?
I gotta pull it up. You gotta give me a second. Let me try to pull that up. If they got it in this one. But I know she did a lot of stuff.
No, you don't know she did
Yeah,
anything because
facts.
no, you don't know she did anything. You just believe it because somebody wrote it.
No,
Like
no,
this.
no, 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 no.
Can
Don't
you
fam.
stop? Can you stop interrupting me?
I apologize.
You don't know that she did anything. You just accept it because somebody wrote it. So can we be honest about that? Like to know something is to be convinced of it because of various reasons. If your only reason is because somebody wrote it in a book, that's just you believing it.
Nah, this is my family, my family bloodline, right? And when God them, they don't lie. And you got celestial beings.
Whoa.
Did you
I'm
say
telling you,
family?
I'm giving you the information you want.
Your family bloodline.
Yeah, we got
Basically,
celestial.
stop. Nope. This is your family bloodline. Therefore, you know that somebody did a thing.
Yeah, I give you an example, right? Say one of your family members. I'm gonna give it to you example like this. Say one of your family members passed, and they came back, and you seen them like maybe a month to 2 weeks later. Had a conversation with them physically, shook their hand and everything, the whole nine.
Are you done?
You done?
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. I just gave you that
What?
scenario, right?
That
That's
was
not a
nothing.
scenario.
Okay, that was a lot.
Sir,
A
you
lot of
said I opened the window.
No, I said shook their hand and everything. They came back.
No, you said a refrigerator door.
Oh, that what it sounded like?
Yes.
Wow.
Bean in a pot. That literally there was nothing. That thing was so full of nothing. It may as well have been in the beginning, where the earth was void. That's how much nothing there was. You want to try again? So Fee can actually have something to communicate with you on.
Realistically, he's supposed to be finding that scroll.
I'm looking for it. That's what I was doing. But I gave a scenario that's something that when you experience it, you're not gonna probably see that.
I don't even know what that last sentence that you just said meant in English or what it could have meant in another language. Like that didn't carry any content that was transferred at all. You just made a statement of, oh, well, if somebody died and then they came back and you shook their hands, what? Then what?
No, I'm saying okay, Jezebel. You know she was a follower of Baal, right? Baal. You call him Baal or Baal, either one of those.
That's the
Manipulates
religion.
powerful men around. You
Well,
know that, right?
hold on. No, I know that she grew up in an area where that she grew up in a land that worshipped Baal. Yeah, just like you grew up in a land that worshiped Yahweh. Does that mean that people that grew up in Iraq should come over here and take your life and accuse you of not worshiping the right God?
Well, no, she was doing idolatry, right? And the most grievous sin, right?
Idolatry is worshiping another God,
And
Mac.
and the Asherah post. You know about that, right?
You're just saying words right now. And to Oso's point, just find the scroll because I don't think you speaking is going to clarify anything for anybody listening.
All right, I gotta get that.
I don't think he knows what idolatry is. is
Yeah,
because you quite literally said
yeah.
that she was worshiping the God that she was raised on, her ancestral God. You made it analogous to today and asked him a question. It just went over his head, and he just kept saying cup and a spoon. I stir.
Exactly. Exactly.
You remember when she met Yahoo and she prepared to meet Yahoo? It's G J E H U.
It's
Did you just say
Yehu.
Yahoo?
If you're
Yeah.
trying to speak in Hebrew,
Well, no. I just
it's
said
it's Yehu.
okay. Yeah. And superb usurper
Don't do
coming
that.
to Burker.
Mm-mm.
The hell
Don't
are
do
you
that.
trying to speak it in Hebrew? Are you reading Hebrew right now?
No, I'm talking for
Or
the
are
sexual
you,
seduction
or are you? Hold on. Why are you reading it like you're reading Hebrew? Like, are you reading English and just saying, I boycott J's"? Are you
no,
trying to replace every word with a J with a Y? Why are you reading it like that?
because when they go look it up, that's how they gonna see it.
No,
And the
they're
average
not.
person.
No, they're not. Not. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're gonna see a J there. They're gonna see Jehu. They're gonna see Jasper. They're not going to see Yehu. Yehu is in the Hebrew. Like, you're not the very fact that you just sat there and lied to us because you said Yahoo.
No, I said Yahoo.
No, the fuck you didn't.
Yeah, I said
You
Yahoo.
said Yahoo.
No,
No, you said Yahoo.
my bad, and I apologize. It's J. It's J-E. That's why I spelt it. Cause so you can understand what I was saying and the name of the guy.
Does Yahweh have your mind in his hands? Like, I know he got the whole world in his hands, but is your mind there too? Because you're not even responding to the things that we're saying. Like, it's like you're having a conversation with yourself.
No, what I was trying to tell you about when she took over Ahab's place. Ahab was the king. Okay, there's no queen takes over a king and run his whole show. And we all know the story if you read it. You don't have to even be a believer to read that story. You know, she took over. Any woman that takes over a king and become the king, she got her own supply of everything.
See, the crazy part about it is you don't realize how disconnected what you're saying is, right? Like you say that no woman can ever take over a king, but yet when you talk about Jezebel, you put the responsibility on her as opposed to the actual king. Like you're even inconsistent when you hop from one story to another that you don't understand either of them. Like Yahoo is a chocolate drink that we used to fuck up in the 80s.
No, it's a Yahoo.
It's not a biblical character.
No, Jehu. It's Jehu. We know the
It
J's
don't even
is
matter.
a place
It
to
don't
why.
even matter. It don't even matter. That
Okay, I see
matters
where we're
not
going.
what we're talking about right now.
And you're also supposed to be finding a scroll. Can you do that?
Yeah. Let me get that. Give me a second or two.
I think his mama meant to name him Mac Luster, but she just said Mac. Because they were arguing, they were going at it about his name being Mac Baker and also calling him Mac Buster. And Mac was on the panel as Mac Luster. So they were going at it. He was going at Mac. So I think his mama meant to name him Mac Luster, but she just said Mac. Because it just sounds like y'all don't finish stuff. Like, I don't know. Thank you, Ms. Lala, for the rockets. I appreciate you. Y'all know he not gonna find no scroll.
it's really not. Like, I really don't know what you think you're going to find here. Mac, are you here?
The way they
Yeah, I'm
blame
right here.
women for, like, they just listen to the way they talk. Like they think this is the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
A woman made the king worship another god. A woman made a whole entire kingdom of men worship another god. Poor men. They don't have brains of them for themselves. That a woman made them do something against their own God. A woman who wasn't even in covenant with the God. Poor men who were in covenant with their God. Poor men who saw their God part the Red Sea. That a woman from an entirely different nation made them bow down to her God.
I'd be damned if I'm gonna be talking about how much my strength surpasses the very thing that I have no defense against. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, what it is that Adam was like Adam and Eve. Adam desired it, but he was with his wife, so he listened to the voice of his wife over the voice of God.
Cause he weak.
It was his fault. It's always our fault.
You
I never
literally
denied that.
said,
What did the voice of his wife say?
Huh?
I don't, you said that she took over the priesthood. Then you said she took over the kingdom. Then you said she made them worship another God. You literally
Exactly.
have been blaming her this whole time.
She took over the kingdom. She took
No,
over
the
the
fuck she did
priesthood.
it. There's nowhere in this text that says she took over no kingdom.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Wow. Yeah. Hold on, I can get that. She ran the whole kingdom.
No,
Everybody
she
knows
doesn't. Doesn't say that. You know who did? You know who ran the whole kingdom? Huh?
I'm talking about Ahab. You know Ahab was her husband,
No,
right?
but you know what woman did run the whole kingdom though?
Who?
The other Jezebel you mentioned.
Which one? Oh, you talking about Eve? Talking about Eve?
No.
There's only one Jezebel.
You mentioned another one.
She learned their game, rose higher than they dreamed, survived the cover up to hide his sin. The secret they bury with the loss of her consent. No blood for blood.
You know we do
she
music,
didn't
right?
need it to win. Her rise to power was the ultimate revenge. The ultimate revenge.
She fired.
His sin started my story. From his rooftop, his eyes drifted into another man's glory. Power made mine oh insignificant. He took what he wanted, and I carried the consequence. Scandal rising, whispers in the streets. He schemed to hide the truth. A king who lies and cheats. When that failed, he took the love of my life. Claimed me as his own, just another bad wife. Then the child came and the problem stayed. His God called it punishment, took my baby away. My life was bent by a powerful man's lust. But my revenge began the moment they covered it up. She learned that game, rose higher than they dreamed. Survived the cover up to hide his sin. The secret they bury with the loss of her consent. No blood for blood, she didn't need it to win. Her rise to power was the ultimate revenge. My power strike came with the preferred child. I moved with strategy, kept my mood clean, not wild. Decisions not made by me, but powerful men. Created opportunity at the king's right hand. I outlived their schemes, their strength, their pride. Ruled their empire with the wisdom they denied. Their loyalty to their cover up became their ruin. So I built my throne from the damage they were doing. I am a survivor, I didn't die to the lie. And what belongs to him, and I will always be Uriah's wife. Reversal of power, poetic justice they cover up became my purpose. Integrity prevails when their lies fail. The real power lives in the unspoken detail. The palace, the king, the military, the prophet, tucking their secrets deep inside their closets. Don't hate the player, this was their game. I learned the rules and rose to my reign. Their attempt to crush me led to dead ends. Getting my lick back was the ultimate revenge. The ultimate revenge. She learned that game, rose higher than their dream. Survived the cover-up to hide his sin. The secret they bury with the loss of her consent. She didn't need it to win. All the blood's the ultimate revenge. The ultimate, the ultimate revenge. The ultimate, the ultimate revenge. Strategy in motion, learning the patterns, their moves. Your intellect is power. Survive what doesn't break you. Silence can be calculation. Your wisdom isn't accidental. Turn their attempts to limit you into elevation. You rise when you refuse to play the game they designed. She didn't win by fighting like them. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Revenge. She rose by using her mind.
She ruled their empire, not Jezebel.
You talking about Uriah's wife?
Mm-hmm.
Who's singing? That's your singing?
No, she rose and got her lick back against all of them that took her power, took her consent, took her baby, and she ruled their empire, not Jezebel.
She not over David. You know that, right? David ran that.
When David died, who ran the empire?
Oh, you talking about that through Solomon?
She ran their empire, not Jezebel. And she got her lick back.
How she got a lick back? You talking about through the baby? No, the baby had to go because of Uriah. And she was a Jezebel in that situation. But it was David's fault because he was up there. He brought the war.
Y'all literally just say shit. Like, you don't even care that the shit you say is coherent or not. Like, what makes her a Jezebel when she was the one who was called to the king? She was the one that was impregnated. What choice did she make to make her a Jezebel? Like, y'all don't think about any of the illogical shit that you say and you just repeat it as though it makes any type of sense whatsoever. That's frustrating.
No, you saying what you saying is that she went up there, right? And he just took it. No, be realistic. It didn't say that. It would have said that.
It also didn't say that she came in there with a low cut gown on talking about look at my cheeks. Like, y'all just put that in there because that's how you see women.
It does say that.
No, it don't say nothing like that.
It
She
literally
gave that up.
says no. It doesn't say that.
She knew what
It
the king
literally
palace
says
was.
It literally says she was showering. He invaded her privacy from his rooftop. He sent his advisors to go and fetch her. She had to come to the king. She didn't have any authority to tell the king no.
Listen,
and the king laid with her. That's what it says.
I know, but think about this though. You trying
No.
to say, for instance,
No, all you want to do is add your imaginations to it so that, yes, you do, so that you can absolve David from doing what the fuck he did, which was use his power as the king to get what he wanted and to sleep with another man's wife.
He was dead wrong. I said that. He was dead wrong.
No, you said she was a Jezebel. You said she edged it on. That's what you said.
No.
That is what you said.
No, it was David's fault.
You literally said that she edged it on. She was the Jezebel in that situation. That's exactly what you said.
Like she didn't know that was his palace right there. Come on, you're not being realistic.
You sound like what did you have on when he raped you? What made him rape you? That's what you sound like.
It didn't say he got. She got that. He didn't do that to her.
That's how they all think, because
She
you're
wanted it. What are
so
you talking
no,
about?
stop. Like, because right now you're being extremely harmful and insanely stupid. And I mean that with all the disrespect I can muster, because at this point you're moving from misogyny into downright violence. You can't ignore the power structure of a fucking king. You want to do that because it absolves the man of all the responsibility that's squarely at his feet. What if this was your sister? What if your sister or your mom was working at a job and the president of this job calls her in? She's in a position where she can't make a decision. Is it still her fault then? Y'all are so fucking obtuse. It's disgusting. I certainly hope you don't have a daughter or anybody in your life that you care about, that you can't see this thing through any other lens than the powerful man.
What about our ancestors, our female ancestors, who was fetched by the slave master?
That's
What
a
were they
different story.
Jezebels? How is that a different story?
Because they was raped. You know they was.
If you think that when the slave master called one of the slaves to come have sex with him, that he just violently took it every time?
Yeah.
Or do you no?
But see, what you feel to realize is
You
this.
you don't think if she told them, if that you actually think that an enslaved woman thought that she had the authority to tell her slave master no when he wanted some of her?
My great. I got a picture right here. Was a slave breeder on the plantation. We got the picture. I'm sitting right here above it. It's right there on the wall. My people, what we went through, and where we at.
You don't deserve the right to say
What are
we.
you
If
talking
you
about?
you don't deserve the right
Listen.
to use the pronoun we if you can simultaneously say that a king calling a woman to his quarters when she was bathing and he was invading her privacy turns her into a Jezebel. No, you don't get to use the word we. You don't until you're willing to step into a collective perspective as opposed to a one-dimensional one. You can't use the word we. You haven't earned that right.
And people like you, men like you, are the reason why women are choosing to stay single, because of the mindset that you have, the ignorance that you have, and you have gaps. Like
trying to say,
you have gaps in your knowledge, like in your ability. Like I don't know. Like it's like you're talking to yourself. You're so into the spiritual world that you're not even really having a conversation with us. Like I don't know. Like I feel like the Holy Spirit was a zombie and that motherfucker was like brains and just like fucking the shit up like a smorgasbord.
what I'm saying is this, like, I understand the dynamics on that.
I don't even know why it came out like that.
But she was a married woman.
I have no
I was
idea
like,
why
did
it
she
came.
say it like that or like?
Think about the
I don't
single
know.
woman.
I don't know why the fuck it came out like that.
So if the women got this kind of mindset,
Hey Mac, I need you to just shut up right now. Because nothing that you say is going to help your position unless it's, let me hear this from a different perspective that I don't have, which you are incapable of doing because it seems as though your brain is just not wired that way. But no, I don't need you to kind of talk about, oh, well, she was married, she was single. We're not fucking talking about her. We're talking about the power dynamic. And until you can address that in any sort of logical or mature way, I don't even think that this conversation is worth having, because you're doing nothing but spreading harmful ideology that harms women. But you don't give a shit because you're not a woman. You don't care because it's protecting your God. And that's all y'all care about. Your dicks and your deity. And you can keep both of them.
That was a bar fee.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take
Add
that.
that to the song.
I'll take that. I'll let you have that. But listen, what I'm trying to say is this: regardless of what kind of power dynamic,
How you gonna simultaneously take it and let her have it?
because listen, because she's a woman and I respect her. Listen, what I'm saying is this:
Oh, you
regardless,
don't.
yeah, I do. I respect you. I
You
wouldn't
don't.
be
There is
here.
no way in hell you respect
I wouldn't be
women,
here.
and you are sitting here trying to say that she was a Jezebel in that situation, when he literally schemed to try to make her husband take credit for the baby he had put inside of her, and then had her husband killed because he wouldn't go home and sleep with her and take credit for the child that he didn't want to take responsibility for. There is
And
no
they got
way in
married.
hell you respect women. No, they didn't get married. He took her for himself and added her to his collection of wives.
No woman gonna do that. No woman. Come on, she wanted that. Come on, y'all not being realistic.
I don't fucking like you.
Yeah, I can't with people that think like this. Like the fact that you can speak on another person's desire is fucking disgusting. I certainly hope, my wish for you is that the very situation that you're painting for women, you find yourself in it. And I want to know how much you want it when it comes your way. I would love to know how much you desire it when you are being entered by a person who has more power than you. I hope that for you, because maybe if you get in that situation, it'll shock your ass a little bit and you be able to move and maybe connect a couple of synapses and understand things from more than this troglodyte perspective that seems to be the only one you have access to.
It would have said she resisted. It never said she resisted or she didn't want to do it.
Shut up.
Hey, Mac, when the day comes, niggas like you and yourself uh, should pray your hardest that I don't come into power, um,
I'm full blooded
because
nigga. You know that,
it
right?
will either force you to grow or shrivel into nothing.
I want you to look
I
up the
don't I
word
don't like
nigga.
you, Mac.
It means black.
Sure, I
It's
don't
Latin for
like you,
black.
Mac. I don't like you, Mac. You are a raging piece of shit. You talk too much, you listen too little, you have nothing of value to contribute to any conversation. The fact that you got on here and said we had an intellectual conversation last time, absolutely insane. You have nothing to contribute in that arena. And yet, here you are, trying to pretend as though you can hang. I respect women. At every other chance I get, though, I fucking try to demonize them. I respect them so much. You're a fucking liar. And on top of that, you're a fucking idiot. Like, pick a struggle. Nigga.
It take two to have a baby. She didn't resist a fight.
It does not take two to have a baby. The reason why you came
No,
on
it don't.
stage is because they were talking about how women can have a baby by themselves. Fucking idiot. Like I said, you're dumb and you have nothing to contribute. That's crazy. You're not even funny creative. You just say stupid shit. It doesn't even align in a way that we can laugh at. You're boring, dumb,
All the
wrong,
slander,
misogynist, all that shit. Yeah.
everything you slandering, that's coming out of your mouth, not mine. I'm preaching love. What you talking about, that's in you. You feel that way.
Hey, Mac,
That's the
you're a
you.
fucking dumbass. Hey,
What you
Mac,
put out
you're a
come at you.
fucking dumbass. Hey, Mac, you're
But
a
you saying
fucking
that. I'm not
dumbass.
saying that.
You're
I love you.
talking about, I don't give a fuck what you think you feel for me, Mac, because again, you are an idiot. You're fucking stupid. I don't give a fuck how you feel because your feelings aren't based on shit. You have no comprehension skills. You're up here demonizing women, talking about how you're preaching love. You're a fucking idiot. Again, when the day comes, pray as hard as you fucking can. Because if they let me have the goddamn keys, y'all are not gonna like me.
But we already got the
I hope it's
keys.
a big
The
nigga
Vanguard
too. I hope
BlackRock.
it's somebody
Hold
who.
on,
I hope it's
Veroni.
somebody who stretch you so wide. Whew.
Veroni, I wish you were as obsessed with your God as I am. And if so, you would not have been in my comments while you was working your second job, lying and saying your God did not tell the Israelites to kill Canaanites. And I also
What a
hope
dumb thing to
that the
say.
God that you believe in finally answers your prayer so your ass don't have to work two jobs, Veroni, because that is fucking ridiculous with an all powerful God. And here I am with no God, Veroni, and I can sit here on TikTok and talk about your God and still pay my fucking bills. I don't have two jobs, Veroni.
And the only reason why he told them to murk the Canaanites because they had to wait till they sin full up to the full measure. He gave them 400 years.
Wasn't talking to you.
So you got dumb.
Oh, okay, my bad. I apologize.
That's like saying I'm not gonna address this leak in my basement until I get 3 feet of water in there, because that makes a whole lot of sense. Y'all are as stupid as y'all's God. And honestly, the more y'all talk and the more you come up here and express your thoughts and the way you like mentally move from idea to idea, it seems like y'all deserve each other. Because none of you have character. None of you care about things being fair. None of you care about things being right. None of you even put forth one effort, one measure of effort to look at something from a perspective other than the one that you hold, and you're just like your God. So I certainly hope he comes back real soon and takes all of y'all ignorant motherfuckers away with him to wherever it is y'all going. because this world will be a much better place without people who think like you.
Yeah, I just stopped telling them to go to hell and just tell them to go to heaven because I mean that shit. Like, go.
I heard
I
trauma.
don't know what the fuck y'all waiting on. Like,
I,
y'all go.
I
Did he
heard a
say
lot of
he heard
trauma in her
trauma?
voice.
Did
A
he
lot.
say he heard trauma in my voice? Is
Yep.
that what? That's what. Yeah.
You know, this is why there's been crash out after crash out after crash out tonight because men have been coming up saying that shit. That's their fucking defense because they don't know how to take accountability for the bullshit
Don't.
they say and do.
They don't. And I think that the reason that this mindset is so prevalent now is because they realize that, I don't know if it would be evolution by means of natural selection or artificial selection, social selection, but y'all are being selected out. Y'all are being selected out by your own devices too, by your lack of willingness to expand your mind, by your lack of humility and the expansiveness of your egos. You are pretty much guaranteeing your extinction. And I love that for you because, again, this world is going to be better when people who think like you are no longer a part of it. Unless you are willing to understand that the way you see things is not automatically right because of the fact that it's you, just like the way I see things is not automatically right just because of the fact that it's me. But you don't think that because you serve a God who has decided that he is right and commanded love, two things that just don't coexist. But y'all don't have two brain cells to rub together to be able to think that and think through that and realize it's problematic.
I think both of y'all fire, like the ladies on here. That's why I came back.
No one can shut up.
But
They're like the demons in this book.
I'm gonna love you.
If demons were actually real, it would be them. Not the ones that mean intelligent, but the lower level entities. There's a Damien and a Damon. The lower level entities would be them. They so fucking low level.
They're
violent,
like
harmful bugs.
Yeah, they're like NPCs that just play their role. Like they just do the thing that the book tells them they're supposed to do. And they don't care how those actions impact other people. They don't care that we live in a society where right now, oddly enough, all that's going on with the Epstein files. And this idiot has the nerve to come up here and say, oh, she could have said no. We know what happens when men in powerful positions use that power to their advantage, but he wants to ignore that in the Bible. Oh, she wanted it. Like y'all are so disgustingly just, I don't know. I don't even know the word for it when I did. And you sound relatively young. That's the really heartbreaking part about it. Because youth usually implies mental malleability, where your brain is not fixed, right? You have the opportunity and you usually have the willingness to say, that's interesting. I know I haven't been to every part of this world or experienced everything in this world. I could learn something. They could have a vantage point I don't have. But to be so cemented at a young age, I don't know what you're going to do with that. But whatever you're going to do with it, it won't be around me or mine or anybody that I had that I have access to share some information with. Because I'm going to scream a warning bell for every person in my vicinity when someone like you comes around, because you are dangerous and you don't even realize it.
AG wants me to play Lot's Daughters. Are y'all?
Yes, please.
I appreciate y'all, and I'm gonna apologize because.
Excuses, that's the silence you make. He had a reason, there's an explanation. Is it not what you think? Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the truth is too ugly to admit it. The concubine could decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, could I even say no? Oh, lost daughters and lots of daughters learn early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. Ancient or modern, the silence is harmless. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. We weren't fast, we were scared. Nobody ever asked us, not one of them cared. We heard him say, take my daughter instead, and instantly started running in our heads. I know that fear, I wasn't asked either. I was taken, pushed out by a decision handed down by a leader. They say we chose the K, but could we really choose anything? How can choice exist when silence is the only language you're allowed to speak? They said I deserved it because I wasn't faithful, that I should have been better, that I should have been grateful. It's strange, isn't it, how they overlook the facts, call it fate and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I know it, ignoring our stories, not speaking up, not asking why. It shaped the world you live in, and nobody wonders how or why. It was a different time, is one hell of a line. As if time could erase what happened to bodies just like mine. We had less rights than you do today, but the same bodies, the same pain. When our bodies were sacrifices or tools for men to gain. Do they really think we never cried? That we went along with pride? 'Cause that's what the stories tell them, and that's how the stories lie. Lot had daughters, and so does every age, and silence repeats itself when nobody turns the page. There were daughters beside me, and daughters after me. Every time you ignore our stories, you teach another generation how to stay quiet and call it dignity. Lots daughters and lots of daughters. We learned early that our fear was faith and our pain was on us. And it won't save your daughters if our stories make you uncomfortable. Good, that means you finally heard us. It's excuses, that's the silence you made. He had a reason, there's an explanation. It's not what you think. Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the truth is too ugly to admit it. The concubine couldn't decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, could I even say no? Oh, lots daughters and lots of daughters learn early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. Ancient or modern, the silence has harmed us. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. All of your daughters. We never had a choice, but you do. Your story deserves to be told out loud. You're not too sensitive, you're not misremembering, you're not doing too much. You're finally noticing what they taught you not to name. And if our silence ever taught you anything, let it teach you to refuse it. For lost daughters and lots of daughters, speak up. Your voice is the part of the story they can't erase.
That was fire.
And you know what, Mac? While I was listening to that song, which I've listened to it a million times because I think it's like just amazing. You spoke up real quickly about the experiences of our ancestors,
Yeah.
but you don't realize that what you're doing when you defend this God and the way that women were treated in this Bible is the same thing that people who saw the treatment of our ancestors, when they were being treated like cattle, when they were being treated like product, like the ones that said, "Oh, this is just how it was at that time." You know, maybe they shouldn't have tried to run away. It's just the situation of it's the way it was at that time.
Yeah, they was
Like
cooking them
you
and
would have
eating them.
expected or you would have wanted them to say, "I'm sorry."
I just found out a month ago, right? Be honest. They was cooking my people and eating them. And for me to deal with that
Yeah, well,
That is
psychologically right
not.
now, I'm
Can you
still
Okay.
trying to
shut
deal
up
with
and let
That's
me
just. This
finish?
is just an aside.
yeah, and that's not even the point, right? They did all types of atrocious shit. But what I'm saying to you is that you are enabling that system in the system that treats women the same way, the way that we were treated in the Bible. You are enabling that system and that belief in the same way people who did not speak up against the inhumane treatment of our people, and they remained silent and they justified it. And they figured that the people in power had to do that. That's just how it was. You're doing the same thing and you don't even realize it, or you realize it and you don't give a shit because it's women.
No, I'm out here active right now. I'm telling you, protecting you.
You can't protect me because you don't listen to me. You absolutely position yourself in a way that you could never protect me because you don't hear me. You don't empathize with me. Anytime a man can say, "Oh, she wanted it," in a story that doesn't explicitly say, "Oh, she went up and she did this and this is what she said and this is what went down," you can't protect me. You don't have what it takes to protect me. You can't even protect yourself from the belief systems that led you to believe that. You can't protect me. You don't even hear me. You can't even see me.
That hurt.
It's truth. Truth
Bro,
usually
you
does
shut
hurt.
up.
No, I'm just saying. I know what I'm doing out here, though. I'm saying I ain't gonna go into it, but
You pathetic piece of shit. Man, you are annoying.
you're not
You
about
have
that
nothing.
life. You're
You
not
have
about that
nothing.
life. Trump know what time it is. How about that? That's all I gotta say. That's real life.
When you die and realize there's nothing, I'm gonna be a very happy person. Fuck you.
Trump was his mic drop. Let's just the a motherfucker who don't like his black skin, who don't give a damn about his quality of life, who is pushing initiatives that to help white men sue companies for giving black motherfuckers like him a job, was his fucking mic drop.
Right. I'm protecting y'all.
And this is where they lead you to. This
Yeah.
is where they
This is
lead you.
Epstein files.
And because you won't follow them to fucking slavery, you are fuck it. I'll be a fucking Jezebel. Tonight there was a guy on stage that kept calling me Jezebel. Or was that last night? He kept calling me Jezebel, and I said, "You a scared of hell, and I'm a Jezebel." Was it tonight?
Not a scared of hell.
No, it's
That's
tonight.
funny.
I was like, "You are scared of hell, and I'm a Jezebel, and I'm proud of it."
That's good.
Every decision they make is because they fucking scared of hell. Yeah. So
Point five God.
I got some cologne. It's like Indian cologne.
I forgot the name.
Hello?
Mm-mm,
0.5 God?
I'm good.
Is that your mama?
Demigod, you're on stage.
Oh shit, my bad.
You came up on accident?
Yeah, girl, my bad. Yeah,
Girl.
I mean, shit, my bad. I'm at work.
Okay. All right. Have a good
All right,
one. All right.
thank you.
Mhm.
Not to sound like that one singer, but what work got to do with it?
I think he was talking to somebody in the background. It sounds like he worked at a department store or something where he sell cologne. Hold on, here go another one also. I don't know if they're gonna connect. Abu. Abu. Y'all, yesterday, I know. Yeah, yesterday, I am stimming right now, so just bear with me. But yesterday, oh, okay, so I cooked the loaded baked potato, chili cheese loaded baked potatoes yesterday, okay? And I didn't have any aluminum foil, so I the baked potatoes and I put them in a foil pan. My daughter opens the stove, and one of the potatoes had the biggest motherfucking bubble on them. Y'all, when I tell y'all I lost my shit. And I started I started beating my chest, stimming like a motherfucker because it grossed me the entire fuck
Mm,
out. I punched the wall.
mm.
That
So your
shit,
name is Kyle now.
man, I had to hug her. Like literally, my whole body went into like anxiety. Like I had to hug her to calm down. Like it, I have never seen anything like that in my life, and it fucking grossed me out.
Did you put a hole in the wall?
No, I didn't put a hole in the wall.
Oh, okay.
That shit was
That's
ew.
that sucks though. I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
Yeah, it does not feel good. It doesn't feel good. That's why we like that. Like when the mirror cast and shit, like that shit. Y'all think that shit is a joke? Like, like for something, I'm about to go into like a whole ass fight or flight. Like, it shit ain't no joke. That tripolia ain't no joke. Oh my bad. I'm baptized unbothered. I bet you over there like. I bet you over there like beating your chest and shit. That shit ain't no joke. My
Huh?
bad. Trina.
What?
Trina. Okay.
I just feel like a lost tape. Next, please.
Okay, that person didn't connect. Carlos, are you still in here? I thought I added you to the live. Kenny B, are you on the in the box on purpose or on accident? Okay, try this one also. Let's see.
Hello, Mona Mia. Hello. Am I first?
Why is it? It do be like that. It do be like that. Kenny B, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? That Kenny is the only person in there, but I don't know. I think they're in on accident. No worries, Mona. All right, y'all. Just to for those of you that are just joining us. The new topic, there's two new topics to this week's discussions. How do you know the God? How do you know the God of the Bible is or isn't deceiving you? So if you are deconstructing, thinking about deconstructing, or an atheist, and you want to do like a self check and come up and share whether you are at the point of knowing that the God is deceiving you or still don't know whether you're being deceived by this God, the questions you've asked yourself, the research that you've done, that's what that question is for. If you are a believer, I want to know, how do you know that the God isn't deceiving you? What are your checks and balances for that? And then the second topic added was Hagar being sent back to bondage. Well, if you are a believer, you can come up. What do you mean? What if you are a believer? Um, if you are a believer, what I want to know, how do you know you're not being deceived by this God? Like, what are your checks and balances for that? And then the second question that was added this week is Hagar being sent back to bondage. Um, why? Why did the God send her back if he knew that he was going to give Sarah Isaac? If he knew that Isaac, he had already decided that his blessing was going to come through Isaac. Why did he make Sarah go through, Hagar go through that, to go back, submit up under Sarah, be abused, have Ishmael, then throw them out later on because Sarah got jealous again? Um, what was the point of her suffering? Right, and then Ishmael was blessed as a side, like just because since he's yours, I'm just gonna bless him anyway. Like it wasn't like a part of the God's plan. It wasn't a purpose. So like, what was the reason for her going through that? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand how, um, if you are a believer of color who have ancestors that were a part of the slave trade, how are you seeing blessing in this story? And the God sending her back and telling her to submit to bondage, and her name being stripped from her culture being stripped from her, her being taken from her homeland and sent to live with these people she ain't know nothing about in a different land. That sounds like our ancestors. And how are you seeing love from the God for Hagar in this story? I don't see it. Uh, I see a lot of you commenting that in my comments on Hagar's song. Help me see what you see. I don't see it. And every time I ask one of you, like when I respond to your comments and I ask you to help me see it, y'all don't respond back. So static energy. Oh my gosh. Really fucking assholes. That don't make no goddamn sense.
You thought the ticking text would get you out of it. I would have assumed the same.
Um, they like, bitch, you ain't no camera. Um, yeah, pill it. They took me off the FYP because I wasn't on camera. Um, yeah. So if you are a believer, those are the topics, and the things that I just named are the two things that I am wondering about this week. So if you are able to have that conversation, please come up. 21 and up.
I had a family dinner Saturday. And I guess at this point, family dinners are turning into kind of deconstructed conversations with my cousins. But we were talking about how, obviously the stuff that a certain place is doing to another certain place seems a lot like the things that were being done in the Bible. And they were talking about how they could recognize that that is bad. And I was, trying to bridge the gap between how that's bad, but this isn't type of deal. And the overwhelming sentiment was, well, Jesus kind of wipes that away. Like he makes it so that we don't have to be those kind of people. And it's like, well. I don't know. Like I feel like that's what you're saying, but in actuality, it just makes it so that you can be that group. Like it's just basically uh, doing things that you once done in horrific and horrible manners, and then saying, God emboldened me to do it. The only difference is you get to make it like it is your God that you're doing it for, because now you're a Christian, and we see how deep these Christian groups get with with their bouts for power and what they've done to attain it um and maintain it. And you know what I mean? Like I was like trying to have that conversation with them. And I mean it was kind of a little sticky there and we had to take some breaks. But I mean it was a very interesting conversation that I had because I mean like they're all I think the youngest one was 21, the oldest is like 27. And but I mean, it was just interesting having that conversation between, all of those guys in like different stages. But
Sorry, y'all.
no, you good.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you good. But no, I was just saying it was interesting. Um, no, I mean, we're probably gonna have to have some more talks because they was wilding. But it's been interesting that we've been able to have these kind of conversations, and then at the end of the night, hug each other and love your cousin. You know what I mean, and just be able to do that. So. I don't know. On the one hand, I am very proud that they can have those conversations and keep it at conversations where we just try to, you know, get our thoughts out, and they
This is
kind of trust me with that. But
okay. Also,
no, you good. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's definitely a step in the right direction because like nothing can change without conversation about where all the parties are and being willing to hear how another person thinks through a thing. Like I've never understood the concept of Jesus cleaned all that up. Why would Jesus have to clean up something for a perfect God? Like I can understand the growth arc in an imperfect human. Like, yeah, I used to be a fucked up individual. I did this, I did that, then I learned this, and I became a more kind and compassionate human. Like that makes sense. That does not track for a perfect God that does no wrong. So just being able to talk through that to show the logical inconsistencies in the stories, like being able to do that and like you said, walk away from the conversation, like see you at next family gathering and we can have conversations, not for the purpose of telling a person, you know, you are evil for accepting this. No, like I wasn't evil for accepting it either. It's just all I knew until I got access to information that broadened my perspective and stretched the horizon that I had a vantage point of. I think that's a win, honestly.
Yeah,
Was it a holiday dinner?
yeah. We did our Christmas dinner at my grandma's house.
Yeah, that's what's up. Do you want to try this again?
Are you up here on purpose this time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he commented in the comment.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Yeah. What's up?
How you doing? Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. Which one did you want to talk about?
I wanted to go back to the Jezebel
All right.
situation. And yeah, I did not look at it that way until everybody was talking about it. And they were saying that how the peeping Tom, like I really didn't understand.
Hmm?
I really didn't
You talking
understand
about
the
David and Bathsheba, not Jezebel, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right.
So hold on. Is that a code? Oh, shit.
It sounds like some progress though. They appe-
Hmm?
they approved my appeal because I'm on camera and watch my ass sneak off
Mm,
camera again.
well, don't say it right now. They
I'm
looking.
not. Right. I'm not. I'm gonna give it just a second. I'm gonna give it a second, but I'm gonna go.
But when Devo leaves, nah, I'll be talking again.
I'll be vaping again. No. Damn, he left.
But she said, "Is that a code?" I'm, I, I, I don't know. Maybe that's like at the department store code, like somebody stealing or something.
I wonder where he at, like where he work at. He in a different
Especially because it
country?
ain't even 8 o'clock in the morning yet. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Right. You sound American. Chapter, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
yeah, he might work at a
Oh,
hospital.
okay. Okay, yeah. Wait, JC Penney still exists? I thought JC Penney went out of business.
When I was living in Texas, I worked in a mall, and some woman came from France to visit her family, and she walked up to me in the mall and said, "In France, we pronounce it Jalapeno." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And that's kind of stuck with me my entire life. I don't even know if she was joking with me or not.
Okay. All right. I love you too. Okay. Be careful, okay? All right, love you too. I'm sorry, they are tripping a half. And then she rubbing my head. They are
Yeah,
a
that's
trip and
funny.
a half. Ra, are you in the box on purpose or accident? Chapter, are you in the box on purpose
Chapter said
or
yes.
okay? I'm sorry, Osa. What were you saying before she came here and did that?
Hey, Finger. Yeah, that was
I don't
great.
even know.
Did you say it's about 8 o'clock for you?
It's 6:46.
Oh, a little bit earlier. Yeah. How
That scared
did
the
you
shit
know
out of
that
me.
God?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
I did. That was crazy.
Chapter, did you hear your mic?
So, was I too loud?
No, it did a lot of static.
I'm sorry. This is a really bad wired headset, but it's the best I can do for now because my wireless does not do well with TikTok. I apologize.
That's okay. Give me just a second because they
Sure.
getting ready to leave and I forgot Five is upstairs asleep. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Talk to them. I'll be right back.
Hey, also. Hey, Faye. And
What's up, Chopper?
Connor, I think I saw you on Mama Bash's live earlier too.
Who,
Oh,
me?
okay. Yeah, did I? Connor, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, me and Selena were both on Mama Bash's Live.
Yeah, both were on. Yeah, that was good. Couldn't stay for long, but I thought I'd say hi to everyone. But yeah, I think this is a really important point that I think is added. How do you know the God of the Bible is or isn't deceiving you? Because I see so many theists come up and they want to divorce themselves from their source text, the Bible, and go into solipsism, right? How do you know what you know or don't know, you know, without belief in a higher power, if that makes sense? And I think that, they're really, they don't have a leg to stand on if they do that, because this question comes into play, right? How do you know the Bible wasn't written to deceive you for reasons that you do not know, because God's ways are not your ways, if that makes sense.
That's fair.
So they divorce themselves from the text. They don't mention that they still believe in a God or deity, but want to, it's a presupposition at its finest. They just want to blame you for not having something that is more powerful than the belief in a deity that they don't want to mention. So it all draws back to solipsism, in my opinion. I'm discussing the prompt, how do you know that the God of the Bible is or isn't deceiving you? Because a lot of people come up They go back to a solipsist claim. They don't, they don't want to talk about the Bible. Of course they don't, because they don't know it. And then they just go from there and saying, how do you know what you know? How do you know you're not being deceived? How do you know you're not a brain in a vat? Kind of question. I see this a lot on theist and deconstruction lives, if that makes sense.
Yeah, are you saying that's how you know, like that the God is deceiving you based on how they answer questions?
Oh no, they want to divorce themselves from the Bible and
No,
even
I'm
divorce
asking.
themselves from, yeah, for
Yeah,
me?
yeah. Like, so if I'm asking, like, for those of you that are deconstructing or are atheists,
Yeah.
how do you know that the God is deceiving you?
Well, as an atheist, I think that if you have a critical look at the Bible, I don't see any God's presence in there. All I see is people that are using the text as a tool, as a weapon to control others, if that makes sense. I don't see it. I don't see any deity's hand in it. All I see is people using it to control others. So it's deception based on people's earlier beliefs. They're using old beliefs to control and conform others to what they want. So even if people don't believe or didn't believe and had a hand in using the Bible as a weapon, right? They say they believe, but they may not. There might be true believers in there, but I think a lot of them just use it as a tool, as a weapon.
Um, if let's say a believer, you a believer asked you that question and you answered with what you just answered, and the next question is, well, like, what do you? If you say that you don't see a deity's hand in it, what would it look like if there was a deity's hand in it?
Right, exactly. And I've asked believers this as well. I had some good friends from high school 25 years ago, and I asked them this. Right? I asked, you know, I told them I don't believe that a deity's hand was involved in this. I think it was people using it as a tool. And you know what they said to me? They said, after a couple of weeks contemplating, they came back to me and said, I don't think I can talk to you anymore. And I didn't talk to them for 10 years after that. So they were unable to divorce themselves from their belief and critically think about it in terms of whether or not a deity did or did not have a hand in the writing of the Bible. That was a challenge
But
for me because I thought they were good friends.
but yeah, that's pretty fucked up. But what I'm asking, like, for you, when you say you don't see a deity's hand in it,
Yes.
what would it look like for you for a deity's hand to have like, for you to be able to say,
Absolutely. I
yeah,
got you. Yeah. I would not expect the inconsistencies, unscientific claims, contradictions, and other issues that we see rife throughout the Bible, right? You've got people that see the Bible as the inerrant word of God, and I don't know how they can still believe that. Yeah, I would not expect an imperfect text to be the word of God, if
okay,
that makes sense.
that makes a lot of sense. So for you, you know that this God, at least this God in particular, is deceiving you because the text itself is inconsistent and full of errors.
Very much
It's very
so.
human like, is what you're saying.
Extremely human. It's as flawed as human beings can be. I like to say that I am anti-theist to the Abrahamic gods and atheist to all the others, or agnostic in the sense that I don't think there's a coherent notion of a deity outside the Abrahamic faiths. And the Abrahamic faiths themselves, as I said, I'm anti-theist to those because I can't see anything other than human written text.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, chapter.
Thanks so much. I'll head out and have a great morning.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you so much.
I wonder, like, if it's if this would like serve as like a help for people who are when they're asked that question, like, why don't you believe in God, and they're able to articulate it that way, um, and say, well, I don't believe because to me a for a deity to have communicated this word to someone, to humans, it shouldn't have uh, as many inconsistencies and uh, errors. Uh,
Hmm.
but don't believers like what's the apologetic for that usually? Do you know, or
It's funny
is there one?
because why don't you believe in God is one of the questions I got asked this weekend,
Mm-hmm.
and I told him basically, one, you can't prove it, and two, if this is the guy that's real, why am I smarter than this motherfucker? This dude is dumb. And they were asking me about like feelings and stuff. Like you ain't never felt like this, and this, because I know God when it's when I need a sign for something, and something just happens, and it's just like, oh yeah, that's God. I'm like, so like circumstances in life, that's your, yeah, man. I just know that's how it. I'm like, okay, well, I ain't saying that's not how you perceive it, but I don't see it that way.
Somebody was on Be Easy's live yesterday, trying to prove God, and he started talking about people at a basketball game,
Mm.
and he was saying like their reality at the basketball game is proof of a God. Because he
Hmm.
said, y'all said I can't use my personal experience. So he decided that he was going to use the experience of other people at a basketball game to,
What?
yeah, I didn't understand it. I don't know if he was trying to say those people have a soul because they could enjoy the basketball game. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. But that was his way of trying to prove the God.
Yeah.
My answer is usually like, I know what it feels like to be in a one-sided human relationship, a one-sided physical relationship. That's a lot of work. I'll be damned if I'm going to be in a one-sided mental relationship. So I have to do all of the thinking for both of us. I have to do all of the work for both of us. Why would I sign up for that? If you are positing that this God has power, but I don't see the power until I decide what is the power. What is the God actually doing? Because the thing I'm pointing to as demonstration of the power of the God is shit that people that don't believe in this God go through as well. So until you can show me how your God is anything other than psychologically comforting for you, and you have access to something that I don't have access to, you can show me how it works, and maybe we can have a conversation. But I think I'm fully justified in not being willing to do the heavy lifting for both myself walking through this world and a God who's allowing me to do so in this way.
You just made me think of our first guest. Her name was Winter Social. I don't know her damn name. It's Winter something. But that's the one who kept calling me Jezebel. And I told her she was a scared of hell and I was a Jezebel. But she said how she know that the God is real because she never called him in a lie. And I said, wait. I said, yeah, she said she never caught him in a lie. And I said, um, how do you catch a God and a lie when the conversation is just you, like in your mind. She goes, no, in my heart. He talks to my heart. So I said, okay, so whatever he communicates to your heart, you have to translate or compute to your brain. She goes, no. Like she's cut me off. And I was like, no. I said, listen to what I'm saying. Because if he's talking to your heart, he's saying Assalamu alaikum to your heart, and then that's got to go through a process and get to your brain to where if he's telling you to go to a specific bank, take out a loan, and he's gonna bless you with a house, you've got to only you are the only one that have access to that train of communication.
Hmm.
So, and I said, so saying that you've never caught Jesus, God, in a lie is like saying you've never caught yourself in a lie.
Yep. What did she say?
Oh, she flipped out. Like she was that she was a crash out.
Mm.
Yeah, that shit was funny though. Y'all gotta go back and watch that. Her crash out was funny as hell. But yeah. But that's that one sided mental relationship because for her to say with her whole chest, I never caught him in a lie. That's like you ain't talking about your husband.
Right. He not cheating. I never seen him fuck nobody.
She kept trying to get dropped too. She wanted me to drop her so bad so she could say that I dropped her. And I
Those are
told her,
the
I said,
worst.
yeah. I told her, that she comes in my comments and types in all caps in my comments saying all kind of shit, calling me Jezebel, telling me I'm gonna suffer Jezebel's plight and all this shit. Like if I didn't block your ass, what the fuck makes you think I'm gonna drop you just because you say the same shit that you've been saying in my comments? But she just kept trying to get dropped and she kept fighting the mute button.
Mm.
Yeah. Ra,
You guys, good morning.
good morning. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Hey, I haven't been up here in a long time. Um, but yeah, so how do I know the God of the Bible is deceiving me? I would say, well, I guess like first starting with the garden. I know when it comes, you had that topic up for a while, but I wasn't able to join. Um, just first off with the fact that eating of the fruit was what was going to cause like the knowledge of good and evil, so to be able to make like a conscious decision, weighing out options, knowing that what you're doing is evil or knowing that what you're doing is good. And I think like beyond that, knowing why is evil, because I think that's the part that even today believers lack. You can tell me that a thing is evil, but you have no idea why. Something that doesn't cause harm to anyone, something that doesn't like infringe on the rights or the livelihood of other people is evil just because God said that it's evil. So to me, it's kind of like in order to embrace the God of the Bible, you have to sort of go back to that garden state. You have to go back to Eve or Adam then and say, like, no, you know what? I don't need to think about whether this is or not. I don't need to know reasoning behind. I just need to listen to my dad. I just need to listen because he said this is bad. I mean, I don't have to have any reasoning behind it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that did it for me too is the fact that the God didn't want them to have a moral conscience, and that doesn't make any sense to me because I was always taught that that's what He prioritized was us being good moral people. And so when I found out what the text actually said, like it just felt like straight deception. And I was telling a guy in my comments the other day who said that uh the A Cat name was a demonic song. And we were talking about the garden or whatever, and he said the devil is the was the first to lie in the beginning. Like he quoted that scripture, and I said the only one in your book that lied in the beginning was the God. And I said y'all, and because he lied when he said what he said to Adam, y'all have to now lie and change the definition of the Hebrew word for die. And therefore you continue to tell lie after lie after lie to hold this idea of spiritual death up to convince people that they are born wicked. and I said the truth is coming out. Um, I said, but that's okay now. Now the truth is coming out. But like for me, that the fact that they had to change the meaning of words, like a lot of, and they do that throughout this text a lot. So like it just, the hermeneutics feels deceptive of it. So like that is a big one for me that makes me feel like I know for a fact that I was deceived by this God.
Yeah, absolutely. And like when you talk about hermeneutics, that brings up for me like when I was yeah, I grew up in church, of course, but then like you be it's like early adulthood. It's like, okay, listen, you better really get it together and stop being gay, going to hell. Like, know God for yourself. So during that time, a couple of people around my age had that similar experience, and then we're like actually reading the scriptures, and we're like, hey, can we like have more Bible studies? They're like, okay, yeah, let's sign up for the hermeneutics classes and things like that. And then in those classes, I'm asking questions because I'm like, well, why this or why that? Like even things as simple as like being baptized in the name of Jesus versus being baptized in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And it's like when we were having those classes, the pastor, and he was young because our previous pastor had passed, so this was like the new one, and then of course like they sort of played on that grief of us losing our established pastor as well. So to kind of be like, when God starts calling his soldiers home, giants in the Gospels, they say, then, he's coming back soon. But anyway, we get the younger pastor and we're, sort of asking him questions. And what I noticed in those classes was it was more so, well, this is why we don't believe what the Baptists believe, and this is why Catholicism has it wrong. It was less about what was why we knew what we knew, um, in terms of like what the scripture said and what it originally said. Like, what did it say in the Hebrew or what did it say in the Greek? Um, it was more about they misinterpreted it, and we know that our doctrine is correct. So, like, interpreting the scripture to fit the doctrine. And I noticed, a lot of going to the dictionary, and I'm like, why are you talking about what Webster's dictionary says, when this is not actually like well, this wasn't written in English. So now you're taking something that was translated to this particular word in this century, which there's already like a gap in like how words the connotation changes over time, and now you're going to the English dictionary to say like, well, this word can also mean this in English, and now you're changing the meaning even more, except there's not even like some theological scholar backing you up here. This is just your, minister in training getting up on a Sunday night to preach and then not being corrected, right? When they're taking words even further out of context.
Um, the at my church we didn't necessarily deal with like the whole hermeneutics thing. Um, I don't know if my dad got most of his preaching directly from the Church of God in Christ uh, doctrine, but I think that's what he preached most of the time was what the denomination taught them to preach. But he didn't really deal with like hermeneutics or eisegesis. Ex- well, he did do like he would mention like eisegesis or exegesis, but not a lot. But I definitely think the doctrine of the denomination was prioritized over over the text in our church. So I can definitely see that.
Yeah. And mom, like my mother, I know I like to bring her up when I come on here, but it's because like that's very like she is like the holder, of the faith and consistently prays for me. I did get married. Um, so I got married in June, and then we had
Oh,
a
congratulations.
thank you. Um, we got married. I told my wife that I wanted to um, have it be like something personal, so that I would not be spending the day concerned about like my family coming or not coming, right? And then we ended up having a great opportunity of a local performance. It's called We Are Gathered. It was a great play. And one of
I think
the
I think they're having a hard time hearing you in
oh, sorry, maybe
the
that's the wrong. Is that better?
yeah.
Okay. um we saw a play called We Are Gathered, and it was about a couple, a male queer couple. One of them was raised in church and like very afraid to love, and so I really identified and related with that person, and we had the opportunity to like get married on stage. Like they sort of did what they wanted to feel like an
Oh,
altar call at the end.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, like we ended up seeing it. We didn't know, I didn't know what it was really about. And then they had like applications, and I'm like, you know what, let's see this. Like, I was actually touched. Like, we were already engaged, but I'm just like, and planning for the October wedding. But I'm like, let's just see what happens. And I did an application. They called us on the interview, and I talked about like my sort of religious background and kind of how this has in this particular relationship, and my wife being so patient and like really listening through and things like that, how that have been very helpful with me, like really, because look, I've been gay the whole time, but I had a lot of like self hate because of the way that I was brought up. Um, and so they're like, that is exactly what like the writer, the director envisioned. So like, yes, can you come? Can you come? It was Monday, and they're like, can you come on Wednesday to the show on Wednesday?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so that was like really affirming in a way that I wasn't expecting I was gonna get to experience. Um, so I'm like, you know what? Without without like the belief in God, or like, God is angry with you. It's funny how things like still work out. But I saw this play. I had to, you know, put in an application. Like I had to do all of that. And then it works out because like I put forth that effort, instead of waiting for God to show me if there's a God who approves or disapproves, like, so even the way that I frame that now, I think has changed, because I'll be like, well, then the universe still does approve of me. And it's like, well, actually, I approve of me. My wife approves of me. The person who wrote this show, approves of himself in our community. And I'm aligning myself with people who think in that way and who approve of others, and, as who who censor like harm as something that is determine, like harm is where we draw the line. Like if you're going to call anything sin, then that should be harm and how we're treating other people. But I am the one who's making that happen, and I think like that is a shift that I was able to make from being an earlier listener of this live. Because I think like the last time I came up, I was saying I was having a hard time with the fact that I had been accepted into a fellowship. And I'm like, well, my mom is like, I prayed for you. And I'm like, I was kind of having a hard time with like, dang, I have like this void, because it's like, I feel like I'm supposed to thank somebody, but like,
Yeah.
I did all of this. Um, and so I feel the growth from that moment. So now when I was able to just be like, and recognize like, well, I put forth all of this effort to align myself.
And I think
I
it's a
love that.
shift. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I love that, and I do remember that conversation because you was having difficulty even giving yourself credit for everything that you did, and we kind of talked you through like, well, who did the study, who applied for the application, who went through the interview, and who's gonna have to show up to the fellowship, um, and and you know attend and carry it out, and so you like it's been 6 months, 7 months, six. It's been 6 months, and the growth that you've had since that conversation is so refreshing to hear. It's amazing, and you've gotten married in that time, and just like added on, like you've added on, and since that conversation, um, and that's just amazing. Like, I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Yeah, and I was going to say the same thing. Like, I mean, that's growth, right? Like, from realizing that you have a right to what you mentioned with the play, that's how community is built, right? That's how culture forms. And I think those in our current society that push against this idea, part of the reason that they don't even realize, I think, that they're pushing back against it is because all of this is made up, right? Even their standards of no, this is what makes a family, this is the nuclear family, this is the appropriate way. All of this shit is made up. So when they see people who are bold enough to say this doesn't work for me, this environment speaks more to me and who I am authentically. And to your point, there's no sin because there's no harm being caused. There are people who are galvanizing around each other over shared experience and supporting each other in positivity. Like, what is there to condemn about that? And that gratitude you mentioned, I think I remember this conversation too. Not only have you realized that you can be grateful for a thing without having to point that gratitude towards anybody that didn't contribute to the success, to your success. So behind that too, and I'm grateful too, make sure that person that's there filling that space actually did some shit. And that person is you. Like, you worked hard, you studied, and you did so. You, those nights where you didn't want to, crack open a book or whatever it is, you're the one who made the decision to say, nope, I got to do it because this is the goal I have in mind. That's the people that that's the person that you're thankful to or appreciative of. But it's just reframing this narrative that for so long we haven't had the space or even the awareness of the fact that we can push back against these systems that don't serve us, that don't work for us. And we don't have to live our whole lives in this performative way where we're trying to garner the approval of other people. I don't even recognize your standard of measure. Why the fuck do I need to know if I'm long enough or short enough? That's you and yours. You can deal with that while I'm over here constructing something that's authentic and accepting and loving and kind and considerate of other people, not just myself and what I want things to be.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I can recall like a time that I would feel like someone saying that to me was like blasphemy, like get away, right? Like, because we're taught like evil communication corrupts good manner, like just beat that into your head. And so it's like, or you have itching ears, you're going out trying to find something that makes your sin okay. I remember like before the wedding, um, I had written something to my mom because I've already talked to her and tried to talk to her and things like that, and she always stops me. And so I'm like, well, if I write it down, I'll get to get out everything that I want to say, or at least a good, not everything, because that would be a book, but at least I'd get to finish out, a thought. And she would be forced to have to read this um, before responding to me. And so I did that. I was going to give it to her the day that we were having our big celebration with family and friends. But that morning, my aunt passed, another aunt of mine passed. And so I'm like, well, that's not a good time, right? Every time that I wanted to have a conversation with her, it wasn't a good time. Early another, there was lots of she had some health issues. We had other family members with some health issues. And when I say not a good time, I recognize that like there's never a good time, right? Like there's always going to be something going on in someone else's life that if you're placing their comfort over your ability to be like authentic and honest and your own comfort actually, then I'm spending more time like managing other people's feelings versus my own and honestly like by extension my wife because she is hurt by seeing me not be able to be authentic and feel like something is holding me back. um but yeah, the whole evil communication, corrupting good manner, I told her like in that letter, my if she really looks at me and she could really consider who I am as a person, that she would know it doesn't make sense um, for me, for God to send me to hell for all eternity, for being gay, and of course, like growing up and like begging and crying and fasting for days, for him to take that away from me and going through that and having me, hate myself. I told her like it doesn't make sense for a God who's able to take that away, who could listen to a prayer to take that away, for him to choose not to do that and then send me to hell for all eternity without end. And I'm thinking that me writing something down like that, she was gonna read it and maybe it sparked something, right? I said I'm not writing this to change your mind. Like I know she think my mom, they call her a prophetess at church. She's deep in Kojic. I'm like I'm not writing this that this is going to change your mind because I know you have the way that you believe. But I was writing it to like give her things to consider. I'm like, ever since I've been with, my wife, things have been great for me. Because I know they teach that like your life is gonna fall apart. But then if your life doesn't fall apart, it's because the devil is trying to get you closer and it gets you more deceived, and that's another way that I know that the book is deceiving me, or like even more specifically the doctrine um, that we're taught, because my mom's response in that is that, well, you've always been gifted. She can't see it as like, well, God is, she's like, it's the loving kindness of God that draws you back. um that's the response for that. But I was saying, my therapist gave me homework, and the homework was to think about the type of relationship I wanted to have with my mom. And I was thinking about that in a really, I guess, specific sense or broad. I'm not even really sure what to call it. But I was thinking of it in terms of like, well, when I tell her this thing, like, hey, I'm married, that's period, that's it. And this is how it makes me feel when you don't, do this, or this is how it makes me feel when you don't do that. I'm thinking like, that is what, the therapist is talking about. And that being like me being honest, and wow, we're just gonna have like this revelatory relationship, or I could just be quiet and manage her feelings. Like I was thinking that those were the two options. But in actuality, there was an option I didn't like anticipate, and that was that I could say all of the things and she wouldn't understand them. And not because I didn't explain them well, but because she literally cannot hear the things that I'm saying. We ended up having a conversation the other day after the appointment I had, and it became very clear to me that, another reason I'm thankful for listening to these lives, because I kind of recognized my mom in there, and it was like, wow. And some comments that she made, I was like, wow, she really doesn't hear me. It's not a matter of like she's like you're deceived or whatever. It's just that she does not hear the words. It's something that's keeping her from like processing what I'm saying. um she ended up telling me about a lady that she saw a testimony. She went to a testimony, I don't know, some sort of service, women something, and the lady was previously in. No, you know what? I have to tell it the way she said it. She said she gave a great testimony, and she was talking about how she was married, and she was married to a woman, and she told her mother how she was so happy being married to this woman that she met in jail. I said, jail? She said, no, 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 no. She's not. She's not in jail no more. And so she was like, but she was so happy telling her mother, and her mother was like, this is wrong, and sent her, started sending her scriptures about why it's wrong. And she said she started reading those scriptures, and she was like, oh, told her wife, we got to get out of this. We're not doing the right thing. We got to get out of here. And she said she joked about it. She was really funny. She had a raw testimony. So she said she didn't give the ring back, but because she sold it for some rock.
What? Wait, what?
When she used the C word, to which I replied, C word? And she was like, well, no, she's not. Yeah, yeah, the Lord delivered her. The Lord delivered her from that. And
Wait,
now,
from the did he deliver her from the rock?
yeah, you're right. Because when I said that, when she said, I repeated it like, what? Like, and she's like, no, the Lord delivered her from that. She's not on that no more. And but when her mother started sending her those scriptures, she knew she had to get out the marriage, right? This is how she started the narrative to talk about the woman getting out of her gay marriage. But then, as an aside, there's the D-rugs, right? Like, and that was like, was her mother sending her scriptures when she was doing that? Like, and
That's
she was like,
crazy.
she said, um, and yeah, so that's how she brings it up because she kept the ring to sell it for that. And I'm like, but it was of utmost importance that she get out of that gay marriage, but she continued to use.
And I bet she thanked the God for it too. When she went
Oh
and sold it and went and bought the rock, I bet she thanked the God. Like, what? It, he's like, you can smoke that, but you can't lick that. What? It doesn't
right.
make any sense at all.
That's why I'm like, the fact that my mother would tell me this story and
And she
think
thought it was
that,
a powerful testimony.
yes, I was like, okay, she's deceived. Like, seriously, in that moment, I was like, wow, this is much deeper than I imagined. This
Like
is much deeper.
uh,
which
uh,
one is more
uh,
harmful for the body?
right. Are the comments frozen?
Last one I see was from 49Q laughing.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, me or for you?
Fee.
Oh, I was just wondering which one is more harmful for the body. Licking some or eat, like what? What are we talking about? Like how is that? But you can see the mindset though, because like even when people lose their life, oh God called them home. Like did they call them home or is Satan the reason that we die? Which one is it? Is it a joyous occasion or is it a sad occasion? Because it can't be both. It can't be the devil is the reason that people lose their lives and but God needed them home. So he needed to have a person get in a horrific accident in order to call them home. They have such illogical takes on these positions that the one about finding that and what that doesn't make any sense. So it does kind of give you insight into how they think and allows you to judiciously pick your battles from that point because like you're saying like you're not going to change their minds. There's certain people that just they see it the way that they see it. They're not going to change the way that they see it. Their brains aren't even wired in a way for them to conceptualize it at this particular point. But not being tied to how she responds is ultimately how you gain your power. And that's exactly what it sounds like you did. So kudos to you.
I swear I'm diabolical as fuck because if I was gay and my mama had sent me that, especially if it was around Christmas time, I swear I would get her a T-shirt made and I would wrap it up and I put it on the tree. And when she opened it, that T-shirt would say, "I would rather my daughter be on rock than be gay." Like that, I would give her that shirt and ask her if she would be proud to wear it. Like, you might as well wear that, because the testimony that you told me says that you would rather I smoke uh rock than be gay.
I
And
was crying.
I think they would. Like, I honestly think a Christian would rather that a person be on D-rugs than be gay. Because it's like,
Literally,
yeah.
because you could come home. We have, of course, and I'm not like, listen, people have reasons why they, turn to D-rugs and things like that. And a lot of it has to do with the pressures that y'all be putting on people with this, right? So like, I, I it's amazing to me because the thing that God had to do first was stop her from being gay. And I'm like, she wasn't gay, clearly. She was high. Like, and she was in jail. There was nobody but women around. So like, what are we talking about? Like, it doesn't make sense. But that's not a thing. Like Fee just said, learning to like pick your battles, because I'm like, this. It would not matter how logical I am with this lady about this. She will never hear what I'm saying, because for you to even say that and that be the starting point is just like ridiculous. And I
You
appreciate
know
you,
how
Fee.
ridiculous Kojic is. So like, especially Kojic is so homophobic.
Yeah.
Like they'll preach hellfire and brimstone when it comes to gay people, and then we'll have gay people in their choirs will be gay themselves,
Hmm.
but they are homophobic as hell.
Absolutely. And I was gonna say that like there was a song that you played, Thinker. I don't know. I heard it once, and I think it's not on the album, but and there was something like I was listening one morning because like I'm not able to get on anymore. Like now I'm off for break, but like I have to get up so early to take my wife to work. But I heard like in the drive, Fee, you were talking to someone about like boundaries and excuse me, it was like really, it was around Thanksgiving time, I feel like. And so I didn't go home for Thanksgiving. And it was really helpful, the things you were saying. Um, I hadn't, because I didn't appreciate the way that my mom responded. Like this recent conversation was the first we had in a while. Um, because she responded to my email, of course, with like scriptures and um, with a page from her prayer journal, which love her to death, but some of it was scratched off, and then she continued to write, but she was telling me that this is what God said to her, and to which I thought like, well, was God talking too fast for you to get all the words down, and then you had to scratch some off and then write them again, or was did you get it wrong first? And then he said, no, erase that part. Because it's just strange to me that words from God in your journal, some of them will be scratched out. I don't, I don't get it. But that is another reason I know, like being able to see that, I like took the power away from it for me. Because like I can remember a time that if she showed me a page from her prayer journal, I would have felt so. What I would have thought would have been conviction, but it would just be it would just be conditioning and guilt. um but I hadn't spoken to her. My aunt, her sister, reached out to me to say, your mom was so sad for Thanksgiving and you should come home for Christmas. And I'm like, listen, y'all thinking I have been worried about y'all feelings for a long time. And I told her straight up, like, if you're telling me that I cannot come home with my wife, because she told me like I should just, I come see my mom and put it on hold and then just go back home and go back to my regularly scheduled program.
What?
What?
So
I need you to shut up talking to us, because that
right.
what.
What?
So press pause on your actual life to go pretend for your mom for her benefit.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
And I said, do you not realize that's what I've been doing? Like
Right.
that's what I've been doing for the longest time. Um, and it's like that is what I'm not going to do anymore, right? Pretend for you. Like you know what the truth is, but like you know that I'm gay. I've told you that time and time again, but as long as you don't see, out of sight, out of mind, it's okay with you. So it's like you're telling me, and I said, she said, well, did you get my email? And I said, well, I did, but like I could not call you because I did not want to have a surface level conversation. I did not want to talk about the weather. I didn't want to talk about work. I wanted to talk about what needed to be talked about. And I know you didn't want to do that. Um, and, she was saying, well, I like to hear about your job. Like, that is beyond the point. Like, again, right? Are we on the same page? I don't think so. So I'm like, yes, there's nothing wrong with talking about those things, but not when there's a deeper conversation that needs to be had. Um, and I'm like, I talked to you before because last Christmas we actually left the country because I didn't want to deal with it, right? So I'm like, let's just do something different. We went to London. It was a wonderful time. And then, so like she's being funny, like, oh, are you going abroad again? And I'm like, listen, you know what it is. This is why I did that because I have to live my life. I have to have experiences that are going to make me feel joy. I can't be sitting at home sad because you're rejecting me or you're not going to allow me to come home and bring someone who is my family. And so then she says, well, you can you well I don't hate her is what she said. I don't hate anybody, because God, Jesus in me does not allow me to hate anybody. I love her. And
What?
so
But
Like
he
this is
hated.
just blowing me right now. Like in so many ways. Like just the audacity. What does love then mean to her? Like that's the crazy the interesting reactions that come from family members when they have to reckon with the fact that we've gotten to a point where we finally recognize how many of us were conditioned to outsource our sense of peace to external sources like religion and parents and approval and validation and systemic compliance and all of these things. And once we realize that, we understand why it's been so hard to establish and hold our own personal boundaries. But then once you reclaim it and you realize, no, this your lack of respect for me as a person, who and what I authentically am, does not feel good to me. So I'm not putting myself in that position anymore. You realize that peace is internally cultivated and not granted externally, so you don't have to perform for them. So when they want you to like leave your actual life to come play in the play of their pretend life of who they want you to be, and you say no and advocate for yourself without any guilt, that leads to a healthier relationship that they have to adjust to. You know, that is crazy to me. The audacity, like, is this a coaching thing? Wow.
Yeah, this sounds
Wow.
very Kojic. Very Kojic. Like, yeah.
Wow.
yeah,
Kojic is very homophobic.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I what I realized about it was because then she started to shift it to her hurt, and she said, well, I've lost a lot, and I when I talked to her about, she was like, she can come, she can come, but I will not have two women sleeping in my house. And I was like, I'm I'm not asking you to sleep
What?
in your house. Like that is not, or laying in my house, laying up in my house is what she said. 'Cause she's like, not a man or a woman. No one can lay up in my house because I'm not laying up in my house. And I'm like,
I
okay,
said we ain't got to spend the night for that to happen.
Tell it.
yeah. So I was just like, that's not what's. I'm like, that is not even. Do you think I would even want to at your house? Like, let's be for real. So I'm like, I may like we talked about it like. go there, but not with for the express purpose of like seeing my mom, but like because I have god kids there, I have other family there, like our friends, the ones who came to my wedding, and so going there and then just popping up for the day, going to the house for dinner or whatever, and then leaving because that's it. Like you get the amount you get to access me in the way that you're able to. But I can't shrink anything about myself to make you comfortable because you're saying like that is the hurt that you're having. And then she went into the whole thing about, but I can't, the reason she can't is because like all she has is Jesus. And I realized she's like, because I've had so much loss. I've had more loss than most. And I'm like, that is wild. Like you haven't had more, but I'm not gonna say this to her. Like I work with kids with I work with kids who've had more loss than you've had. Like, but in their life has been shorter. But it's like that is me like getting a peep into how she thinks and how she believes. Like and her the way that she started talking about Jesus, I'm so serious. It sounded manic. Like she was like her response to me saying, it is hurtful, like that I don't feel accepted. She was like, well, I just can't. I only have Jesus. Jesus is all I've had. He's the one who kept my mind when I was going to lose my mind. Like she just started going into like almost testimony, like preach. And I was just like, wow. Like I put the phone on mute and I just sat back and I was like, wow, this is kind of similar to what I hear on the live.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, first off, is your mom still waiting on a Boaz?
No, my mom, my father passed when I was 16,
Okay, I'm
and
sorry to
she
hear
has
that.
been single and holy, um, holding in herself as a widow for the Lord ever since. And I honestly think, like, girl, why don't you want a man? Is it genetic?
She might just be sick of men. So I can't blame her for that. But Jesus being able to like keep her mind but not, you know, make her happy,
Mm,
right? And to me that kind of sounds like she's in a relationship with a man and just having, you know how sometimes women will just be with a man because they in society, if you don't have a man, if you're not in a relationship, society says there's something wrong with her, right? So they'll have a man there but not be happy with him because he can't make her happy. She's just kept. She's a kept woman. It kind of sound like when your mom's like Jesus kept me, but she doesn't sound like Jesus is actually making her happy, and or that Jesus can do the growth in her and help her, evolve her thinking and evolve, heal even beyond, losing all the loss that she's telling you that she's lost in life. He's not healing her from that. It sounds like, and then when she see you, sometimes it ignites some jealousy. As I told you, like I've had the conversation, the phone call. When is it going to be my turn? I'm the one that prays it every morning at 3 o'clock. I I'm the one that, and then when there's good things happening in my life, I can't get a good job. I'm proud of you. What I get is the opposite. When is it going to be my turn? You know what I'm saying? And so, do you think that your mom is
wow.
possibly
I agree. I actually agree with that because that she doesn't feel that it's the happiness, but that is a part of the deception, right? Because it's hold out, keep on holding out, keep on believing. And it's like when she talks about loss, she talks about the fact that, my mom did not acknowledge that my dad was sick because of faith.
mm, that's crazy.
Um, yeah. And it was like, if you don't speak it, if you speak it, then he's going to, it makes it real. But if you just you stand on this word, you stand on the scriptures. And my dad literally, I have a memory of him being like, I am sick, like telling her, like straight, I am sick. and then her thing is like, well, it was him. She couldn't outbelieve him, you know. And it's like, it's the thing of like, if God is putting this on you, then it's because you have this grand testimony. It's the part of like when you really step back and look at it, that like, yeah, you have to have like some characteristics of narcissism to like really think that like God is beating me and crushing me down, or not God. It's not God. It's the devil. It is the devil that's doing this because of the gift inside of you. Like, and to whom much is given, much is required. And you are pressed and all of that because something is coming out of you that's going to bless nations and all of that. But my mom, she don't have no man. In all seriousness, she won't even let a man she said that she told me before, she would talk about stuff like this, like, this guy came to out the door of the parking lot to hold an umbrella for me, and I was like, I'm okay.
I got Jesus.
Yeah. Like, what?
He keeps me dry in the middle of the storm.
All
And now
your
you
life he keeps you dry.
He'll be
and now
my
you got
umbrella
Jesus.
from the trunk of the car.
Now you got Jesus and pneumonia. So what are
Yeah.
we gonna do now? Because you ignoring reality.
Right. So, I mean, even like when I first saw your topic, what I first thought about was like, Paul and David, right? Like David is a man after God's own heart. They love to tell you that, it reminds you of that, and the broken and the contrite spirit. But like, David was a king, and it's like, yo, we are
He was
making
also in love with Jonathan.
right.
Like he was in love with Jonathan.
Right.
And then like isn't that funny? Listen, isn't it hilarious? It is so fucking hilarious, this thought that I just had. Oh my god. Jesus comes from Ruth, who was in love with Naomi, and David, who was in love with Jonathan.
Mm, we don't claim him.
Jesus comes from two homosexuals.
That's funny.
Both both of his great grandparents are homosexuals. That is hilarious as fuck.
Yeah. So maybe he's upset. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus?
Yeah.
Jesus didn't give a damn about nobody being homosexual in that book. Yeah, in that book, Jesus didn't say shit about homosexuals.
Yeah.
He's still trying to figure out what he was doing with that little naked boy in the garden.
Exactly. And then
Uh-oh.
like the disciple that Jesus loved was male, and they arguing like husband and wife. What he doing following you? Don't you worry about that. You just follow me. If I want him here, he gonna be here. Like they arguing like, and then they think his homeboy think Jesus dead. He out there on the boat with Peter and Jesus up there, and Jesus just sitting on the shore frying fish, and he just watching them out on that ship, butt ass naked. And they look
Right.
up,
Fishy.
yeah, and they look up and they see Jesus on the show, and one of them was like, "Hey, is that Jesus?"
Give a new, give
And
slightly
then he
new
put his,
meaning to Long John Silver's thinker. Like, what kind of fish Jesus
I
catching on
don't
the
know.
shoreline?
That's what it said. He was frying fish. And then Peter threw on his clothes and jumped in the water with his clothes on. He on the ship without clothes with the disciple that Jesus loved. And then so they see Jesus over there having a fish fry, they like, oh shit, I thought his ass was dead. And then he throw his clothes on and then he hop in the water.
They was trying to see why Jesus loved him so much.
But like it literally says that the one that Jesus loved was leaning back on his chest, on his bosom. Who? What? Hold the fuck. Like, for I would ask any uh male Christian that is a bigot, that is homophobic, let your best friend sit between your legs and lean back on your bosom at a basketball game. Do it, since Jesus did it. Since you want to be like Jesus and you're supposed to have a mind of Christ. Okay, you got a mind of Christ. Go to a basketball game, sit in between your homeboy legs, and lean back on his chest. Since you're supposed to be like Jesus, because that's what Jesus did. WWJD. The homosexuality is all in this book, but it ain't condemned. It ain't condemned.
Where I'm from, WWJD means who was Jesus dicking. We're trying to figure out who the disciple was.
All right. I was so.
Oh my God. Also, but yeah, no. I wish that they would allow themselves to let go of that bigotry, because it makes them really unpleasant people. Like, it makes them mean. Like, not, you don't want to be around them because they're always like talking about how somebody going to hell for being gay. Like,
I
they
still
need to
can't
let that go.
understand why they're so concerned about it. Like, I don't spend time thinking about shit that doesn't impact me. Like, when they come in here, why are you talking about God if you don't believe him? Because y'all believe in him, and that shit impacts us. But who you are doing whatever it is you're doing to and with in the privacy of your bedroom, is as long as nobody is harming, it's a consenting adult, that is none of my business. I literally give no thought to that whatsoever. Why it stays on their mind, it needs to be studied.
Yeah. Somebody on YouTube last night was mad. I was saying something about we were talking about homosexuality. Oh, we were talking about how Rome condemned lesbianism and why they did it. And that person brought up Sodom and Gomorrah. And I asked him, like, why have you ever thought about why your God will constantly, all day long, because y'all talk about gay people all the time, all day, anytime, like you just randomly bring them up. And like, have you ever wondered why your God doesn't whisper the cure to cancer in your ear, or doesn't whisper the lottery numbers in your ear so that you can feed kids or help kids pay to get treatment or house somebody? But he's constantly whispering in your ear, there are men on the planet who sticking beans in each other's asses. Don't forget. Don't forget that there are women licking each other's clits. Don't forget there are gay people on the planet. I don't like gay people. Just remember, talk about it. Talk about gay people. Tell them they're gonna go to hell. Gay people, gay people, gay people, gay people, gay people. Constantly in your ear all damn day. You ain't never wonder why he keep reminding your ass that gay people exist. But he ain't saying, hey, here's how you cure cancer. Hit the lottery numbers. Go to lottery numbers. He just constantly saying, hey, gay people. Why does that make sense to y'all?
But it's just like the scriptures being enough to make her to make the lady feel like she had to get unmarried, right? But it wasn't enough to stop the physiological addiction that she had.
Like, that's crazy. Put the clit down. Go get a crack rock.
Go get what ticket?
Sweating.
Like, he
Oh
like,
my
go
god.
get the clit out your mouth. Put a pipe in it. Like what? That makes
Oh,
sense to y'all? Yay. Like, no. Uh-uh. I don't know. Is there a believer in the comments? Like that makes sense to y'all?
They're never able to answer what they think the actual harm is. They just go, it's abomination. First of all, spell abomination. That's first and foremost. Second of all, why? Like if a thing is a sin, like somebody was talking about this the other day, like murder, yeah, you don't take nobody's life. Like sleep with somebody else's wife or husband, no, don't do that. Like they think they're in a committed relationship, they need to be in a committed relationship. Like don't participate in that. Like doing things that are clearly harmful, I get that, but what is this harming? What is it harming when it has no bearing on you? It has no impact on society. It does no harm to children in the way that like these preachers and pastors who claim to be heterosexual and in committed relationships do all the time. Like what is the harm? They don't think about the messages that they claim come from a God. They ignore all the things that this God should be saying if it were a good God and all powerful, and they focus on the shit that they think is coming from him and never question like the logic of it. I had a motherfucker run randomly in my ear all the time telling me to pay attention to what another adult is doing with their genitals. I'm not giving that person access to me anymore because why? What does it solve? How does it help? But they don't care about any of that. They just want to see themselves as being pious, better than chosen, and then ultimately have access to this heaven that they don't know where it exists or what the fuck they're going to be doing once they get there.
Imagine if uh somebody just kept walking, like going to the pastor and say, "Hey, pastor, how was the bedroom last night? Hey, pastor, did you dick it down? Hey, pastor, like if imagine if somebody was constantly in the pastor and the first lady sex life. Like, how do you think the pastor would respond to that?
I think that we need to normalize that. If you feel like you have a right to speak on what I do in my bedroom, so do I. Like, was it only missionary? Did y'all do doggy style? Because that's not approved. That's for animals. Like, I'm gonna make up some arbitrary rules just like they do too.
Yep,
I think this shit would change if we started, meeting them with what they give to us.
yep. Because why do you feel like you have the right to talk about what's happening in somebody else's bedroom? Like, who gave you the authority to do that? Hey, First Lady, how was Pound Town? How was Pound Town?
Downtown is crazy.
Yep. But you know what? They would probably be like, uh, that's but marriage is sacred. Y'all gotta watch the live. Watch the live. There was a guy up here, Fee.
What do you say?
We were talking about how Devak uh is the same word in Genesis 2:4, and where it says man shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. I think I shocked the shit out of him when I showed him that it's the same exact word for Ruth clinging to Naomi, and it showed him that they say that their wedding vows that they say are based off of or influenced by what Ruth says to Naomi in this story. And he said, uh, just because they clean together don't mean that they got married. And like he was like he couldn't understand the I even showed him the definition where the word doesn't mean marriage. It means bind together, right? Like a to become one. It's like to what does it say, to like infuse, right? Or to follow closely behind, right? To stick together is what it means. I said it doesn't mean marriage. Y'all make it mean marriage. And he just kept saying the stupidest shit. Like the shit that he was responding to was so damn dumb that I can't even. I can't even remember it. But y'all need to go back and watch like the first person on stage, the Winter Girl. Then this dude, I forgot what his name was. But he, like the comment, like it was just tonight was a half of a motherfucker. Tonight, the ignorance tonight was on 10. It was on 10. But he could not grasp the idea that Ruth is saying to Naomi that she loves her with a love that cannot be broken. That's what Devok means. Like it's saying that she had a deep love for Ruth, I mean for Naomi, that could never be broken. Even in death, it could not be broken. And then at the end, it says that Ruth loved Naomi uh, greater than the love of 7 sons, similar to when David is said to have, Jonathan's love is said to have been greater than the love of a woman to David. David and Jonathan had a covenant, and the covenant that they had and the love that they had, you don't see it anywhere else in the Bible. It's a divine covenant and a divine love that means that it can't be broken. And the God doesn't even, the word that David and Jonathan used for love, the God doesn't even use for humanity or the Israelites. It's that deep of a divine love. And the same with Ruth and Naomi. And so he kept, like, he could not wrap his mind around the fact that what the what they're using to say that a man and a woman are to be married is what was used for to describe the love between two women and two men in this Bible. Like he couldn't wrap his mind around it. And he just kept saying the dumbest shit. Then he kept blame shifting, trying to say, you're traumatized by men. You hate men, don't you? Because I would ask him, what does clean mean? Uh I would ask him, can you explain to me why y'all's marriage vows are based on what Ruth is saying to her mother-in-law? Like he wouldn't answer the questions. Uh like he was just deflecting. It was just the worst. Yeah, he was doing the most. But yeah, go back and watch it. It's I think it's the first two that were like the worst tonight, outside of Mac that just left.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Like I just don't understand the commitment to ignorance, right? Like it's I just think it's interesting when somebody tells you why you're doing something, as opposed to listening to what you're saying and following the logic that you're utilizing. They want to default to, no, you're doing this because you're hurt. I hear trauma, I hear hurt, and you know you don't. You don't recognize logic. So you're slapping a label on it, the label that you've been handed by your preacher to put on anything that dissents from what you've been told to believe. And that's on you, that's not on me. But that doesn't mean that what you're saying is my motivation. Because between the two of us, who has more access to why I do something, you or me?
You, I mean, like you have more access to why you do something.
Exactly. So when he's telling you, oh, well, you're only saying this because you don't know that. And they don't want to sit with those realities because, again, they have a very distant relationship with truth and honesty.
Yeah, I think he was shocked. I don't. I think he saw the point that I was making, and it made him like his whole point about marriage and all that shit irrelevant because he couldn't explain one why Ruth and Naomi had the same covenant as he's claiming Adam and Eve had, and that meant marriage. That he couldn't explain why their marriage vows match two women, what two women say to each other, and he was just deflecting like a motherfucker. Yeah, he couldn't accept it, and you could kind of hear like he's kind of like a deer in headlights.
And it shows you how much they don't think about it. Like, do they think that Adam and Eve had to go down to the courthouse to, get some paperwork and file it and sign it? They think about marriage through the zeitgeist of what it is for us in our day and age.
I think he said something like that though, Fee.
Did he? Damn.
That
I
this
was
I'm
damn
telling you, that's
suspicious.
how dumb it was. That's
Shit.
how dumb it was. Yeah, he did allude to like them signing paperwork and going like he did. That's how dumb it was.
You know, Tina and Tamara have a younger brother, and he had a TV show. You should play the theme song of that TV show a lot.
What was the TV show?
He's a smart guy.
Oh,
Well, thank you, Thinker, for having me. Thank you for having me up. I gotta drive, so I know I gotta get off. But thank you so much, and I appreciate
you're so
the
welcome.
community for real. Even when I can like come up and talk, I really appreciate it. It's really helpful.
You are so welcome. And congratulations again on your marriage, on your growth, on your fellowship, on kicking ass.
Thank you.
For real.
Yes,
So,
indeed.
yeah, keep
Thank
doing it.
you.
Keep doing it.
And that let me know when the gay song drops
It
because
it did. It
it
dropped.
did.
It dropped yesterday. Yeah, it's on there. It's on
All
there.
right, thank
Yeah.
you, because that will
All
have
right.
me crying. All right, y'all have a
You
good
welcome.
one.
All right.
Bye.
All
Be easy, bro.
Thank you.
right. A couple got married on the 20th and used it on the at their wedding on the 20th, and
Oh,
yeah, I had posted some pictures in my story. Yeah, it's available on Apple Music for you to buy. Okay, so let's try again. Let's see. Benedict. Benedict. Bene.
First of all, hello.
Hi. Are you a believer,
Hello.
deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 20.
You got to be
Okay, so
20.
first of all,
You got to be 21, Benedict.
Oh
Okay.
wow.
You got to be 21. Okay. You see that where it says 21 across the screen?
okay.
Yeah. So come back on Tuesday night where I have 18 and up. Okay. Unless Maddie is here. I don't know if Maddie is in the comments. Maddie, are you in the comments?
Okay.
Wait. Hold on for a second. Maddie, are you in the comments? I don't think she's here. Okay, yeah, she's not. She's not responding. So come back on Tuesday night, okay?
Okay.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Maybe one day.
It'll happen one day also. Oh, that one bounced out.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. You know, the secret to getting your dog to take his medicine is make food good enough that he doesn't even care.
Well, that one is bounced out as well. What did you cook? Cook. What did you make for him?
Oh, I cook it. He
Oh,
had
you cook.
eggs and bologna, and I got some of the flaky biscuits, the layer joints.
He
He
don't
going to town on them for
he
this.
don't throw up the bologna. I thought bologna make him sick.
I get chicken bologna.
Okay.
It's pretty good actually.
Akash, were you in the box on purpose or on accident? I tried to bring you up. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you're a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, you must be 21 or up to join the conversation.
That's why he be breathing like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, chicken bologna is a thing. But yeah, I thought bologna made dogs sick.
Um, I No, not the one that I have. I don't feed him a lot either, though. Because especially if the point is just for him to eat his pills without. Because if you just put it in his regular dog food, he'll just like eat around it. Like nigga, the point is for you to eat it.
If you cook raw food, it's okay. Mm. Um, Mr. Michael said the name of the person is Zaire. When y'all go look for a Zaire, that conversation, and then the first lady, her name is Winter or Winter something. Um, there were I think those are the two that I would say. There are other crash outs, but I can't remember them. Those are the two I remember. West. Oh, her name is West Coast.
What'd you call her?
Winters. Winter something. I thought her name
Winter
was Winter
Soldier
or
or
something.
something?
Yeah, I thought her name was Winter something. Her name is West Coast Soldier. Then.
I think you made her whole ass Avenger.
Right, right.
No, I called her Winter Social.
You did
Oh
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
you did.
Uh-huh.
Which is kind of worse.
She ain't no motherfucking soldier. She tried to come up here like she was a goddamn soldier. Regina. Regina.
I think you're pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah. How?
Regina.
So I knew it was coming.
Goodness gracious. All right, y'all. It's Sunday. Let us not end early. 2 hours early. Let us not do that. The conversation today is about Hagar. I want to know why your God sent Hagar back. Uh, like, if he was gonna give, he already knew Sarah was gonna get Isaac. I need one of y'all to please explain this to me. None of y'all have come up tonight to answer that, and I think y'all are realizing that you don't have an answer for that. You can't explain that. So better yet, let's move away from why did he do it? Why do you see it as a blessing? Why do you see that as a good thing? Maybe maybe it feel like it's look at it like it's pulling my cheek. Look, y'all see that?
I see it.
Uh yeah. Why is it a good thing? Why do you see it as a good thing? Maybe since you can't answer for your God, I need to understand how what happened to Hagar was a good thing in y'all's eyes. If y'all are in here, I don't know. Is it just us in here? The questions that I have, they have not touched all damn night. Like the ones that I really want to talk about, like the one in the green and the Hagar one, they haven't touched all night, except for West
It'd be
Coast.
like that. And I hate it. That'd be the one thing that you really want to talk about, but they want to talk about like the most base level shit. And it's like, bro, does God not help your mind grow at all? You can't even fucking dive into your own fairy tale, bro. Like, we can't even talk about the shit you believe in, nigga. Like, that's crazy.
Wait, what did you say, Heritage? It says the AI search for Hagar is wild. God sent Hagar back not to condone abuse. Where does it say that at?
On Google?
The Google AI search said what?
Wow.
What was the reason that they sent her back? What did it say? Thank y'all so much for sending your heart me's. Let me search this in my damn. So I'm about to see what it say.
God sent Hagar back so that his Abraham's real son could have a competitive advantage.
It says that?
No.
Oh. It said God sent Hagar back to Sarah primarily to restore order to Abraham's household and fulfill his covenant promises through Sarah and Isaac, while also providing for Hagar and Ishmael through a separate promise, ensuring Ishmael will become a great nation, but within Abraham's family structure, even though it meant returning to a difficult situation where she would later be cast out again. Oh my God.
God had
The
a
answer
divine
doesn't
plan.
even make
It didn't work
sense.
out though.
Right. The answer doesn't even make sense. What does yours say, Kayla? To protect her from wild animals? It says that?
I know you fucking lying.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. Like they just
So,
be making up shit. Like even the AI know there ain't no answer for that shit. They just throwing random shit at the wall.
so he can close the mouth of lions when he wants to, but he got to have a woman come back to get her ass kicked like what?
That is hilarious. This is probably one biblical story that stomps even fucking AI. AI has religious psychosis. It's wild.
Right.
Like AI, like I don't know, motherfucker. I'm just gonna say some shit because that was abuse. You said you want more songs? I'm working on them.
Wow. Now what the Bible should have done was have Samson escort her through the woods through some happenstance where he gets abandoned. And then, what I'm saying, they learn from each other, what I'm saying, and he grows as a person and defends them. And then instead of going out like a weirdo in a kamikaze incident, what I'm saying, he go out protecting them, and then they get to the other side, and that would have made a more compelling story. But go back, I promise it's gonna work. Just for it not to work is kind of stupid.
Says I have her cast out again with hey Jay. Yes, I got you. I'll play it for you right now. To have her she was cast out with some bread, with a loaf of bread and a can of water, and that was it. Like no child support, nothing.
And wasn't she carrying a 16-year-old on her hip too?
On her neck.
Oh, on her neck. Yeah. Giving a piggyback ride to a teenager is wild work. Like, what are we doing?
And then he almost died of thirst. That he started seeing like whales, like started seeing visions of whales with water. And then the God comes back and go, hey, I'm gonna let him see a real whale since he about to die. That way the child shall live and not die. Like it's yeah, it makes no sense. This is Thank You to Me. This is for Jay and then also Ra. And anybody else who needs to be reminded to thank yourself. This will be released on January 1st.
Brand new and I'm short of you. No idea how it's gonna come through. I remind myself you always get what you need, so there's no need to feed anxiety. Scroll through my contacts, who can I call? None at all, everybody tryna ball. Sis just texted me last week, said she needing funds to get something to eat. What to do? Let me sit and think. There's gotta be a way to bring my funds in sync. This used to be where I would pray. Beg a God to make a way, not today. Thank you to me for staying strong. Thank you to me for carrying on. Thank you to me when I couldn't see that I was the answer I've been praying to be. Thank you to me for taking the lead. Thank you to me for planting the seed. Thank you to me, I finally see. All I ever needed was me. I don't feel guilty for acknowledging my growth. You can call it ego, I call it oath. I'm balanced, I'm real, and I'm joyfully whole. Working on myself to reclaim what religious stole. Even in the moments when the storm runs heavy, when the problems pile high and the low gets messy, I tell myself, you're okay, you're fine. You always get what you need, no need to cry. What to do? Let me sit and think, it's gotta be a way to bring my funds and think. This used to be where I would pray, beg a God to make a way, not today. Thank you to me for staying strong. Thank you to me for giving you love. Thank you to me when I couldn't see that I was the answer I've been praying to be. Thank you to me for taking the lead. Thank you to me for planting the seed. Thank you to me, I finally see all I ever needed was me. Thank you to me for not giving in. Thank you to me for believing I can win. Thank you to me, despite what they say. Thank you to me for making a way. For every sleepless night, I still chose peace. For every closed door, I found my keys. For every storm that said I'd break, I stood tall, refused to shake. I'm my own miracle, my own reprieve. Every battle I fought, I still believe. Thank you to me for never leaving me. Thank you to me for staying alive, for betting on me when hope took a dive. For every fall, every tear I cried, I still rose with my head high. No prayers, no gods, no borrowed belief. Just me, my grind, my peace, my relief. So here's my amen, my final decree. The one I was waiting on was always me. Thank you to 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 me.
I thought about when I wrote that song. I thought about a time where, so my sister had texted and said that they needed food. Mind you, that was the week before she had texted, and I sent her money. But I was sitting in my room. Not when I wrote the song, but this what made me write the song. Thinking about this, and I was sitting in my room and I was thinking, how can I bring my funds into sync so that I can take care of me and my sister? And I thought outside of the box. I did some work for a temp agency, helping them hire nurses. Got paid $1,500 that same fucking day, and I was able to send her money and said, "Hey, rest tonight." And like it's like thinking outside of the box, right? And sometimes when it feels like you're struggling and you don't know where things are gonna come from, right? And I used to, when I was a believer, I used to worry, and the pain used to be like in my chest to be heavy because you don't know where the money's going to come from. But I've always been the type of person to tell myself I always get what I need. I always have what I need, right? And then I have some of the things that I want, and I don't really want a lot. But that's always been my mindset and my mantra. Like I'm even when I was a Christian, I never sat down and just not did anything to get what I need. My ass was a fucking hustler. They used to call me go getter. Like I was a hustler. And when I started deconstructing, I realized that like it's always been me. You know, I would give the God credit. I would pray, but the reason why shit came through is because I was a hustler. Like it's always been me. And so I just started thinking myself and just, what I did away with was the worrying part. Like why worry? And I just started like just existing in the moment and then thinking about, okay, what can I do to bring my funds in sync to get what I need, even when what I need is so that I can help take care of somebody else. That's what made me think about that song. Write that song. And I know like people experience that, you know. You don't know where it's gonna come from. Yes, women can be misogynistic. You don't know where it's gonna come from. And then sometimes things come in at the last minute and you're not thinking you're not thinking about your efforts, or you're not thinking about the efforts of the people who helped you get that at the last minute. And because we're religious, we automatically like, thank you, God, thank you, Jesus. And then honestly, if we just pay attention to our actions and our movements and the things that we have the power to do, the impact we make in our own lives and the impact that other people make in our lives, we can replicate that. Because if we think it's coincidence and that it just dropped out the sky because God moved somebody to do something, every time you need something, every time you get in that crunch, you're gonna wait on something outside of you to happen. You're not gonna be able to replicate what you did to get it. The first that first time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you don't look at the details. You don't look at the actual steps that were taken to say, okay, I was here, this is what I did, and I ended up at success. Let me replicate that and then share it with other people to show that the template works. You don't do that with God. You just sit back and close your eyes and pray, and then you do things, but then you ignore the steps that you've taken to accomplish the thing that you wanted to accomplish and just give the credit to God. Well, you can't do anything with that. You can't appreciate that, as Bash says. You can't share that template and that strategy with another person to say, hey, this is what I did when I was able to help my sister get some food for her and the kids, and these are the steps that I've taken. But it requires work. It's going to require work either way. Just where you put the credit is going to determine whether or not you'll be able to duplicate those actions that you take. But if you ignore what you've actually done and don't give yourself recognition for the steps that you've taken, how can that help anybody? That can't be scaled at all.
Exactly. And then you're gonna be waiting on like, oh, he said no. And it's like, why don't you have food? God said no. I prayed and asked God. God said no. That like that doesn't make sense, does it? Surf? Surf? Okay. All right, yeah. Are we done? Are we done early? Trish, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Wait, I worked so hard.
What'd you work hard on? What you done created a meme?
Uh, yes.
Oh my gosh. Who is that in the passenger seat? Whose body is
Diana Ross
whose
song.
body is that?
Big boy.
What in the world?
Oh,
It's ATL. Think of being a hustler.
oh my gosh. Oso, good job. Thank you to you, Oso. I don't know what to say. Good job.
Oh
You say you
shit,
like the
that's funny.
stripes with the like the oh my gosh. Um oh, thank you, Trish. I appreciate you. Anybody else before we shut down? It's hard.
And this should be like your album covers.
Oh my god.
Oh, so can you put it in Discord?
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
got you.
god. What you finna do with it, Pete?
I just need to see it. Y'all know I'm blind on this little bitty
Oh.
ass phone. I got a 12 mini. So when Oso
Oh.
brings his pictures up in this ass small, I can't see shit.
Oh yeah, you finna crack up. Yeah, also ain't got no sense. Yeah, Looker changed his name to Queen Bathsheba.
Nice.
I guess Looker said Oso is not Queen Bathsheba. I am.
I ain't gonna arrest you for it.
Mad slave? Who is this? Mad slave? Mad Slave. Is this what's his name? Tunde? Is this Tunde?
Is it Jay Pure?
Is it? I thought JP. I thought his name was Tunde.
Mad Slave, you with us?
Hmm. I'm trying to get the box open, Betsel. Let's take. There you go. Hey, Vessel.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you?
Hey,
I'm
Vessel.
good.
I saw your comment about Keturah. I know there are some scholars who claim that Hagar is Keturah, but there's no connection,
Mm.
um, no definite like connection to that. That they're speculating, and like there is the Talmud actually has like a tradition that says that Abraham liked the black women from Egypt. Like he was in love with Hagar, and but he couldn't show it because of like reputation or whatever. And so
Oh,
yeah, so there's a tradition that says after Sarah died, he went back and found Hagar and changed her name to Keturah.
because I've also read that she was Pharaoh's daughter as well.
Yeah. hmm
Wow.
Yeah, but
Um.
there's no because Keturah has different sons. She has different children.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because her children are listed there. So there. I mean, I don't know what is making them suggest that Keturah is Hagar, or if it, or if it's their way of trying to like fix Abraham's reputation.
Yeah, because I also read something that said Hagar was like a title, and her actual name was Keturah.
Where did you
But
read
yeah.
that at?
I just Google.
Oh
I
yeah,
was just
no,
reading
yeah,
different things.
yeah. I know that there were Hagarites or Hagarines, but that the reason why that tribe was named Hagarites is because they trace their lineage back to Hagar.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
But I just, growing up in Christianity, I was never taught that Hagar was a good person. I was always taught that Hagar was like Jezebel, cruel,
What?
unkind. Yeah, she was cruel. She was unkind. She never. I've never. This is the first time I'm actually looking up about Hagar and just listening to you, realizing that. Hang on a minute. Hagar seems to also have been a victim of the situation. She didn't seduce Abraham. Sarah pushed for the relationship. Sarah made her have a baby by her husband. And then after that, kicks her out. And
But
then she
it
comes
wasn't even
back
a
and,
relationship.
yeah. But if you're going to lay down with someone, there should be some kind of, because the Bible says that when she got pregnant, she started to mock Sarah.
Well, not
Um,
mock, like the script, the Hebrew script. So the Hebrew scriptures say that she just looked at Sarah from like a lower place. So like Sarah was the head wife. So in antiquity, uh, the men had multiple wives, and then they had like their main wife, and she ran the household, and she was like the chief of staff of the concubines. So the text says when Hagar got pregnant, she just looked at herself as an equal with Sarah. Like she looked at
oh,
Sarah
right.
with Lois. Yeah. So she didn't mock the Hebrew scriptures doesn't say she mocked Sarah, it doesn't say she was mean to Sarah, any of that. But Sarah the Hebrew scripture says that Sarah was mean to Hagar, and Sarah hit Hagar because Sarah felt that Hagar was looking at her like they were equal, like
Mm.
from like when it says like a low esteem, it's talking about the status, not behavior with Hagar in the Hebrew. But King James, the King James translators, when they translated it, they used the word despise,
Mhm.
which that the word that's there, kalal, doesn't mean despise. Like it's not a behavioral thing. And so King James, like in English, uh, you can you can change uh the function of a word. So like it's supposed to be stative,
Yes.
but he makes it an active verb, and it's not. And that's why a lot of people think that Hagar was doing something to Sarah, but she wasn't. Not in the
Yeah,
Hebrew.
because I always thought that she was mean and nasty, and thought, well, she was kicked out, so she deserves it. But now, just looking at it again, telling her to leave with just a child, bread, it probably wasn't even fresh bread, probably dried bread or stale bread, and a bit of water, and like, go, get out of here. That was just mean. That was just mean. I mean, the way Abraham can just not have any attachment to his child or have any compassion for his child. I, mm, I would have thought he'd send them away with maybe livestock, maybe a servant or two. Just go. See you later. But they reading it looks like they just sentenced them to death. Go and die. When the bread and the water is done, you're out in the desert. There's no shelter. There's no um, food, no access to water. You're just going to die.
Yep, she was supposed to fend for herself. Like Hagar, Sarah was more concerned with sharing the inheritance with Isaac. She didn't want Ishmael to share the inheritance. So in the ancient Near East, the first son is supposed to get the inheritance, like everything. And the text says one day she saw them playing around, like fooling around. Ishmael is playing with Isaac. At this point, Ishmael is around 16. Isaac would have been a toddler, like 2 or 3. And Sarah is looking at Ishmael play with his little brother, and she goes, "Oh, I know he don't think he finna get no inheritance." And she goes to Abraham, complains again, and the God goes, "Do what Sarah said." Yeah, it's insane. But
It's,
also, like, let's say Hagar did, like, Hagar was a servant, right? She was a slave, and Sarah made her sleep with her husband because Sarah needed a womb. Also in antiquity, when a woman was barren, her she had like 3 years to create a heir for her Israelite husband. If she didn't do it within a specific time, she was to use one of her slaves to have the child for her. Then they would place the child on the woman's knee, and she would adopt the child, because back then lineage didn't run through DNA. It ran through like ownership, basically, like who
yes.
owned the child. And so Sarah didn't want to do it. Like she that was her plan, right, for her to adopt the child and give Abraham an heir through Hagar. But she didn't want to do it. Like she got so jealous, um she just sent her away. And then Abraham says to Sarah, like, he don't that's your slave, do what you want to do with her. Like Abraham basically told Sarah, like, I don't care about that woman, that's your slave.
but one thing that stands out to me is this is one instance where God sides with a woman only because she's being mean to another woman. And this is how it was sold to me. Like, oh, Hagar was nasty and Sarah was justified because in chasing away because Hagar was just evil and cruel. However, if it's say Hagar doing that to a male, God would have been like, no, that's not going to happen. But because it's a woman doing it to another woman, it's like, Abraham, listen to your wife.
Which is crazy. It's just like, yeah, I told her to come back, but now it's okay to kick her out.
Mm. And no, it just doesn't sit well with me. The whole narrative, it really doesn't. And he never once goes out to look for his child. He just leave them in the wilderness, in the desert. Animals can eat them. They can starve. They can die of dehydration. They can die of heat stroke. I don't care. She's gone. It was
The it says Ishmael was about to die of thirst, and that's when the God was like, okay, I'll save the boy. I'll
mm,
give the boy some water. But also it says that she found him a wife in Egypt.
yeah.
Yeah, so I was saying on Saturday, how are they the how are the Arabs Ishmaelites if if she's Egyptian, she found him a wife in Egypt, how are the Arabs Ishmaelites?
I think because the modern day Egyptians are Arabs. I think that's how it, connects
Oh,
because it
okay.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like it does not make sense. It's like people just opened the book and decided to point and say, "We'll be them." That's what it seemed like.
Mm, all right. So thank you for having me up. But before I go, I would like to apologize for my behavior the last time I was up.
What
I
happened?
I misread I misread the room. You were waiting for I think some ups to come up, and everyone was like joking around and laughing and everything. So I came up and I was talking about that jink, but I'd like to apologize for that and to say that I am greatly embarrassed by it.
I don't even remember that. I don't remember that. So yeah, so it couldn't have been. It's probably bigger in your head
It
than
is.
it
It's been
actually was.
massive.
Yeah.
It's been massive in my head.
Well, but you are forgiven. Like I don't know.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop down now. Thank you guys. See you later.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
That's crazy. I was never taught that Hagar was bad. I see a lot of people in the chat saying they were taught that Hagar was bad. Were y'all taught that she was bad?
Um, she wasn't touched on a lot. She was just more so like the mistake of man thinking that they can make God's plan come to happen how they want to. They, it never was. We never did deep dive. Good God, boy. Anyways, they yeah, it was more so like a lesson in how you should wait for God's thing to be God's thing and quit trying to make it your thing, than like talking about her as a person. She was just a lesson.
But Sarah was the one who did that. Hagar didn't do that.
Right. Like she was the result of the lesson. Like her as a person wasn't necessarily looked into.
Yeah, that's how it was at my church. My dad never really talked about her like that.
Mm. Although I
Uh,
do suspect that there might be some courses for like a women's retreat or whatever,
mm.
where I'd imagine they can have some stuff about that situation that'd be a little more in depth.
we are taught that Sarah is one of the mothers, so she can do no wrong. Yeah, that's how we were taught, right? Like because Sarah is the matriarch of the Israelites, so she's blessed basically.
She's probably the most powerful woman in the book, huh?
Who, Sarah? Power? I
Hmm.
don't know. I don't think. What did she do? What power did she do? Did she have?
Um, she made God side with her, which in
She did. She.
turn
I don't think
controls.
she made him. Like, did she go to God? Did she have a conversation with the God about that?
I mean, not necessarily that it's stated, but I mean, I don't know if the God's reply is just do as she says. That's God telling you to listen to your wife. I don't know. That seems like the most powerful that I've seen in the book.
They actually in the Talmud and in the Jewish library, they point out that um, the God actually spoke directly to Hagar and allowed Hagar to see him and name him, which is a power that Sarah didn't have. And the only time that the
Hmm.
God spoke to Sarah was to uh, get on to her for laughing.
Hmm.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Um,
So God is just Abraham in this situation.
huh?
Interesting. They both treated
Um,
like a side.
let's see. It says. mm,
That's interesting.
I don't want to read all of this. Um, says okay, I'm gonna read this part. It says the Midrash lists three individuals who were called by their name before they were formed in their mother's womb: Isaac, Solomon, and Josiah. Some add to this list from among the nations of the world Ishmael, for the angel tells Hagar, "Behold, you are with child and shall bear a son. You shall call him Ishmael." According to this exposition, the angel informs Hagar of her son's name even before she becomes pregnant with him. This tradition precedes the words, "Behold, you are," as an announcement of a future event because Hagar miscarried her first fetus. So Sarah beat her so bad, according to the Jewish tradition, Sarah beat her so bad that she lost the child. And so when she runs into El Roi, um, he gives her the child back and says, "Behold, you will name him Ishmael." In Genesis 16:12, the angel portrays to Hagar the son who will be born. The rabbis use these descriptions to cast light on Ishmael's negative character and on the reason why he would not be Abraham's successor. Genesis 16:31 relates that after the angel concluded his prophecy to Hagar, and she called the Lord who spoke to her, "You are El Roi," or the God of seeing. In the rabbinic reading, Hagar said to God, "You are the God of seeing, who sees the humiliation of the humbled." Despite what Hagar says in this verse, the rabbis emphasize that God spoke to Hagar through an angel and not directly. Sarah was the only woman to whom God spoke directly, and another school of thought, however, maintains that this verse is to be understood literally. Hagar further says, "Have I not gone on seeing after he saw me?" The rabbis understand her as saying, "It was not enough that I merited to hear the word of the Lord. I also merited kingship, since the angel informed her of the greatness to which her son would aspire. It was not enough that I saw angels when I was with my mistress, but I also saw angels when I was alone. Another version has her saying, even when I was with my mistress, she nonetheless did not see an angel. The Midrash compares this to the noble woman who was asked by the king to pass before him. She did so, while being supported by her maidservant. The noble woman covered her face because of the honor she gave to the king. The maidservant saw the king, but the noble woman did not. Thus Sarah is the noble woman, and Hagar the maidservant. Hagar dared to look, and so she saw the angel of the Lord, while Sarah acted with awe and respect, and therefore did not see him. The Midrashim harmonized with the rabbinic perception of Hagar's inferiority to Sarah. Although the former boasts of having spoke with the Lord, she actually spoke with his angel. Sarah, in contrast, will indeed speak with God himself when he will inform her of the birth of Isaac. Hagar proclaims her superiority to her mistress because she saw the angel of the Lord face to face, while her mistress Sarah had not yet seen the angel. Hagar thereby reveals her incomprehension of her true standing. The above parable explains that the king wanted to see the noblewoman, and the maidservant was present only to aid her mistress. Accordingly, Hagar saw the angel of the Lord only by merit of Sarah. Hagar acted in a simple, straightforward manner, as is the way of handmaidens. She looked directly at the angel and did not realize that she should properly have covered her face. Sarah is spiritually superior to Hagar, and therefore her descendants will be worthier spiritually than the progeny of Hagar, whom they will rule. Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to find. Is this the one? See, according to the Midrash, many angels, and not just a single one, were revealed to Hagar. In one exegesis, Hagar saw 5 angels, for an additional angel was revealed to her every time the verb amar is used. According to another view, Hagar saw 4 angels, corresponding to the number of times the word angel appears in verses 7 through 14. From this, we can learn of the difference between the early generations and the later ones. Manoah saw a single angel and told his wife, "We shall surely die, for we have seen a divine being," while Hagar saw 5 angels, but was not in awe of them, thus leading the rabbis to observe, it is better to be the nail of the fathers and not the belly of the sons. Hagar, who was the least in the household of Abraham, was on a higher spiritual level than Manoah and his wife, who were the best in the generation. According to another opinion, Hagar's ability to see angels without fear teaches not of her greatness, but of Abraham's. It is said of the latter, she oversees the activities of her household, since the members of his household would see angels. Consequently, Hagar was accustomed to seeing angels. This view apparently aims to diminish Hagar's greatness. Its message is that she was a handmaiden like any other, but lived among the righteous and therefore merited seeing angels. So in the story, because Hagar sees the God, is named the God. She names the God. She she has another conversation with the God when she's out in the wilderness, and then another one after she's back, right? And so Sarah doesn't get that, and so in the midrash, what they're doing is trying to like basically belittle Hagar because of the amount of times that this God talks to Hagar, a handmaiden, versus Sarah. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Hmm.
It is almost as if it's like the guy's treating Hagar in like a side piece capacity because to be so intimate with her to the point where like you're showing her yourself and like you're letting her name you and stuff, and then your request be that she goes back to deal with the bullshit is insane. Like
And
you
for
you
what
don't
purpose?
stand up for right. You don't stand up for her when it counts. You know what I mean? And it's just like you watch her fucking starving and dehydrated and shit in the wilderness, and at the very brink of death, you're like, oh, well, I guess I'll do, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's weird. For what?
It just feels like the whole purpose is to show Hagar's inferiority, to like that the God doesn't really care about Hagar, and that
Hmm.
like she's not as important as them. And then like if we do notice, anytime an angel shows up, it says that they were frightened, right? But Hagar isn't, and so they're like, oh, the reason why she wasn't frightened is because she was used to seeing angels.
Hmm.
And I read somewhere else where it was basically saying that because of the land that she had come from, that was their spirituality was the norm. So um people of Egypt were used to seeing the spiritual world, so that's why she wasn't afraid when the angel or the God appeared before her. It says the Torah's description of Hagar's impregnation says he cohabited with Hagar and she conceived. The exegetes understand from the juxtaposition of verbs that she immediately became pregnant. They assert that this was from the first act of intercourse. The aim of this exposition is to present the relationship between Abraham and Hagar as having a defined purpose, the producing of offspring. The rabbis were occupied by the question, how was it that the righteous Sarah did not conceive from Abraham for more than 10 years, while Hagar became pregnant immediately? In their explanation of this seeming paradox, the rabbis use a parable about a field, thorns, and wheat. A field that is neither plowed nor sown, nevertheless has thorns that rise up by themselves. However, in order to grow wheat in the field, much suffering must be endured and much toil invested until it sprouts. This parable explains the facility with which Hagar becomes pregnant in contrast with the difficulty encountered by Sarah. Both women are compared to a field. Hagar gave birth to Ishmael, who is like thorns that sprout so effortlessly but are totally worthless. This was in sharp contrast with Sarah, who would give birth to Isaac, Abraham's successor. Isaac is compared to wheat, for which bread is prepared, and therefore his pregnancy required much effort and exertion. Sarah's difficulty in becoming pregnant accordingly attests to the quality of the progeny that she would eventually produce. Another tradition has Hagar posing this question. The Midrash relates the noble women who come to inquire about Sarah's well-being. Sarah told them, "Go and inquire about the well-being of that sorry woman, Hagar." Hagar said to the noble women, "My mistress Sarah's inner nature is not like her revealed side. She seems to be righteous, but she is not. If she were a righteous woman, would she be barren? See how many years she has not become pregnant, while I became pregnant in a single night." Sarah would say, "Should I pay any attention to the words of that sorry one and engage in discourse with her? Rather, I will engage in discourse with her master." She immediately addressed Abraham, and Sarah said to Abraham, "The wrong done to me is your fault." This exposition judges Hagar severely, based on the preceding verse, and when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was lowered in her esteem. Hagar is described not only as one who acted disrespectfully to her mistress, but as one who caused other noble women to degenerate Sarah. Hagar takes advantage of her pregnancy to besmirch her mistress's good name. Sarah is depicted in these expositions as a noble woman who is well aware of her station and has no intention of descending to the level of her handmaiden. The fact that she does not argue with Hagar accentuates the moral and class difference between them. In Genesis 16:5, Sarah comes before Abraham and tells him, "The wrong done to me is your fault. The Lord decide between you and me." The word Alecha is written in the Torah with superior dots. The rabbis explained that when Sarah said, "The wrong done me is your fault," she intended to say, "The wrong done me is her fault," referring to Hagar. The exegetes changed the vocalization of the word Beneka and read it as Bencha. Sarah said to Abraham, "The Lord decide between your son and me." Following what Sarah said, Hagar was struck by the evil eye and she miscarried. Consequently, when she encountered the angel of the Lord, he informed her, "Behold, you see how they're trying to say that Sarah did not afflict Hagar? It's the evil eye that did it. Like, that's crazy. Behold, you are with child and shall bear a son." For after she returned to the house of Abraham and Sarah, she was impregnated by Abraham a second time and bore Ishmael. Abraham heard what Sarah said and told her, "Your maid is in your hands. Deal with her as you think right." In the Midrashic elaboration, Abraham tells her, "I care neither for her welfare nor for her detriment, and therefore I will not act on her behalf, nor against her. For it is said, since you had your will of her, you must not enslave her. But this one, after we grieved her, we are nevertheless enslaving her." You hear that? You see that? What did Sarah do? Then Sarah treated her harshly and she ran away from her. Abraham said to Sarah, "I care neither for her welfare nor for her detriment, for it is said, he shall not have the right to sell her to outsiders, since he broke faith with her. And this one, after we made her a lady when she was given to me, shall we now turn her into a handmaiden?" What did Sarah do? Then Sarah treated her harshly and she ran away from her. This midrash presents Abraham as someone who attempts to heed his wife, but also to fulfill the Lord's commandments. The laws of the female slave mentioned here speak of a slave whose master no longer desires her. The Eshet Yafat Toar, a non-Jewish woman taken captive during wartime, whose Israelite captor initially wanted to marry her, but who now decides that he is not interested in her. Or a Hebrew maidservant whose master does not want to either marry her or give her to his son. The Torah seeks to protect these women who have already experienced humiliation and slavery. If their master no longer desires them, he may not sell them, but must disclose that in contrast, but must emancipate them. This midrash reveals Abraham's ambivalent attitude. The series of arguments that he unfolds discloses that, in contrast to this explicit statement, he is concerned about Hagar. He no longer relates to her as a handmaiden, but as a lady, and he supports his stance with the laws of the Torah. Sarah, in contrast, is determined to put Hagar in her place and therefore mistreats her. They're double speaking here.
Mm.
According to one rabbinic interpretation of his harsh treatment, Sarah prevented Hagar from engaging in sexual relations. In another exposition, she threw her shoes in Hagar's face. And in a third view, she had Hagar bring to the bathhouse pails and ben Arayat, clothes used in the bathhouse. In the first interpretation, Sarah wanted to give Hagar and Abraham the message that she was the real wife in the house. Although Hagar shared Abraham's bed with her, Sarah brought her to this, and she could also withhold it from her. According to the second understanding, Sarah's message was primarily one of class. Just as the shoes are lower than any other part of the body, so too Hagar is on the same standing as her mistress. She still serves the family as a handmaiden, and Sarah can demean her if she so wishes. According to the third interpretation, Sarah's primary goal was to subjugate Hagar and subject her to extra effort despite the latter's pregnancy. Sarah wanted to teach Hagar that even though she bore Abraham's fetus in her womb, she was still a handmaiden and had to perform all the household duties.
Mm.
This shit is crazy.
Because
And
when did the protection kick in? Like you didn't
I
think to
didn't hear
protect
it.
until right? Wow.
And then we shouldn't even have to like read all of that to understand that Sarah made Hagar her slave sleep with her husband to give her husband a child, and that this would have been outside of Hagar's consent.
Mm.
Like she had no right to consent because she was a slave, right? Her autonomy belonged to Sarah. And then the text literally says that Sarah afflicted Hagar. The
Hmm.
text says Sarah didn't want Ishmael to think that he was going to get any of Isaac's inheritance, so she kicked Hagar out. And Abraham said, "I don't care about that woman," and Hagar was kicked out. The fact that people want to say that Sarah was so noble and like in that time she would have been seen as just doing what a rich woman would have done
Right.
at that time. But
Hagar was
today,
actually nobility, though, right?
yeah, she was prior to being made Sarah's slave. Um, it says when Sarah saw that they had lived. Hold on, let me. Hagar. Hagar is first mentioned in Genesis 16:1. Sarah, Abraham's wife, had borne him no children. She had an Egyptian maidservant whose name was Hagar. The Torah does not explain how Sarah came to have an Egyptian handmaiden, nor does it specify how many years she was with her mistress before she was given to Abraham. The rabbis connected Abraham and Sarah's stay in Egypt during the years of famine with the Egyptian handmaidens joining their family. In the narrative Genesis 12:10-20, when Abraham and Sarah went down to Egypt, Sarah was taken to the house of the Pharaoh. In response, the Lord afflicted Pharaoh and all his household with mighty plagues. When in the Midrashic amplification, Pharaoh sees the miracles that were performed for Sarah in his house. He gives her his daughter, Hagar, as a handmaiden. He said, "It would be better for my daughter to be a handmaiden in the house than a noble woman in another." The rabbis offer an etymological explanation of Hagar's name. Pharaoh said to Sarah, "This is your reward," as he gave her his daughter as a handmaiden. So basically, that's what her name means.
Mm.
In another exegetical tradition, Hagar was born to Pharaoh from one of his concubines. When Pharaoh took Sarah as wife in her marriage contract, he wrote over to her all his property, gold, silver, slaves, and lands, and Hagar also was included in Sarah's marriage contract. These midrashim present Hagar as someone who was worthy to live in Abraham's house and Sarah's house, Abraham and Sarah's house, because her father acknowledged the existence of the Lord. Like, why are they always trying to get Egypt to acknowledge their God? Like Egypt had their own God. Like, and there's no record ever that any pharaoh worshipped the God of Israel in any Egyptian records. But this book constantly claims the pharaohs worship their God. Like, that's
And all the
insane.
people was just like, "Whoa, our God is the coolest."
Right. Like, that's insane. They did the same thing with Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Uh these midrashim present Hagar as someone who was worthy to live in Abraham and Sarah's house because her father acknowledged the existence of the Lord. Hagar, who would bear children to Abraham, was herself a princess and was a fitting match for the father of the Israelite nation. She likewise was suited to be the mother of Ishmael, from whom 12 chieftains would issue in accordance with the divine promise in Genesis 17:20. The tradition of Hagar being given to Sarah as a present from Pharaoh, king of Egypt, already appears in a Jewish composition in the 1st century BCE, albeit without mentioning that she was the daughter of Pharaoh. According to another tradition, Hagar was a use I don't know what that means. Handmaiden who had belonged to Sarah even before her marriage and had come with her as part of her dowry after Sarah wedded Abraham. Well, like, who would have paid the dowry? Like, they had the same damn dad.
Right.
Like, what? You see how they just been making shit up?
Would he be
Uh,
paying it to the mom? Like,
right. Like and mothers didn't get paid dowries. Like, that don't even make
and where did
sense.
his dad get an Egyptian handmaiden? They're just
It's
stick
like,
pan down the
what?
road.
They just be like anything to like puff up their situation. Like, even when they go from being royalty in Egypt to like the very next chapter, they're all of a sudden slaves.
Right.
Like, no, like it's so many holes in this shit. Um, After Sarah wed Abraham, Hagar continued to be the property of their mistress and not of the household. Consequently, Abraham was obligated to provide her maintenance, and he was not permitted to sell her. This explains why, and the continuation of the narrative, Sarah determined Hagar's fate, to whom she would be married. how much labor would be demanded her and when she would be sent away from the house. When Sarah saw that they had lived in Canaan for 10 years and she was still childless, she told Abraham, "Consort with my maid, perhaps I shall have a son, or I shall be built up through her." The rabbis deduce from this statement that anyone who is childless is like a ruined structure that must be rebuilt. Abraham heeded Sarah in her spirit of divine inspiration. The Midrash characterizes Abraham's marriage to Hagar as one of the 10 trials to which the Lord subjected him. Sarah took Hagar and gave her to Abraham. According to the Midrash, she took Hagar, seduced her with words. Sarah told her, "Happy are you, and that you will cleave to a holy body, Abraham." Sarah gave her to Abraham, not to another, and to be wife, not a concubine. It's crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah. They just did whatever the fuck they wanted to do with people's bodies.
That's interesting. It almost feels like Sarah was measuring herself by Hagar and like
Yeah,
lashing out that she didn't feel like she measured up.
yeah, because like it sounds like her, the fact that she was barren. She knew the protocol back then was to use a slave to have a child, so that she would give her husband an heir, and she didn't like the way that made her feel. And then the God
Hmm.
is like, "Okay, I'm gonna open your womb. You don't have to be jealous anymore." Kind of like Leah and Rebecca, Rachel, Leah and Rachel.
Hmm.
Um, Eventually, the guy's like, "Okay, beautiful one, I'll open your womb, so you don't have to be jealous of your ugly sister anymore."
Mm.
It's the same damn storyline, damn near.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for Sarah's could have been fixed by probably not incest.
Well, it says Sarah and Abraham were tum tums.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like she was intersex, and she had no genital, like she didn't have any genitals, no
Yeah.
reproductive organs, and the God had to carve her some reproductive organs in order for her to have Isaac. Is what it said.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she just was holding it.
Well, both of them, Abraham, the in the Talmud, Abraham and Sarah were tum tums. So Abraham, when the God tells Abraham to circumcise himself, that's Abraham creating, like, cutting off the skin and creating him a penis. And then it says the God performed the surgery on Sarah to turn Sarah into a female. So Abraham turned himself into a male, and then the God turned Sarah into a female. But they were both intersex before that, and that's why they were barren, is what it says in the Talmud.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So God is pro transgender
hmm hmm
because he
According to the
was hanging
Talmud.
that way. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. According to the Talmud, ancient Israel had 7 genders. This person is not connecting. Janet Treese. Janet,
Yeah,
did you come up on accident?
I did. I'm sorry.
No worries. I'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, y'all. We haven't had anybody join shit in about 45 minutes. So I guess we'll call it a day here. Unless also, or Fee, Celine, did y'all have any questions about what we just talked about, or any other statements?
What's up? Good morning.
Hey, Elder, how are you?
I'm doing fine. I had requested earlier, but I had to drop because I was at work and I didn't want it to be super noisy. Um, is the question of the deception still a topic, or y'all move past that?
And the green. How do you know the God of the Bible is or isn't deceiving you?
Oh, okay. I didn't even see it there. I've been listening. I hadn't really been looking at the screen, so I didn't know that it was actually at the prompt. So I wanted to share some thoughts and I guess get some feedback.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I breached this topic on Be Easy Live a couple of days ago, but something that's been on my mind for the past like 2 weeks as I've been researching is well, first I start with the premise that I believe the deception can go like three different ways. Um, I feel like for people who still believe that don't read any extra biblical sources or they just strictly Bible and go to church, they're deceived by the God.
So
Him.
hold on before you go any further. So the question is asking about you though, not somebody else.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to answer for somebody else. Like I would, it's asking how do you know that you either are being deceived or are not being deceived by this God?
Okay. Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Uh, well, I don't believe I am anymore. I can speak to maybe before deconstruction, if that's applicable.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so before deconstruction, uh, I would like to say I was being deceived by God by people allowing themselves to be utilized by that God or by their belief in God. So, of course, via indoctrination through my parent, my mom, and my grandma. So I was deceived to believe that God was this all loving God, and as long as I was a good person and prayed and did all the the normal Christian practices and traditions, that everything in my life will go the way it should go in a positive manner. So and that's once again that's without me ever reading the Bible for myself or getting to know anything about the religion for myself. Just the deception coming, I guess, like third party or middleman through my indoctrination with my family. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I guess it's like people deceiving you. Um, the question is asking how do you know the God isn't deceiving in the God in the Bible? Like I can understand like people deceiving you,
Well, I
but
guess
the
I,
God.
Well, I guess I explained it the way I explained it is because even though I profess to be a Christian, I can't say that I ever truly had a relationship with the God. You see what I'm saying? So I can't, I guess maybe I don't have an answer because I can't really say that God Himself was deceiving me because I don't believe that my relationship was a strong relationship or even existent at all, even when I was a believer. I think I talked to you about this before, where my existence as a Christian was mainly out of fear of going to hell, and it started from when I was a kid, not really me having this strong connection to the faith in general. So
Right.
yeah,
And so but you have a fear of going to hell because of what's said in the Bible, right? Yeah. So
that,
the question is asking like how do you know that the God in the Bible isn't deceiving you with the things that the God says in the Bible? How do you know that the things that the God is saying isn't deceiving you?
okay. I'm trying to
Does
think
that
through
make
this
sense?
thing. Now, yeah, I'm listening. So I guess my understanding of how I was being deceived then can only be applied by, I guess, the knowledge I've gained now. Does that make sense? Because I
Yeah.
didn't, because I didn't see it as deception at the time. So like, the concepts of hell and heaven, uh, what heaven is really like according to the Bible, things of that. I can see that as deception now because that's not how it was taught to me at the time. But at the time, I didn't see it as a deception. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I have a good answer for the question.
Well, and I think I guess like for me to like explain for example, the God in the Bible uh punishes integrity and rewards deception in the Bible. So therefore teaching that and the reason why he does it is because he's prioritizing his chosen, right? So the God is teaching that if you are chosen, then you deserve lesser consequences. If you're not chosen, it doesn't matter if you're a man of integrity. If you do something uh, to the chosen, then you deserve to die, right? So that teaches a core belief, right? In the text, the God does not prioritize morality, right? He prioritizes uh, obedience and chosenness and reverence to Him. Um, he says he's good, but then at the same time, he says that he's jealous. Like there are several things that he says and does in the Bible that teaches you how he wants you to be. And so how do you know that this is for sure deception, or have you figured out yet like the what the God is teaching you to be in the text as a human? You know, how do you know for a fact that it's deception, or do you still not know? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Well, okay, so if I'm talking from current day, I know it's deception because first of all, I no longer believe in general, and then when you start getting into like these lives and then my research, I just know it all to be bullshit for lack of a better word. So of course, the Bible, any preachers, whatever, it's all a deception to I guess control you, make you fall in line. Once again, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question appropriately, but I am trying. So, uh, and that's what I'm saying. So this is
I guess it like what I'm looking for is for people to like refer back to the scriptures, right? What research have you done? What questions have you asked yourself as you're going through deconstruction? Um,
well, see, that's what I was about to get in. I'm sorry to cut you off, but that's what I was about to get into at the beginning. But I think that it wasn't sounding personal at the time. But yeah, I was
not
about to get into.
personal, not personal. Like uh, like as far as scriptural wise, right? Um, from taking the characteristic of the God in the Bible, right, and the stories in the Bible, the lessons that the God that the stories are supposed to teach you, based on how the God operates and how the God wants you to operate as a human. What research have you done? What like as you're studying this, uh like what aha moments have you had that says, oh no, this is definitely deception, or oh no, this is not deception? That's what I'm asking for. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I'll share it, and if I'm still not in line, just let me know. So for me, one of the biggest eye openers of deception, whether you want to attribute it to God or the power of men 2,000 years ago, or whatever you want to give it to, was the contradictions that are in the Bible. So, I'm sorry for coughing, but the reason why I was saying that's the way that I feel like I was deceived is because you know, as a believer or former believer, you're taught one way, and then if you once you start to research the Bible, you find out that he might have said that, but then in the New Testament or later in the Old Testament, he said the complete opposite. So you can be deceived in that way because only one version that they want to use, I guess, for their doctrine or dogma is told to you, but not the other one. So then you have to ask yourself which one does God want, or which one did he mean, or which one is correct. So that's what I was trying to, I guess, get to in the beginning, which is what I was saying. Like my question or my belief now is, as a non-believer, am I deceived by God, or am I deceived by, the people who, canonized and, I guess, conquered other lands to spread this Christianity? Because I don't think they foresaw it being as big as it is now. And that's why I'm saying I feel like it's three different levels to it. I'm still not sure if I'm answering your question, but I am trying. So,
It sounds like you're saying one of the ways that you know that you have been deceived by the God in the Bible is through contradictions, like an inconsistent character or inconsistent will for humanity.
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
and then another one, you're saying that you don't know if you're in fact deceived by the God, but possibly by humans who change the text as they spread it. So it kind of sounds like you're saying I I think I was deceived through inconsistency in character in the book, but I also don't know if I was actually deceived because the text could have been changed. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
I think you worded that way better than I, but that's exactly what I was trying to say.
Okay, so you're still at the place where you're not sure, is what you're saying.
Where I'm not sure about what that I was deceived.
Yeah, because you're saying, um, on one hand, I think I believe I was deceived by the God because of contradictions in the character and the will of the God in the book. But also on another hand, I don't know if I was deceived by the God. I could have been deceived by humans who changed what the God actually want as they colonized.
Well,
Is it?
I feel like your question, if I understood it correctly, asked me to speak as if I still, as if I'm still a believer, or speak from the
No.
like the vantage point or perspective of when I did believe, because I
Okay.
don't believe anymore, so I don't feel like I'm
It
deceived at
no, it's
all.
not. It's not. That's why I was explaining it, right? That's why it says, "How do you know the God of the Bible is or isn't deceiving you?" Right?
Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
So
yeah,
not.
he is. Well,
Yeah.
well, he is no longer deceiving me. So, yeah, because the contradictions have been, I guess, revealed through research or lives or whatever to me. Uh, some of the ultra problematic things in the Bible that uh, I can't reconcile with my own moral standing have been revealed to me. So I am no longer deceived. But I was just trying. I didn't know what aspect, or perspective I was supposed to be answering that question from.
I guess I guess if I ask, like, how do you, since you're not a believer, and like how do you know that the God of the Bible is a deceiver, since you're saying you're no longer deceived? Obviously, you, like, do you think the God of the Bible is a deceiver or is deception?
Yeah, maybe I need to think about the question because I think what I came up to say wasn't exactly what you was asking. So maybe I need to think about the question a little bit more so that I can articulate it better if there's another opportunity at a later time. Because I think that what I thought you was asking is not what you're asking, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like if someone asked me that, like I don't believe in the God, right? So if someone asked me, "Hey, do you think the God is a deceiver?" I'm gonna say, yeah, yeah. Like in the text, the God is a character. That character in the text is a deceiver in my eyes. You see what I'm saying? And then I can explain why I see that character as a deceiver, because he he is the God of deceivers. Every, like, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all three deceivers. His chosen Jacob, like his name means deceiver. And then he changed his name to Israel. Right? He does deceptive things in the text. He prioritizes chosenness over integrity. He often kills people with integrity to defend those who are acting in deceptive ways. David, his chosen king, was a deceiver.
Okay. Well,
You
see,
see what I'm
and I
saying? So,
see.
like, explaining it that way.
I see what you're saying now. Yeah, so yeah, God would definitely have been a deceiver in that particular story because David was the one that was supposed to be punished, but he wasn't, of course, as we all know. And the punishment was extended to later generations in a heinous, pretty bad manner. So yeah, so I think I get what you're saying now, as far as like how to think through that. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah.
just a check, like a end of the year check. Like, we've been having these conversations all year, so it's like as you're on your deconstruction journey, like, are you even able to articulate why you don't believe, or what you think about the God, what you think about the stories in the Bible, the histories that you've learned. Where are you on your deconstruction journey as it pertains to the God, not the people, not the church, not your mama, your dad, but the God itself, the idea of the God itself. Does that make
Gotcha.
sense?
Well, now that you shared that example, would that apply to like Abraham and Isaac and the Garden of Eden, how he in Abraham, where Abraham he had him going to unalive his own child as some kind of like morbid test, even though he's supposed to be omniscient. So there's no need to test a quote unquote faithful servant. That would be like a weird deception, in my opinion, or just evil in general. And then the garden, perhaps, where he told them that they would surely unalive that day, and the serpent told them that they wouldn't, and they didn't. So that would be deception as well, based on if I understood your example correct.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. So now that I understand what you're saying, yeah, I definitely, yeah, I still, yeah, I think I get where you're going now. But like I said, I had a different idea of the question until I got up here. So yeah,
Oh, it's all good.
yeah, but I appreciate you though,
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
for sure. I have a
All
good
right.
one,
You too.
Be easy, little man.
for sure.
Falling to thrive. Falling. Uh, Last time. Falling to thrive. I can, I see you commenting in the chat, but can you speak? You're on stage. Are you able to speak through the microphone or okay? Uh, I don't know. Are you having microphone issues? Oh, you need me. Okay, I'll take you down. Have a good one. Um, Trisha, are you in the box on purpose on accident? Sometimes I think people get stage fright, like they cannot talk when they come on stage, or either they were at work.
Yeah. And it's interesting that, like, Lemaine was talking about the deception, how do you know the God is deceiving or is not deceiving you? You've got somebody in the comments that literally just made typed in there that God saved the baby immediately, even though this book says God took the baby's life, like he struck the child. That's what it says. So when you talk about whether or not how to identify deception, I think that should be a class, like a template of some sort, 101. Like, what should you expect to see if the claim was true? What I would expect to see from a true claim is the same thing I expect to see from any other true claim. That what it says is what I accept as true. The God killed the baby. It doesn't say shit about this baby being saved from anything. They just say shit that makes them feel better, even though the book fundamentally disagrees with their position on it.
And if babies didn't have free will and they automatically go to heaven, that means y'all shouldn't give a damn about abortion, because
At
all those
all.
babies are in paradise. Like why y'all keeping the babies from paradise?
They're just inconsistent as shit, and they don't care about internal consistency.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It, that's how I know it's deception. Hey, Trish, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Thinker?
I'm
So,
good.
a few things. You were speaking the whole idea of deception. Um, I'm still kind of not knowing where I'm at. I'm all over the place and been that way for a couple of years, unfortunately. But the whole deception part, when you read or when I read in the Bible, that the whole idea of God being my strong tower, my fortress, my protector, and then the uh, I guess I'm gonna take you back to 2 Timothy 2:15. It says to study to show yourself approved. Okay, cool. You go and you study, and you really start studying. You pull out your dictionary and your Oxfords and all the things, and your concordance, and you do all the things, and you start really reading. You tell me in the book, that we all sin, but then you say that the Holy Spirit dwells within me. But John 3:9 says that if there's sin in you, then God isn't in you. So now I'm confused. And then you say God is not the author of confusion, but I'm confused just on that point alone. Because yes, I stood up as a child and as an adult, God, a whole salvation doohickey. I don't know if I got it, but I accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior, all the things, which means that He's supposed to be in me. But then I still have the capability to sin. And then when I bring that up, how are you sinning and God still being within you? And how is He protecting me? The whole idea of Ephesians chapter 6, and I know I'm all over the place, but the whole idea of the whole armor of God, put on the whole armor of God. And you go through all the little ticks, put on your helmet and the breastplate and all the things. And after you've done all you can do, stand. Okay, I'm doing that. I'm doing that. I'm standing. I got on my armor, and we're not wrestling against flesh and blood, even though this flesh and blood person is knocking me on my ass on a regular basis, right? So if you're my strong tower, my fortress, and all I need to do is stand, and you're not the author of confusion, but all I need to do is stand once I did all the whole armor thing. Where's the protection on any level? And then when you question God, it's like in all your, I think it's Proverbs chapter 18 that says, in all you're getting, gain understanding. So now you're trying to gain an understanding, and then it's, well, you're not, the Holy Spirit can't be in you, or you're not praying enough, or your faith is not strong enough. Well, if I only need faith the size of a mustard seed, and in my mind, I'm not thinking of size, I'm thinking of potency. I try to tweak that thing as many ways as I can. The faith is there, but there's still no understanding, there's still no protection, and we're still going through the things, and we'll push aside all the things that have to do with man doing things, the whole being born with medical issues, which is a thing I wanted to let you know, that the Fuchs dystrophy is getting worse, so my vision is getting worse. So if I type in all caps, it's because I can't see anymore. like
Okay,
like
thank
my
you for
vision is
letting
getting
me
way
know.
worse.
Oh
um
wow.
but the things, the medical issues that I deal with are things that are generational. So all these things that we as humans are afflicted with, by no, we're not doing it. I know that there are a lot of things that I experienced that I had a part to play, but I didn't have a part to play in my DNA. I didn't have a part to play in a lot of things. And you stand and you pray and you gain understanding, and then you go and you ask questions of the elders and you do all the things. And where I'm so confused, but God is not the author of confusion. So it's like after 53 years of hearing, you got to pray, your faith has to be strong enough, and you have to do all the things. Now it's the limbo part, because you fear no one but God, but fear hell, but fear this, and fear your master, and fear this. It's the inconsistency within the book, along with the indoctrination. I think it's all of what the young man was saying prior. You got what you've been told by the pastors, what you've been told by your mother, your mima, your papa, and generations before you, and the tradition and all the things that you're supposed to be afraid. And God's got you no matter what, and He's going to protect you. But you don't get any of this protection on earth. You don't get any of this peace on earth. You gotta not be here, and then trust that somebody who claims that they left here and came back, that all these streets of gold and all these things actually exist, but without tangible proof. But then you still have that tinge of fear. But what if? And then I hear my uncle saying, but if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. But what if though? So it's like, what do you do? There's definitely deception, and it's not from the people. It's literally from all the different scriptures, which is why it's easy to be all over the place, that are in the book that says is he's your protector, he's your this. And it's like, okay, so is he in the corner eating popcorn, watching the show and saying, girl, you got it, you all right, I got you, but you gotta come to me first. So what do you do?
Acknowledge it for what it is, and like you said, it is confusion, despite the text saying that this guy isn't the author of confusion. Although in the Tower of Babel, he literally does create confusion when he confuses the language. um I'd say just acknowledge it for what it is. um that he is a deceptive character in the book. And you're right when when you articulate that it's due to the inconsistencies and the contradictions. And in reality, like, the book isn't meant to be read consistently. It's a text of um different authors speaking from their idea of what this God would want, or what they believe this God said to them, for the people to know, or what theological messages they wanted the people to adopt at that time. And so, because these humans wrote this text, a lot a lot of times they had their own agendas, and it was written by noblemen, right? They're the aristocrats who their primary goal was to control the people that they were ruling over. And so, and to prioritize themselves and their wealth and their power. And so, it is a very deceptive uh, text, in some places, so much so that you have people who will try to convince you that you are the problem, and that's why you don't understand what this text says, while also uh, ignoring that neither do they. Right there are people who will pretend to understand it, knowing that they don't. Right, they know they don't understand it. They'll try to explain it to you just to defend their God, or to defend their belief, and tell you that you can't understand it because you don't have the Holy Spirit, or you're unclean, or and they'll, in doing so, like, they'll uh, justify rape, like we saw tonight, right? The guy justifying um, what David did to Bathsheba, and blaming Bathsheba because you got to keep God's chosen pure and clean and holy. Because why would God choose someone that would rape a woman and defend that? Right? Like, they'll completely ignore that. So it's not just about what's written in the text, where for me that I see the deception, but the outcome that it or the impact that it has on the people who adopt it as truth. Does that make sense? And it typically makes that person become deceptive in their uh, doings and interactions
It makes a
with
lot of
with people.
sense. It makes a whole lot of sense. Thank you. And if you need to see that medical record specifically about the few things with
No,
me, I can send
absolutely
that for
not.
you. And
No,
then,
you're good to go. Like, I just need to know that so that we don't mute you when you type it on caps.
okay, and then the last thing I wanted to tell you, thank you, and the community. Last year around October, I was dealing with medical issues and other things, and I came to you, and you in this particular community showed out for me financially and with love and support. And I just wanted to tell you, thank you, and everybody else. I still remember, and I appreciate you guys so much.
You're so welcome.
So, if you can push the button for me,
I got you.
thank
Thank you
you.
for. You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You as well.
All
Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah. I think at that point you brought out about like that outcome test. I'm not sure why that's not more powerful when we're having conversations about the validity or the truthfulness of these claims, because if the claims were true, what should I expect to see? Like if the claim is true that I'm a millionaire and I tell you, we're friends, we're BFFs now, I got you. If that claim were true, there's certain things you would expect to see. If it's true that I have access, unlimited, unfeathered access to a deity with unlimited power, like unlimited knowledge, there are certain things that I would expect to be true. But if at every issue I have to adjust my relationship or my understanding with reality, then that's communicating something. If a thing can't endure scrutiny and a thing can't withstand any questions, it's rarely what it claims to be. That's how we function in life in general. I can tell you, I've got this wonderful investment opportunity and you never see any money, or it's supposed to return some specific dividends on a particular date and it never does that. And you've got a couple of people here and there saying, oh yeah, well, I can attest to the fact that it does, but they can never show you how it functions. Why are we abandoning the system and the process that we use to evaluate every single claim in life? And that process of evaluation keeps us safe. That process of evaluation can be utilized. It gives us information that we can act on. That doesn't work with this belief system. So I don't know if at a certain point it moves from the God deceiving you to you deceiving you, because this is willful at this point. You are intentionally not assessing things through a logical lens and being okay with that. At that point, I think you got to own that deception.
I agree 100%. That's why I said call it what it is. Like, that's why, like, that not one believer has come up to answer that question. And you remember the guy on Mama Bash's live yesterday had to admit that he don't know. He just has faith because he couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
He the outcome test he couldn't point to that because he doesn't have any actual outcomes from what the book says, and then he barely even knew his own damn book, and so they
Yeah.
don't know if they're being deceived. And the way I asked the question yesterday, the God in this book says that he will lie. He deals with the liars. He sends lying spirits. He sends a delusion to make you believe a lie. And so how do you know that when you get so supposedly to your eternal life, when you get there and what you expected to be paradise is actually hell, and then you're like, but I was deceived, God, you told me XYZ, and then he says to you, you accepted it when I lied with Adam, and you made excuses for it. You accepted it when I took up for Abraham when he lied, and I was willing to kill Abimelech who had integrity. You accepted it
Mm-hmm.
when I took up for David when he killed Uriah who had integrity. You accepted it when I sent lion spirits to Ahab so I could kill him. You made excuses for it. Like if he starts telling you, you accepted me being a liar. Why are you mad now that I lied to you?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Like the consistency of this belief is completely and totally predicated upon special exceptions. You have to change the meanings of what words mean. Like the guy in the comments now, Billy, saying that there are no contradictions in the Bible, and I put in the one about how many animals Noah took into the ark. Like it gives you two numbers. Genesis 1 and 2 gives you two different orders of creation. But what you're going to say to me is now that's not what it means. That's not what it's insinuating. If you have to tell me how to see a thing, then I'm not seeing the thing. I'm seeing what you're interpreting that thing to be. And some of us are not willing to rely on your understanding of a thing to accept it as true. That's just not how true things work.
You know what I think they're doing? They're Samsoning themselves because Delilah never lied to Samson. Delilah told Samson exactly why she wanted to know where his strength was, where he got his strength from. Each time she said, "Tell me where you get your strength from, so I can have you tied and bound." And
Mm-hmm.
he escaped those attempts each time, and he kept going back. And he eventually falls, right? But you can't be mad at Delilah because she told him exactly that she was an op, right? Like why she
Yeah.
was there. She never told him, "Oh, I love you. I want to be with you. Marry me. Let's have sex." Like she never once says that to him. She tells him exactly who she is and what she wants. And Samson and him, because he was so infatuated with Delilah, He was in love with her. He heard what he wanted, or he thought that he could change her words in his mind, make it what he wanted it to be. And I think believers are doing the same thing. The God is saying, I will kill you. I will tell my chosen to kill you, or rape you, or oppress you. I will side with them over you.
Hmm.
I will lie to you. I will enslave you. Like, the God is saying that. I will see you as inferior, as less than, you know, and they're changing his words because they don't like
Hmm.
what he's saying. They're in this whole situation. I see that they are they're Samson and the God is Delilah.
Yeah, like he's telling you, I'm only fucking with you because the person I wanted won't give me what I want. Like he's telling y'all what y'all are gonna be doing on the new earth. He's telling y'all gonna be working for his chosen people. He tells you in his book how fucked up he is. He's very clear on that. Y'all just refuse to see it, and you're calling something that's very blatantly what it is exactly what it isn't. You're telling us love can include genocide. No, it can't. You're telling us that a perfect God that needs absolutely nothing can be jealous. Well, that doesn't logically follow because where does a human emotion like jealousy come
They
from?
call it
Like,
righteous jealous.
yeah, that special exception. Telling you, it's going to be a special exception every single time because you got to deviate from what the word means, but still hold on to what the word implies. That's called a lie, y'all. I don't know if anybody's wondering, but that's called a lie.
And then here's the thing: they don't know what a lie is. Like, when they'll say that what Abraham did to the Abimelech wasn't a lie, he just didn't tell the truth, or he just didn't tell the whole truth. Like, they have to even play around with what a lie is in order to prioritize the chosen in this God, like to make it palatable to them. They accept abuse, they accept narcissism, they accept dishonesty and deception in order to be accepted by this God, which they were not of the chosen, right? And it's like trying to be a part of the in crowd, and they're willing to be the the um the friend that gets abused in order to just sit with the cool kids. You know that, like, there's always that
Hmm.
one. Like, they're willing to be that. They're willing to be the side chick. Like, the book says, God used the Gentiles to make the chosen jealous. It literally says
Yep.
it. And they say, no, no, that doesn't mean jealous. It doesn't mean that. It, like, the text literally says, and God commanded his consecrated ones to execute his anger, and in executing his anger, his consecrated ones, he commands them to stab men, to rob houses, to rape women, to kill babies, to cut babies out of the wombs of women. That is the God that you serve, who will command those things of humans to do to other humans. And you go, nah, that rape doesn't mean rape. That that
Yep.
that God commanded his chosen to kill their own family members if they worship another God. And you go, nah, that don't apply to me today.
Kill
Like,
doesn't mean kill.
yeah, he's telling you exactly who he is.
And I mean, that's why, like, when we were talking to on Mama Bash's live yesterday, when we were talking with Tiffany and Pink Pill, how they did not get that their inferences compensate for this God's lack of all moral decency. Like, you infer the good things about this God. It's not in this book. This God tells you who he is. So you don't have to wonder whether or not, oh, like, especially Pink Pill, who clearly is very, pro women, and she's very committed to this concept of Jesus being the same. Well, that book doesn't help you make that claim at all. So when we try to talk through this, like, to admit, yes, all of us fill in the gaps with these ancient texts. We have to. So it's not a matter of if we infer, it's a matter of looking at what constrains our inferences. Is it the text itself? Is it internal consistency? Is it human behavior? What is it? Because ultimately, what seems to be the basis of their inferences is their belief and their faith. So they're able to read this text, but only get from it what they want it to say, and that's very, very intellectually dishonest. and they don't want to do that. They don't want to be honest with themselves. But this is how people can say, "Oh, I just have a Tinder profile. I'm not meeting anybody, so that's not cheating. I'm not physically going anywhere, so that doesn't count." They find ways to be dishonest because this God, they get a whole lot of practice with it when with dealing with this God. They have to. That's the first person they start gaslighting themselves with. Because I gotta believe that people are telling me you love me, but I'm reading in this book where you're talking about bashing babies' heads against rocks. So they create their own dissonance.
Like it's so crazy because dumbass, and yes, I called you a dumbass, is in the comments, literally doing everything that we're naming right now. Like it's like he doesn't. It's like he's not listening, and he's literally doing every single thing. He says the Old Testament and the New Testament are different. The covenant is different. That's like saying I updated Tinder, so I'm not on the old version. And
Right?
Tinder doesn't work the way it worked before, so I'm okay. Like that
Yep.
that's literally like what you're doing right now. And then you're saying Abraham had an exception to be morally to be immoral, to do fuck shit. But you and then he says you and I don't have that same exception. Of course not. You're not of the chosen. You're literally typing and justifying every fucking thing we're saying. You are not chosen. The chosen can do fuck shit and be protected. You will be killed. You will always take the bottom seats to the chosen. If this God has to decide whether to save your life or the chosen, he's going to choose the chosen, not you.
And he tells y'all that, but you don't believe him.
And then you say you people are not studying the Bible, but every fucking thing we said, you verified with your incoherent rants in the chat. You don't even understand your own belief. You don't even understand what you believe. You just say shit. And just because you chose yourself don't mean this God chose you.
He says he's listening with intention. I'm pretty sure that intention is not comprehension because you're listening for the purpose of preserving your God's goodness. You're listening for the purpose of ensuring that your theology remains intact. So you may be engaging.
Hold on, Fit. Motherfucker, ain't no fucking way in hell you gonna be able to think that you can decide that you're gonna come on my stage and not fucking talk to me. Ain't no motherfucking way. And I understand that you and your fucking God are scared to talk to me. That's how I know that your God is deception. Your God has no power because you're fucking scared of me.
And to think you use me as your scapegoat to avoid thinker, you definitely must be new here.
And Fee ain't gonna say nothing different than what the fuck I say.
Not at all. I don't know what he thinks that's going to accomplish. I told him earlier when he said the same thing. I was like, this man's not Burger King. You are not going to have it your way. That's not what we do here.
Jesus, God, this God's kryptonite is iron and fuck. All you gotta do is
For
say
real.
fuck, and they gonna fucking run. All you gotta do is say chariot, and his ass ain't gonna do shit. Like y'all, like literally, your God is weak. He's weak. Because y'all scary as fuck. And then the other deception is that you go around telling people that demons tremble at the name of Jesus, but Jesus trembled at the name facts, at the word facts, at the word evidence, at the word logic. Y'all are scared of logic. You're scared of sound reasoning because it pokes holes in your entire belief system. You're scared of your own fucking book because you can't hold to the text because it goes against the bullshit you made up extra biblically. And to the person on YouTube talking about bullshit, like if it's bullshit, then disprove it. Disprove what we are saying. It's that damn simple. But y'all can't, y'all haven't. You just whine. because they hate their text, Goonberry. Christians don't like this book. They definitely don't like the Old Testament because they know their God is evil. They know the shit that we see on the earth today is because of what this God commands in this book in this Old Testament. They don't even know Jesus enough to know that Jesus upholds the Old Testament. They've made up their own Jesus. They don't even follow Paul's Jesus no more. I can interrupt you in the comments if I fucking want to. All I have to do is mute your dumb ass. You're not smart enough to realize that, Billy. And don't fucking tempt me with a good time. Hussein? Hustle and Flow? Are you there? Good, Billy. Like, I have no desire to hurt you. I just have a desire to fucking mute you. There you go. All right, you sound like you are knocked out, friend. We're gonna take you down. This gotta be a kid. This gotta be a kid. Kaden?
Yeah.
Oh God, this is Oso ass. Oso, why did you answer?
I'm sorry, man.
You play too much. Kaden, are you there? I actually thought Oso answered from Caden's box. I thought Oso was on stage twice. Kaden? Okay, we're gonna take it down. All right, y'all. We're gonna call it for today. We'll be back tonight at 11. Zena May should be live right now. I don't know why the fuck my country accent decided to come out right now. My ass is sleeping. Zena May should be live right now. Okay, cool. Zena's live. I will see y'all tonight. Thank y'all so much for the likes, the shares, and the comments. Likes, the shares, and the gifts. Make sure y'all go back and watch tonight's live. The first two conversations tonight were the crazy comments, but I mean the crazy conversations. But probably the only ones outside of the ones that were deconstructing that were somewhat decent. And then we had one believer, I forgot his name, the one that cried. I hate saying that, but what was his name? The guy who was
The
a
young guy
believer.
that we were talking to.
Yeah,
Mac.
what was his? Not his
Yeah.
ass. That was
I can't
a
remember his name.
was it Majestic? Was his name Majestic? Yeah, it started with an M. That was a good conversation. So I would say one really good, valuable conversation with a believer. The rest of them came from deconstruction, and then you have the two very interesting, hilarious crash outs in the very beginning. I would say go and watch that. But yeah, if you are deconstructing and you're in the community, if you would do me a favor, think about this question today. And especially if you've been with us for at least a year, you've been deconstructing, you've been researching, all the things that we talk about in here. How has the deconstruction, you studying the text, help you answer this question? Do you know that if this is deception, or are you still not sure? Because I really want to hear from y'all on that, and then I would like to hear from believers on how do you know that you're not being deceived, and then I will see y'all tonight at 11.
Bye, y'all.
Bye,
Love
y'all.
you.
Love you too.
Love y'all.
But now you only cost 62 for this one. Oh my god.